gentlemen. Que l'on ouvre les portes, that the doors be open. Comme il est 11h05, la Chambre...
As it is 11:05, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business according to the order on today's order paper.
Business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-308, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation Privatization Act, standing in the name of Mr. Trost.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock has 6.5 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And due to the fact that my debate was cut into two pieces, I'll just reiterate a little bit of what I was talking about before. I was talking about the very fact that there definitely are a lot of aspects of the CBC that I do enjoy and that I do use from time to time. I was talking about the Vinyl Cafe. I talked about the show The Shepherd. I know that This Hour's 22 Minutes is also another aspect of the CBC that I watch from time to time, and I do find it very hilarious most of the time. All of those things, all of the content of the CBC is not what my argument is about today. So today, I've said that I think that there is a role for a public broadcaster, and that role is for there to be a method for which the Government of Canada can get out if there's a case of an emergency, that they can communicate with all Canadians in a hurry. And so in that respect, I think that there's a role for a public broadcaster in this country. That would mean that I don't think that there is necessarily a role for a public broadcaster to produce content. The content production could be done from a number of other sources, and I know that is the case. That there's lots of content, especially now with the modern internet. There is content being produced all over the world, all over Canada, from various areas. And if we had an ability to put that content on the platform, that would be great. So it's not the platform. The platform may have to be subsidized, may have to be just to ensure that, particularly, I made the argument earlier, particularly CBC Radio, the radio perhaps needs to be subsidized just to keep the infrastructure there. I know in the north that driving across northern Canada, CBC Radio is one constant as you drive across the countryside. Now, given that we have satellite radio and things like that, it maybe is not as necessary as it once was, but I think there could be the argument made for that. The other thing is that I also took in a speech by a Mr. Dwayne Winsack from the Carleton School of Journalism, and he pointed out that countries that spend more on public broadcasting, the citizens of those countries tend to spend more on media. And he said that we should therefore spend more on public broadcasting or public media so that there's a bigger market share for those that aren't in the public sphere, because then people spend more. But to me, that's like he's making the correlation is causation argument, and there isn't necessarily that case to be made. I would say the opposite is probably more true. The very fact that the government is producing media means that it costs more to get an alternative perspective, or it costs more for other groups to even meet the threshold to be noticed or to be heard. And so I would argue that we should not be funding content or media because it causes the consumer, the everyday Canadian, to have to spend more money to get an alternative perspective. And so he showed that, I think it was Switzerland, they spent $150 on public media via the government, and then the people of Switzerland then tend to spend about $100 of their own money to get media as well. And so then you had a media space of $250, and he said, well, that was a great thing because there was more money for journalists like him to be producing because the money was being spent in both streams. But I would argue that because the government was funding one particular media stream, in order for any other media streams to compete with that, they had to break that threshold of the $150 per person. And so if we want to have broad discussions in this country, we're now creating a threshold of which you have to cross. In Canada, it's only $33, by the way. We spend $33 per Canadian on the public broadcaster. Or it might be up to 35 now. My numbers are a little bit old. So there's a $35 threshold that we have to break, and I think that needs to be looked at. And so as we go through this discussion today, I don't think that this particular bill is going to pass, but I will be supporting it in the fact that I do think that we have to look at the whole marketplace of media in this country and consider how the CBC is affecting it, and not necessarily the content of the CBC, but how subsidizing one particular group, how that has an effect. It basically places a $33 threshold per person on media that every other media group then has to break through that threshold in order to be heard. In the United States, they subsidize their public media by $3. So there's a $3 threshold that has to be broken. So it makes it much easier for alternative media organizations to get off the ground. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a privilege it is to be able to rise on a very important, significant day, and as you can tell, I'm wearing something a little bit different in terms of a turban. Today is Turban Day on the Hill, and if I can somewhat just provide a very brief comment and then show how it is actually relevant to actually what we're talking about today, because you know the Prime Minister and many would ultimately argue that Canada's greatest strength is in fact our diversity, Mr. Speaker, and we should be very proud of the diversity that Canada has. I really do believe that CBC, whether it's radio, TV, is one of the ways in which we can talk about that diversity. I started off by talking about today being Turban Day. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to get a great appreciation of Sikhism, and in particular members from the Punjabi, but our Indo-Canadian community as a whole. And you get a better appreciation once you attend the many different events, whether it's at the Gurdwaras, whether it's at special occasions. And through that, you do, in a sense, allow you to have a better appreciation of Canada's heritage and that very rich diversity that we have. And I have, over the years, seen firsthand CBC, as an example, get engaged in issues surrounding the ethnic makeup and religious makeup of our country, promoting tolerance and diversity and raising issues surrounding that, Mr. Speaker. I must thank Jobalt Singh Gill, who's on the parliamentary precinct today, and providing the opportunity for members of Parliament to have a turban put on. The turban is very important to Sikhism. It's one of those part of the 5 Ks that has been established hundreds of years ago, Mr. Speaker. It helps identify and gives strength to Sikhism as a faith. Now, I can appreciate that the debate today is, in fact, about CBC, and I want to be able to provide my comments in regards to why it is that I do not support what the Conservative Party has put forward. And you can see a significant difference between political parties on this issue. There is a certain element within the Conservative Party that genuinely believes that CBC should virtually not exist, or at least not exist in terms of receiving public finances, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with that. And I believe that the majority of individuals inside this House recognize the true value that CBC has played, not only in the past and the present, but also into the future, Mr. Speaker. I have had the opportunity over the years to provide comments and have had the opportunity to get engaged with CBC, both radio and TV. But I have, I believe, a fairly good understanding and appreciation of the role in society that our public broadcasting, both radio and TV, play. And I wouldn't want to see us minimize that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I would suggest to you that we should be looking at ways in which we can continue to see CBC playing a strong role going into the future. And I look at, for example, the Internet and what's taken place with the Internet over the last decade plus, and you will see that there is a very robust attitude from all forms of media looking at the Internet as a way in which it can communicate with Canadians and beyond. When I think of CBC, I do think of the preservation and promotion of issues such as our heritage. At one point, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, when I was in the military, I would often hear of individuals from around the globe that would listen to CBC radio and saw CBC radio, as an example, as one of the ways in which they were able to keep in touch with what was taking place here in Canada. And I suspect that if you have the opportunity and you talk to many individuals for a wide variety of reasons that are not living in Canada today, that they in fact go to CBC in order to be able to keep in touch with what's happening here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And I would think that that is a very important contribution in itself. We have seen numerous documentaries, and you'll find that public broadcasting documentaries continue to grow, and I think they have a great future. Canada is not alone. Other countries, in fact, UK or England has the BBC, and BBC is fairly well known around the world. CBC has a very strong positive recognition and has demonstrated leadership on the issue of public relations, broadcasting, and it has played that leading role for decades, Mr. Speaker. Millions of Canadians tune into CBC radio and TV because they understand the benefits, in particular with not only the news broadcasting. The member across the way made reference to other programs that they have had over the years, Mr. Speaker. And not necessarily to highlight any specific programs, but to say that there have been very successful programs that CBC has made a part of who we are in trying to identify a part of Canada's history. Different regions of our country have played an important role in CBC's development. I know, for one, Manitoba is a better and healthier province because of some of that local attention that is given through CBC. But most importantly, I would suggest to you that when we had the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper as Prime Minister, if not directly, indirectly, he was sending a message to Canadians by the cutbacks that he was putting in place, and the unwillingness to have members of the Conservative government stand in their place and actually recognize the valuable role that CBC has played in our society here in Canada. And that's why I was very pleased when this government looked in addressing its budget, committed to more than $500 million over the next 5 years in terms of investment into CBC, both broadcast, radio, and television. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you have a government today that recognizes the valuable role that CBC actually plays. And we want to be able to support that, Mr. Speaker. I look at the Conservatives, and I do see at times there is, because I have had the opportunity to have discussions in the past with regarding CBC, and I don't know if it's unanimous on the other side of the chamber within the Conservative Party. I suspect that you might find a couple individuals that would recognize it. But I can tell you I have heard commentaries from other broadcast associations, individuals that are involved in other media outlets, that many would suggest you are in competition with CBC, complement and provide assurances that CBC is in fact a very important aspect of the broadcasting industry as a whole. I wouldn't want to diminish in any way CBC's role in broadcasting industry, and it concerns me that you have more and more Conservatives feeling bolder on the issue of the demise or predicting or wanting to see the demise of this public broadcasting station, Mr. Speaker. I think that most Canadians will recognize the intrinsic value of it. Most Canadians would acknowledge that we have, whether it's on radio or it's in TV broadcast, or more and more that stronger presence on the internet, recognize that the CBC does have a very important role to play. And as such, that there is an obligation to support CBC, and we do that in terms of budgetary measures, Mr. Speaker. So it's with that, I believe that the government is back onto the right track in dealing with our public broadcaster, and I look forward to many years into the future where we'll have a broadcaster that takes into consideration and supports the industry as a whole in terms of just how important our culture, our heritage is, and ensuring that we have good quality programming, Mr. Speaker. I think it complements the broadcasting industry as a whole by having a strong and healthy public broadcast.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I'm disappointed that we're actually speaking about privatization in the CBC today, I'm very happy to take this opportunity to strongly oppose this bill and to support the continued existence of, and indeed a stronger publicly owned and publicly funded CBC.
Here, here.
Before I really begin, I'll mention that I have a strong history with the CBC. I've done regular spots on CBC radio for many years and have gotten to know many of the fine people who work there. So I do feel that strong connection with the CBC, particularly with CBC Radio. And my comments here today mainly concern CBC Radio and the critical role it provides in both providing a trusted source of news and commentary for Canadians and being a common cultural thread across our country. You know, I represent the riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay. It's a relatively large riding, about 500 kilometers across. It's a series of isolated valleys and intervening mountain ranges. And when I drive across my riding, it is CBC that keeps me informed and entertained over 5 hours and 5 mountain passes. Because of the terrain, I have to regularly change stations to keep in touch. And I have my car radio set up with the buttons starting with Penticton, then switching frequencies at Oliver Osoyoos, then again at Rock Creek, Grand Forks, again at Christina Lake, finally Castlegar Trail, then fading up the Slocan Valley until I have to switch to 900 AM in the cusp on the Arrow Lakes. And just as these stations on my car radio link my trips across South Okanagan, West Kootenay, the CBC links Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And like many Canadians, I have friends in all parts of this country, and they all listen to CBC Radio. My friends on the Cape Shore in Newfoundland listen to CBC Placentia at 94.1. My friends in northern Baffin Island listen to Pond Inlet 105.1. And that's coincidentally the same frequency that my Yukon colleagues at the Arctic Institute on Kluwani Lake tune into using the Destruction Bay repeater. My friend Peter Hamill in Masset on Haida Gwaii, or Greater Masset as he likes to call it, listens to CBC at 103.9. And my Bird Studies Canada colleagues in Long Point on Lake Erie tune into Tilsonburg 88.7, although the signal's a bit sketchy out there on the lake and it's easier to listen into stations from Erie, Pennsylvania. These are not money-making stations or repeater services. They would not survive privatization, and we would lose that unifying voice that the CBC provides. But they give my friends and I a common thread to this country. We used to talk of Peter Zosky's interviews, and in recent years, the wonderful stories of Stuart McLean. And I was deeply moved by the heartfelt tributes in this place when Stuart passed away earlier this year. All of us here and all Canadians lost an important friend who knew what it was to be Canadian, who worked throughout his career to bring us together with his stories and the stories of CBC listeners that he would read on air. During the election campaign in 2015, the CBC came up in every All Candidates forum I attended. People were concerned about cuts to the CBC budget. And when I replied to those concerns that the NDP would restore the CBC's budget, I was greeted with loud applause. It was clearly something the audience fully supported. And the Liberal candidate would stand up and repeat that pledge, as they did with everything the NDP said in that campaign, and get the same strong response from the audience. Mr. Speaker, Canadians overwhelmingly and unequivocally support the CBC. And I'd like to repeat here some of the poll results in recent years regarding the CBC. In 2014, a Nanos research poll found that 72% of Canadians had high trust and confidence in the CBC. 87% of Canadians said they were in favor of increasing or maintaining funding. Only 10% said they wanted to see the broadcaster's funding cut. A 2013 Nanos research poll found that 80% of Canadians believed the CBC plays an important role in strengthening Canadian culture and identity. This poll also found that 80% of Canadians supported increasing or maintaining CBC funding, or maintaining it at its current levels, and only 16% said they would decrease it. Moreover, 57% of Conservative Party supporters said they would increase or maintain CBC funding, while only 37% would decrease it. A 2009 Polaris survey, according to the Friends of Canadian Broadcasting, said 78% of Canadians tune into some form of CBC programming. 76% rate the CBC's performance in fulfilling its mandate as good to excellent. 83% believe the CBC is important in protecting Canadian identity and culture. 74% would like to see the CBC strengthened. 63% believe that the CBC provides value for taxpayers' money. 80% believe the CBC is best suited to provide Canadian programming on television. 74% believe that annual funding to the CBC should be increased. And 54% supported the Commons Heritage Committee recommendation that CBC funding should increase to $40 per Canadian. And 20% believe that $40 per Canadian is too low. And finally, 70% of Canadians believe the CBC should be most responsible for ensuring that Canadian programming continues to be an integral part of Canadian economy and culture. Only 18% favored private broadcasters. And lastly, when asked, assume for a moment that your federal MP asks for your advice on an upcoming vote in the House of Commons on what to do about CBC funding, as we're doing now, 9% of Canadians said they would advise their MP to decrease funding. Only 9%. 30% said they would advise to maintain funding, and 47% said they would advise their MP to increase CBC funding. Now, the member from Saskatoon University actually said, perhaps in jest, that privatizing the CBC would ensure that Canadians can actually participate and own it. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians already own the CBC, and they participate in it every day by the millions. And the CBC is one of the iconic institutions and policies that define Canada, just like universal health care. It celebrates our common culture and gives full voice to our diversity. So while I think that the member from Saskatoon University is introducing this bill to play to a very narrow base of supporters in his Conservative leadership campaign, and I don't think that this chamber is perhaps the right forum for this kind of messaging, and our time would be better spent discussing more relevant issues that are concerned to a broad spectrum of Canadians, I am very happy that this debate gave me the opportunity to speak strongly, unequivocally, in favor of a publicly owned CBC. Our country would be infinitely poorer without it. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am speaking today as the official opposition critic for Canadian Heritage and National Historic Sites. And in that capacity, I, of course, have responsibility for such files as the Canadian Public Broadcaster, the CBC. So let me state clearly from the outset what the Conservative Party position is, as endorsed by our delegates at party conventions. And I read as follows. It says that the CBC, SRC, Society Radio Canada, is an important part of the broadcasting system in Canada. It must be a true public service broadcaster relevant to Canadians. We will focus the CBC SRC services on its mandates as public broadcasting services. That's our party policy. That is our official position as a party. There are times when the CBC strays very, very far from those objectives. We're very fortunate that the CBC is, however, capable of being there. And we need only look at this weekend to see the CBC playing that role properly, whether it be the good coverage we saw of the 100th anniversary of the Canadian victory at Vimy commemorations and the coverage around that. These were very positive. The proper role, I think, of a public broadcaster. I think the drama we're seeing this year, and another recreation introducing what is a Canadian classic and indeed one that has stood the test of time very, very well to a whole new generation of young Canadians and older Canadians too, I have to confess, I think is again fine work, excellent work, and something we can all be proud of, the sort of thing we'd like to see from a public broadcaster. And I'm particularly encouraged to see the story Canada, the story of us, the focus on history. These are the kinds of things a public broadcaster should be doing, telling Canadians their stories about Canadian history, our literature, and the important historical events that have made us what we are today. Sadly, it is all too rare. One hears criticism, for example, in the newspapers these days of this project, Canada, the Story of Us, from a bunch of different perspectives. But if I can put it in a nutshell, what all of those critics are saying is one thing. I don't hear my story there, or I don't see my story there. And does that mean that there's something wrong with the programming that's being shown? I don't think so. I think it's very high quality, and I commend the CBC for doing it. Do I agree with every view expressed? Of course not. History wouldn't be history if we all agreed on it. Of course, we all have different views and perspectives, and that's as it should be, and it's great that debate be stimulated. But in people saying that I don't see my story there, what they are doing is acknowledging what has been a failure of the CBC as a public broadcaster to play exactly that role. The fact is, series like that, Canada, the Story of Us, are too few and far between. And when one occasionally comes along, people necessarily are going to be left out. Stories are going to be left out from what is a magnificent array of Canadian history. And what that shows you is that they haven't been doing their job properly. And that is indeed an important consideration. Is CBC doing the right things that a public broadcaster should do? And that is what our party position is, and that is what I would like to see happening, and that is certainly what we're seeing some good examples of right now, but we have seen too few in the past. Does it make sense for a broadcaster in a public role to be trying cheap reality TV shows, imitations of American programming? I do not think so. That's not the proper function. And at the same time, we have to ask ourselves, does the CBC produce value for the tremendous volume of tax dollars that Canadians give it? Well in excess of $1 billion a year. Are Canadians consuming that? Well, the fact is the numbers show that the eyeballs are dropping. The relevance is declining. The CBC is not playing that role properly. And I put it to you, if that money was focused, if they spent it more sensibly on what would be the true public broadcaster role, I think you would find it would be far more heartening, and they would do a much better job of that. Now, I look at those stories in the Story of Us. I have to confess, even I, a bit of a Canadian history buff, am learning things I didn't know before. And we can all debate the perspectives, but that is what they should be doing. And I know there were journalists who contacted me, with the effort to get that kind of cheap shot that they wanted, because the Prime Minister did an introduction at the outset of the series. And I declined to do that. They wanted me to say it wasn't appropriate. I know my 7-year-old thought it wasn't appropriate. But I said I was heartened to see it, because I commended the CBC for taking the initiative to focus on Canada's history, and I was heartened to see the Prime Minister actually encouraging it, because in his other policies, he's been doing exactly the opposite, turning his back on Canadian history, again, adding to that vacuum in understanding about who we are. We see that most notably with the decisions on the themes of the 150th anniversary of Confederation, which were changed by this government to include 4 themes, all of them merit-worthy, but to exclude history and the story of Confederation itself as permissible themes of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. That was absurd. Fortunately, the public broadcaster, in their wisdom, was wiser than the Prime Minister and is talking about exactly such things in a dramatic fashion. And for this, they are to be commended. But there are other things that we have to trouble ourselves about that we do have legitimate concerns about in terms of the role of the public broadcaster. Again, I don't want to be a TV critic, but it's another stale comedy that's been on the air for decades that folks are kind of tired of. The right way to go? I don't know. Certainly, the most difficult fit for any public broadcaster is that of the public affairs and news broadcasting. For a state broadcaster to be engaged in the news, we look at that in most countries around the world with a lot of skepticism. If the state broadcaster in Russia, in a place like, say, Syria, I suppose, has a state broadcaster, I don't know, but in places like this, we, of course, immediately conclude that it is propaganda. We look at RT, which is a state broadcaster projecting abroad for Russia, clearly propaganda. So there's always, I think, a discomfort when taxpayers' money are used to cover the news. And this controversy goes back some time. You know, the CBC was actually created as the Canadian Radio Broadcasting Commission by the Conservative government of R.B. Bennett. But it wasn't too long before their news role, their public affairs role, began to land them in trouble. Once Mackenzie King was in government, lo and behold, they took decisions, they changed the name to the CBC, took decisions, for example, not to cover the Conservative Leadership Convention. This, of course, attracted a lot of attention. Why? It looked to everybody like a deliberate effort by a state-run broadcaster to diminish attention on the opposition party, the Conservative Party. And that goes back in time. And these kinds of apprehensions and perceptions of bias have been there for a long, long time. And of course, it's not crazy. If you look at any academic study that's been done of journalists over the past 50, 60 years, you will see not too many of them vote Conservative. I don't know why. Seems to be something about who gets drawn into what professions, but that is the case. And I'll bet you that's the case now today. So in those circumstances, you can understand why people are quick to perceive bias and concern. And then, of course, there is that fundamental question with the CBC about value for money. A tremendous amount of money being spent and real questions based on how Canadians are voting and voting with their feet. And then at the Heritage Committee, we've been hearing another criticism of how the public broadcaster is using those massive subsidies of billions of dollars. And that is that as the world is changing, and now we see more and more people going online, the criticism we're hearing from the print journals, the newspapers that are in trouble, from other outlets of radio and television, is that the CBC is using their dominant position and taxpayer subsidy to squeeze everybody else out in the online news universe, attracting the advertising there, using the public subsidy to have an advantage in that news gathering, and then in the process, harming and putting those newspapers out of work. I think that's an important question. Of course, when the Canadian Radio Broadcasting Commission was established, when the CBC was established, nobody contemplated an online role in an online world. Is that an appropriate one for the CBC? So there are some very real questions that we as Conservatives have. But make it clear, make it understood by everyone that the party policy position is that we support a public broadcaster. We would just like CBC to play that role of a genuine public broadcaster, bringing our literature, bringing the theatre of Canada, bringing the music of Canada And I point to what was seen in the past year as one of the rare successes of the CBC, that final broadcast of the Tragically Hip concert from Kingston that ignited the imaginations of a lot of people. These are the kinds of things where Canadians get excited and supportive of a public broadcaster because it is being a public broadcaster. And my urging, if the CBC is to avoid facing an ongoing tide of kind of initiatives such as we are debating right here, to privatize the CBC, to abolish the CBC, they should look very seriously at how they can better play that role of being a genuine public broadcaster and putting on the air fine programming like Canada, The Story of Us, like the Anne miniseries, and like the coverage we saw of Vimy this weekend. CBC at its best, it is capable of doing it. Sadly, it is all too rare. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill this morning. And like my colleague, when I was asked to speak to this bill, I decided, well, I need to go to our policy and see whether this is something I can support or not. And I actually came to the opposite conclusion of him, and I guess I'll read again the part he read, that we believe that the CBC SRC is an important part of the broadcasting system in Canada. I think that's true. It plays a major role in Canada across the country, but it says it must be a true public service broadcaster. Mr. Speaker, when I read that, I thought, what is this specifically talking about? Public service broadcaster. It doesn't say publicly owned broadcaster. It says a public service broadcaster. And we've had some comment earlier about, what does this imply? Does it mean it should be covering emergency services? It should be covering cultural events, as my as a colleague just spoke about? Is it about public information? I don't know that it says there that it has to be a publicly owned, publicly taxpayer-funded regular broadcaster. That's not how I read that, Mr. Speaker. And it says it needs to be relevant to Canadians. As we've heard in the debate here in the House, both from the Liberal side and our side, that there is some concern about whether the CBC actually is that relevant to Canadians and how relevant that it really is. And so I want to talk a little bit this morning. And I guess, Mr. Speaker, what could be more public or what could show the public support for a broadcaster more than having private shares issues, having the public decide if they want to support it or not, and those Canadians who want to step forward then can put their money where they want it to be, they can support it, and it would certainly be a test of whether the CBC has the support of the public or not if this bill was successfully passed. So I'm here to speak to Bill C-308. My colleague from Saskatoon University has brought it forward. It's going to discuss CBC and its potential future, but I want to talk a little bit about the history of the CBC as well. It's been covered a little bit here, but during the 1920s in Canada, there were a number of private media outlets that were being set up, particularly radio stations across Canada. And actually, it's my understanding that the Canadian National Railways was one of those companies that was establishing media outlets across Canada. They had put a radio network in. They had stations in Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, Moncton, Vancouver. So they covered things like concerts and comic opera, school broadcast, historical drama, the kinds of things my colleague just talked about. And there was not at that time, not a full national program that was developed, but it was coming along. There was a Royal Commission on Radio Broadcasting appointed by Mackenzie King in 1928 under the chairmanship of John Aird. I guess the concern was that some of the private Canadian stations were falling into U.S. hands, and the BBC was also being held up as an example. And so there were those who felt that broadcasting, private broadcasting in Canada could not provide an adequate Canadian alternative to the United States. It's just interesting that we're almost 100 years later and we're still hearing some of those same discussions, those same arguments. The private CNR radio stations, other private broadcasting was seen as to be not enough to stop the idea that public ownership of media was important. There was a feeling that amongst some that the taxpayer needed to contribute to this media as well. The moving force within the Aird Commission was Charles Bowman, who was actually editor of the Ottawa Citizen at the time, and he was one of the people who argued that public ownership of broadcasting was necessary to protect Canadians against the American penetration. It'd be very interesting to kind of understand a little bit more of the politics that would have been revolving around those decisions at that time as well. In 1929, just before the stock market crashed, the Aird Commission presented its report, and it recommended the creation of a national broadcasting company, and they saw it as being set up as a public utility, but it would be funded by the taxpayer and then would have a responsibility, as they put it, for fostering a national spirit and interpreting national citizenship. Specifically, actually, Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting. It called for the elimination of private media stations. They said they didn't want any private stations at all. They thought they should be compensated but removed from the networks. That obviously, when the stock market crashed, that changed a number of things. It took a while for CBC Radio Canada to be set up, but it was established as a Crown Corporation in 1936. And while it may have had a mandate to foster national spirit right from the start, it's always been controversial. My colleague just talked about some of the early controversy even about that. I guess the questions Canadians asked then and they ask now is, do Canadians need a taxpayer-funded broadcaster? We've heard for many years there's an argument that the CBC was necessary because Canadians did not have direct media service. And Mr. Speaker, I come from probably one of the most least populated areas of the country. But I think actually that argument only holds true as new technology is being introduced and as it takes time to spread across the country. And I'd like to use a couple examples. There was radio service across Canada in the 20s and 30s and 40s. And as TV developed, obviously it took a while longer for TV to get into the rural areas. But wouldn't it have been a better argument at the time to actually spend taxpayers' money to provide the hard infrastructure, so that the things like the towers and the opportunity so that people in rural communities actually had the infrastructure in order to carry those signals, rather than having control of the content, which is what the argument was about the CBC. Our first TV station was the CBC in the early 1960s, and CTV followed a few years later, and it was interesting, so did stations from Montana. So even we were served by 5 national broadcasters in the southwest corner of Saskatchewan in what many would have considered the back of beyond. And I remember CBC in those days. Hockey Night in Canada was one of the first kind of programs that I remember watching on a black and white TV, and you had to get fairly close to it. You couldn't see the puck. You could just see these grainy figures moving around. In those days, I was actually a Montreal Canadiens fan, and that was it kind of over the years, there's a whole pile of other teams, and it kind of got diluted, but obviously the Montreal Canadiens, the Toronto Maple Leafs, Bobby Orr and the Boston Bruins were all people that we watched on Hockey Night in Canada. There are other things like Bonanza and Red Skelton that came up from the States, and we thought they were great entertainment or whatever. Front Page Challenge was another one that people watched. I think it was Sunday nights, right? People sat in front of the TV and watched Front Page Challenge. But times changed, and other networks were developing with private money. The CBC lost its uniqueness long before Front Page Challenge went off the air, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, as other commercial alternatives developed. So even in our part of the world, as I mentioned, we had 3 U.S. networks, CBC and CTV, and certainly there was nothing, I think, that we saw that was unique about the CBC. It was mostly the same types of shows, same types of news, just maybe at different times. Hockey Night in Canada stood out as one thing that was unique, as I mentioned. But even a new CTV without the subsidy was able to develop, go head-to-head CBC with its taxpayer assistance. And I guess, from my conservative viewpoint or whatever, I think what a shame that a company's trying to have to develop has to compete directly with taxpayers' money. And on the other flip side of it, the taxpayers were stuck paying for the development of a structure that was being duplicated commercially. It was just, from my perspective, Mr. Speaker, a lot of wasted money. The opportunity for change came and went without adaptation and guaranteeing that CBC would become more and more irrelevant. The CBC and its supporters have always tried to convince Canadians that it's some sort of national institution, but practically it never has been. The only thing that's made it national is that taxpayers across this country have been stuck paying the bill. And I guess the notion that it provides some sort of unbiased Canadian content is disproven even as recently as I think last week, when 2 provinces were already taking great exception to this latest history project that's going on. The second example, I guess, of this failure, I would think, was evident yesterday. I went on the online website, and amongst dozens of headlines on there, I couldn't find one, not one, Mr. Speaker, that was critical in any way of the present government. Now, that seems to be quite a change from a couple of years ago. There was not a single critical headline on their website, in spite of the fact we have a government that's mired in corruption, following a budget that has been universally panned, and in the midst of an attempt to unilaterally change the rules in the national legislature. Now, I don't know where all of their investigative reporters went to. Perhaps they've left, but I doubt it. I think it's just that they actually can't find anything to criticize. I had a constituent call me a couple of weeks ago, disgusted by some of the content he saw on TV early in the evening. At 8 o'clock at night, his 7-year-old son was with him, and he said that was completely inappropriate content for young people. and contacted the CBC, and they actually told him, well, actually, you didn't watch it. It isn't shown at that time of night. So what you thought you saw, you didn't see. That was their way of dealing with his complaint about content. And so, you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the CBC is actually listening to Canadians at all. The second establishment of the CBC meant right from the beginning that the taxpayers were paying the bill. And right from the beginning, I would argue the cost was just too high to be justified. It still is in this day of media expansion. Let's talk about the taxpayers. We sit here with 100 or 200 TV channels on most of our televisions. We have 1,000 or 2,000 internet channels, Mr. Speaker. We have instant news from all over the world. We have movies and videos from dozens of sources. We have cable TV with the capacity to charge for what people use, but burdened with having to carry unpopular, subsidized channels. And we have private companies delivering professional production and news services who are paying their own way. In the middle of all this, Mr. Speaker, a $1 billion plus annual bill to the taxpayer for a provider that no longer provides anything that is unique, and a provider that many Canadians believe fails to provide a balanced and comprehensive view of issues. If you take a look at the mandate, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that they're not successfully addressing that. And we've had a number, Mr. Speaker, I see my time's already up, and so I would be glad to conclude. Mr. Speaker, I believe it's unnecessary that the CBC be supported by government intervention in order for it to continue to exist. This should have been done decades ago. The taxpayer has borne the burden for many years longer than it should have. It's time to make this a commercial entity. Let it compete directly with its competitors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. There being none, we'll invite the honourable member for Saskatoon University for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all my gracious colleagues, both for the ones who will be voting in favour of this bill and for the ones who will not be, for providing their insights, for providing their viewpoints, and for being of assistance in this debate. Let me go through very quickly a few of the major points I've made in this, and then close with an appeal, particularly to my fellow Conservative MPs. This bill does not propose to do away with the CBC. We need to understand the CBC will exist. It will just not exist as a government-subsidized corporation. The CBC can exist. Other broadcasters exist. Other radio networks exist. What this does is it privatizes it and relieves the taxpayers of the burden of subsidizing this. This bill does not seek to deprive Canadians of necessary services. In fact, as my honourable colleague has pointed out, most of these necessary services can be provided with other ways. One of my colleagues was speaking earlier, pointing out development of Canadian content can be done in a myriad of different ways. So this bill will not eliminate the development of Canadian content. Many of the things, the most beloved program in CBC history, Hockey Night in Canada, is done through other ways. What this bill will do, however, is change the CBC from an entity that is supported by the taxpayers and not responsible to the taxpayers, to being one of many diverse Canadian voices. I've taken measures in this legislation to actually provide protection to make sure this would still be a Canadian corporation. Future governments, future parliamentarians may wish to change that. But I've done that to try to make sure and calm and assuage some of the concerns. I'll close this debate here in my summary by pointing out a few reasons why I've done this. I'm very much aware, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation is unlikely to pass through the House, be it for a variety of reasons. But I remember back when the original debate was kicked off on the Wheat Board. It wasn't passed through with one government. Conservative MPs, philosophically free enterprise members of Parliament, got involved and began to talk about it. The Marunia administration philosophically should have done it, just as the previous Harper administration philosophically should have been prepared to privatize the CBC. But somebody needed to take the first steps to get things going. Somebody needed to take the first steps to open the debate, to break the taboo around discussing the subject. And that is one of the reasons that I'm trying to do this. People talk about how CBC brings us together, how it does various things all across the country. That may be back, and I don't share that view, but for those who argued it, that was back in the 2 or 3 channel universe with one national radio program. That has completely changed. It has moved on and it is gone. What we need to do is discuss as government members, as members of the House of Commons, is what is the essential and useful function of government. If we are to argue as Conservative MPs for tax cuts, for limited government, we cannot spend $1 billion on things like this. So I understand there may be issues, particular things, small things that people may want for the CBC. But that shouldn't prevent members from actually voting for this at second reading. If you believe the radio portion of CBC should continue, move amendments at committee to sever the two. That can be done. What I'm asking for today is members to endorse this bill, to have a vote so that we can discuss the principle of restructuring the CBC and making it private. My preference is private across the board. But if we do not move and support on this in principle, we will not be able to go for it. Again, I do not see the CBC as representative of all Canadians. I do not see it as good for the taxpayers. That's why I'm calling on members of Parliament to support my motion to open the debate, to move forward, and to move into the modern era. I thank all members for their support, and I appreciate their votes and their input in the future. Thank you very much.
The question is as follows. Mr. Trost, seconded by Mr. Viersen, moved that Bill C-308, an act to provide for the incorporation of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Yea. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to an order made on Monday, April the 3rd, 2017, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And in that we're not quite at the top of the hour, this House stands suspended until 12 noon. Order. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Debated second reading of Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act.
Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate, the Honourable Member for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise in the House today, acknowledging we are gathered on traditional Algonquin territory, but as we begin the second reading debate on C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, or YESA. I would like to begin by highlighting the tireless efforts of my colleague, the Honourable Member for the Yukon. Without all of his hard work with and on behalf of his constituents, we would not be where we are today on this critical legislation for Yukon. The government believes that a sustainably developed resource sector is essential to the success of the Canadian economy, and if we get this right, will serve as an important foundation for future economic and job growth. But unlocking this economic potential must be contingent on environmental sustainability and on impacted Indigenous communities being engaged as equal partners. This is not only an Indigenous issue, but one that all Yukoners are extremely concerned about. Notre gouvernement
Our government is determined to renew the relationship between the Crown and the Aboriginal peoples of Canada, a relationship founded on rights recognition, respect, cooperation, and partnership.
This is not just a moral obligation, but a legal one, particularly in regions like the Yukon, which are subject to comprehensive land claim agreements and self-government agreements. Yukon is an inspiration to the rest of Canada, with so many self-governing nations and with us needing more and more First Nations to get out from under the Indian Act and become self-governing. It's very important that the work we do together in partnership is well communicated to all Canadians as an example of how things can be when we get it right. The YESA, as members may know, was passed in 2003 and stems from the umbrella final agreement between Canada, Yukon First Nations, and the Government of Yukon. As required under the umbrella final agreement, a 5-year review of the YESA was launched under the previous government, resulting in 76 recommendations, 72 of which were agreed to by all parties. Unfortunately, despite spending years working with Yukon First Nations on a comprehensive review of YESA, the previous government added 4 further controversial changes at the end and pushed them through absent meaningful consultation. Cette approche mal avisée.
This ill-advised approach led to many unhelpful lawsuits between several independent First Nations and the federal government over the previous bill. It also compromised the potential use of resources by destabilizing legal certainty.
By contrast, after months of discussions, Canada, Yukon governments, and Yukon First Nations signed an MOU last April that outlined mutually agreed upon steps towards addressing the First Nations' concerns with respect to the changes to YESA made in previous Bill S6. Bill C-17 is an example of what can be achieved when government works in partnership with Indigenous communities at the very beginning of proposed changes. Yukon First Nations were consulted from the very beginning, including on the draft legislative proposal. As a direct result of this bill's collaborative origin, the Yukon First Nations pursuing related legal action have adjourned their hearing dates while this bill proceeds. This bill will reestablish trust with Yukon First Nations and restore legal certainty for responsible resource development, paving the way for increased investment, development, and jobs. Le projet de loi déposé à la Chambre des communes.
The bill tabled in the House on June 8, 2016, proposes to repeal 4 of YESA's most concerning provisions. They include
legislated time limits on the review process, exempting a project from reassessment when an authorization is renewed or amended unless there has been a significant change to the project, ability for the federal minister to provide binding policy direction to the board, and ability to delegate the federal minister's powers, duties, or functions under the Act to the territorial government. With respect to the legislated time limits on the review process, the government believes that the more appropriate and consistent approach is to adhere to the timelines in the board's current rules that have historically matched or exceeded the limits under the S6 amendments. Le gouvernement du Canada croit que les...
The Government of Canada believes that the resource development industry, Aboriginal communities, and other governments should try to reach a consensus.
Canada, Yukon, self-governing Yukon First Nations, and industry have agreed to continue to work in collaboration through the regulatory process to establish practical timelines. In terms of reassessments, the need to evaluate projects requesting renewals or amendments is best determined on a case-by-case basis and informed by the clear policy guidelines created by the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Board. The board is best positioned to work in partnership with industry, First Nations, and Yukoners to develop new policies where required to address project changes. Yukon First Nations are also strongly opposed to the idea that the minister could give binding policy direction to the board, as they feel this is inconsistent with the umbrella final agreement and jeopardizes the independence of the board, and we agree. Moreover, the current wording of the provision allowing me, as minister, to delegate any or all of my powers, duties, or functions under YESA to the territorial minister may also be inconsistent with the umbrella final agreement. We do not support the pursuit of a unilateral or bilateral delegating authority, as it is not in accordance with our commitment to build respectful nation-to-nation relationships with First Nations based on partnership, collaboration, and trust. Mr. Speaker, when I was in the Yukon last month and had the opportunity to listen to Yukon First Nations and the representatives of the territorial government, I came to understand that this bill truly represents a consensus. I also recently received a joint letter from the Council of Yukon First Nations, the Yukon government, and the Yukon Chamber of Mines, confirming their support for Bill C-17 in its current form. In that March 13th, 2017 joint letter, they state clearly, the Government of Yukon, self-governing First Nations, the Council of Yukon First Nations, and the Yukon Chamber of Mines look forward to seeing Bill C-17 passed without change as soon as possible. It went on to say, your support for the passage of Bill C-17 assures us that the Government of Canada is generally committed to rest the relationship between Canada, Yukon, and Yukon First Nations. Lorsque les droits
Once Aboriginal rights and titles have been recognized, once the land and water have been protected, and once true partnerships have been forged between local communities and Aboriginals, resource development projects will move forward. They will move forward more quickly and on a more solid legal footing.
All members to support this bill.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm actually rising on a point of order, and I'm asking for your patience here. This is regarding what transpired on Friday. And, you know, I stayed here this weekend, and you know, what transpired on Friday really caught my attention on, you know, I'm a relatively new member of Parliament. I've been here for almost 3 years, but still you learn something every day. And I had the opportunity to see some things on Friday that concerned me as a relative newcomer. And I really spent the weekend going through some of the things that I thought we needed to address. And I'm asking for the House's and my honourable members' patience. I would just like to go over some things that I think are worthwhile to be additional submissions to the question of privilege that was brought up by the honourable member of Perth and Wellington. I want to go back over the background of the issue.
Order. I thank the honourable member for his comments on the matter. It's apparent to me in looking at the circumstances that unfolded on Friday, the Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker took a decision at that time that was very clear in the sense that sufficient commentary had been provided. There were many constructive comments on the topic that was before the House and that had been raised by honourable members. But at the conclusion of debate of that day, the Assistant Deputy Speaker did make a decision that sufficient information had been heard that would allow the Speaker to render his decision on the question. And so at this point, we're not going to take further commentary on the matter. The Speaker is seized with the question, and we'll be deliberating it in the short time ahead, and we'll get back to the House in due course. So we'll continue with questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, once the Yukon government, federal government, and First Nations have concluded their agreement on a new process for reassessment and timelines, how will it integrate into the new YESEB Act? Does it require amendments to the Act? And what is the process for such, and how long will this take?
The honourable member, Minister for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
We believe that this bill will indeed reverse the irritants that were present in the previous bill, and that this will be able to be implemented right away as the Yukoners have asked.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her speech. I think it's always better to work together in partnership with First Nations, and this bill is a great example of that. I'd like to know, actually I have a very simple question, Mr. Speaker.
Working with other parties in this chamber to get this legislation passed sooner rather than later.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his excellent question, because this is exactly what Yukoners want. They want this done as quickly as possible. There's unbelievable consensus, and I think for us to let this chamber know that this is what can happen when you actually start at the beginning co-developing legislation and then have the buy-in as we have now, even with the Chamber of Mines. There's no reason to hold this back, and I would entertain any collaboration that we could have from all parties to move this through as quickly as possible with the consensus of the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, I was honored to be part of the government that put through Bill S6, and it's disappointing to see this new government repealing a lot of those decisions that we felt were beneficial to the economic development of Yukon. Now, one of the biggest issues that we were able to address was the timelines in terms of approvals, which was something that was really stymieing economic development and to get these infrastructure projects moving forward. It is my understanding that sections of the Act related to timelines and reassessment have been used about 90 times since coming into force in 2015. Can the Minister please provide me with a list of decisions and who those proponents were?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for the question, and I would tend to disagree that although the previous Yukon government and the previous federal government thought these amendments were a good thing, that it was totally against what had been suggested and agreed upon by First Nations in Yukon, and has really hindered the approach that was working well with YESA and with the regulations that now are being worked on timelines. And I would be more than happy to get the details that the member has asked for, but I think that this is exactly why the previous government was on a wrong path, that you cannot do this top-down with the government deciding what they think is best for the economy or what they think is best for First Nations, when you actually have people on the ground, including the Chamber of Mines, the territorial government, and the federal government, respecting a process that allows those decisions to be made by the board, with everyone there, rather than being interfered with by a federal minister.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
I just wanted to comment on the two questions as well from the Conservatives. The first question was very good. When the three governments come to an agreement on what it should be, how is it implemented? And there's just 4 items that need to be changed. There were 72 agreed to, and this Act just changes those 4 items, and this is the way it's implemented. So as soon as it's given royal assent, then those changes that the 3 governments agreed to will be. On the other one, related to timelines, 2 points. One is, first of all the timelines that were proposed are already being met. YESA has a very good record on timelines. But second of all, through the changes that were agreed to, there are now timelines in the committee, in the YESA board rules. They've been gazetted, so there are, through regulations, a set of timelines already.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous, the Honourable Member of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for his encyclopedic understanding of the importance of this bill and getting it through as quickly as possible. And what unfortunately, the Yukon had previously a very good record in terms of certainty for projects, and that this is what businesses need. They just need to know what the rules are and be able to see the track record of this arm's length process, not interfered with politically, and that gives certainty, and that allows companies to know that the environment will be diligently assessed, and then companies feel confident that they want to invest in a region.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that C-17 does is that it repeals some disturbing provisions that were in the previous bill. One of them, the time limits that were imposed. I'd like a comment from the Minister on this one. I think one needs to not only consider the fact that the previous bill unilaterally changed the umbrella agreement, and that in itself is unconstitutional in my view, but also imposing time limits on constitutional rights is problematic as well. I'd like comment from the Minister. Very good point.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
And I thank the member for the question, because the Government of Canada believes that that resource industry proponents, Indigenous communities, and government should all strive towards consensus. And it's important to note that the consensus between the Yukon government, Yukon First Nations, and the Yukon Chamber of Mines that this bill should be passed without change as soon as possible. This is exactly as the member suggested, so that Canada, Yukon, self-governing Yukon First Nations and industry will continue to work in collaboration through the regulatory process to establish practical guidelines. It should also be noted that the project approvals through the board before these legislative time limits were imposed through legislation were already proceeding within these timelines, and it is always better to do these things with consensus.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to the Minister, I wonder if she could let us know when the 4 sections of the Act are repealed, what happens to applications that have been based on reassessment or timelines that are presently before the board? And will there be a transitionary period, or is it just going to be tossed out and the application has to begin with a new environmental assessment application?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
I thank the member for the question and to reassure him that the projects will go back to the original process before S6 was imposed.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not so much a question as a thank you. S6 was really distressing to see it pushed through the House. I'm glad to see the original process is back in place to respect the long-standing treaty negotiations with Indigenous peoples in the territories. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Well, I thank the member for her thank you, and also for her ongoing work in understanding this balance that's required in going forward in terms of the environment, the economy, but the rights of Indigenous people in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government made the North a priority by launching a comprehensive Northern strategy focused on sovereignty, the environment, the economy, and governance. Our introduction of Bill S6 was just one of the major pieces of legislation we put forward in order to empower the territories in all 4 areas. Despite devolution of resource management to the Yukon in 2003, the federal government remained responsible for environmental regulations in the region under the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act. Under this act, 11 of the 14 Yukon First Nations have negotiated individual land claims and self-governing arrangements. After the legislative 5-year review, it was clear that we could improve the legislation for the benefit of the Yukon. Introduce legislated time limits for assessment consistent with other federal environmental assessment legislation in order not to stall economic growth with the unnecessary red tape and regulations. Provided the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development with the authority to provide binding policy direction to the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Board, to equip the Government of Canada to communicate expectations on matters such as board conduct, the use of new technology, and fulfillment of roles and responsibilities related to Aboriginal consultation. Also, allowed for board members' terms to be extended for the purpose of completing a screening or review to both quorum and continuity. Enable the Government of Canada to develop cost recovery regulations so that the costs incurred for public reviews are borne by the proponents of development projects and not the taxpayer, and reduce regulatory burdens by clarifying that a project needs not undergo another assessment when a project authorization is to be renewed or amended unless, in the opinion of the decision body or bodies, there is significant change to the project. When the previous Premier of the Yukon, Darryl Pawlowski, spoke in front of the committee about this bill, he mentioned that this was about evening the playing field. Yukon had a different, less competitive regulatory regime, and that was costing Yukoners desperately needed jobs. The lack of development was also stopping the Yukon from developing its untapped potential and offering jobs to those who need an opportunity. The largest provider of jobs in the Yukon right now is the territorial government. Second is the resource industry, which provides good-paying jobs to Yukoners from across the territory. Thousands of these employees are Indigenous people. The Trudeau Liberals talk a big game when it comes to supporting Canada's Indigenous people, but how does the government expect to provide economic opportunity for these communities to grow when they continually put up barriers instead of opening up opportunities like they promised? You know, for example, mining in particular is the key to wealth for many First Nation groups. Whether it's gold, copper, or some other mineral, mining doesn't happen unless a company can negotiate an agreement with First Nations who have treaty rights to the land. Bill C-17 is just another example of the difference between the previous Conservative government that empowered Northerners and the current Liberal government, which is obsessed with taking power away from the territories and bringing in countless regulations to stifle economic opportunity and growth. Bill C-17 is a step back in the progress that has been made for resource development in the Yukon. It seeks to expand governmental regulations and stifle growth. These unnecessary regulations will impede private sector investment and pose further threats to the jobs and the economic development in the region. The initial goal of the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act was to establish a single development assessment process for projects on all federal, territorial, and First Nations land in the Yukon. We did that and improved upon it. The Liberal government seems intent on doing all the good work we did. BC-17 flies in the face of economic development and diversification by generating more government red tape and extra regulations that deter private investment. In a time of global economic uncertainty, the Liberal government continues to increase deficits and give money to everyone who has their hands out, rather than eliminating barriers to investment to improve the economy. Bill C-17 puts the people of the Yukon at a competitive disadvantage with the rest of Canada for private investment. As industry is dissuaded from resource exploration in the region by an uncertain review process and a seemingly endless amount of bureaucratic reassessment. This unlimited environmental review process and perpetual reassessment calls into question the Liberals' plan for a larger pan-Canadian environmental process review. Do the Liberals want to remove timelines in the rest of Canada too? Did they even consider regulatory consistency across the country when writing this bill? At a time when the government should be focusing on stabilizing the economy, the Liberals continue to dole out money in their sunny ways delirium and feverishly build barriers to private investment in Canada, particularly in our northern regions. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some of those barriers. The carbon tax. A carbon tax is a tax on everything. The Trudeau government does not seem to understand that the northern economy relies...
Order. Order. Just a brief reminder to the honourable member. I didn't stop him at the first instance of that, but he'll recall that we don't use the names of other honourable members in the House. We can refer to them by their title or by their riding name, but not using the name of the individuals or members in the House in that manner. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you. Okay, the territories have already become a leader in a climate change adaptation because of the frontline impact they have already had to experience. It is the responsibility to now ask them to do more when our northern communities are facing many economic and environmental challenges. According to the Mining Association of Canada, a typical Canadian mine spends about 30% of its annual budget on energy, and that the impact of the federal carbon price will hit northern mines the hardest. For these northern mines, their sole source of power is from fossil fuels. And let us not forget the thousands of pounds of resources that must be flown in order to just start operations on these mines. Mr. Speaker, with the election of Donald Trump south of the border, this means that the mining operations in places like Alaska and Montana will not be paying an uncompetitive carbon tax, but instead driving from a lower tax agenda. How can we expect to help the economy if we bring an uncompetitive carbon tax that simply encourages mining companies to take investment and jobs outside of Canada? I should note that we have some of the strictest environmental regulations in the world. Let's talk about the oil and gas moratorium. Just a number of weeks ago, the Premier of the Northwest Territories, Bob McLeod, told the Arctic Oil and Gas Symposium that the 5-year ban on Arctic drilling in the Beaufort Sea has created a no-win situation for his territory's plans to develop a strong resource economy. The same has happened all across the Canadian North. For years, our Northern Territories have negotiated in good faith to have the power to make their own decisions when it comes to their natural resources, and the Prime Minister has failed on his promise to be a partner of our northern communities. Instead, he has forced an agreement upon them that will leave hundreds of billions of dollars of oil and gas in the ground and thousands of potential good-paying jobs off the table. The mining industry is at the heart of the economic opportunity for many residents in the north. The majority of projects requests that will be tied up, slowed down, and ultimately ruined by this legislation, and will impact investment in this industry. The suggestion that such a policy will benefit the Yukon reveals just how out of touch the Liberals are from our northern communities. C-17 is taking away northern independence. The Liberal promise to simply repeal the controversial sections of Bill S6 is another example of how they made promises without any consideration for the consequences. There could have been an opportunity to find a solution that addressed everyone's concerns while still supporting economic development in the Yukon. But instead, the Liberals are using a blunt instrument of repeal. The people of the Yukon have the right to determine their own policies on natural resource development rather than having a federal government restrict their opportunities for economic development. The Liberal government is shutting out the potential for many jobs in the natural resource sector that could be created from diverse private investment in the Yukon and all of Canada's northern regions. Bill C-17 introduces uncertainty into the resource development review process that will undermine economic opportunities for all Yukoners, as well as create uncertainty for the rest of Canada about whether this will form the basis of the Liberal approach in the future. C-17 is detrimental to the independence of our northern communities, as it takes the devolution of regulatory power away from the territorial government, as was introduced by S6, and returns it to the hands of the federal minister. The Liberal minister from Toronto cannot know the realities on this ground like the people who live it every day. The power of Yukoners to decide what is best for their economy is being taken away and dictated by Ottawa. Canada is a country rich in natural resources, and these resources can be greatly contribute to the country's economy and the economy of the Yukon, increasing opportunities for all Canadians. Such avenues for development should especially be pursued in the current economic climate, but the Liberals would rather create additional levels of bureaucracy and an uncertain future to the detriment of all Canadians. Now we have uncertainty in the review process. By introducing a limitless environmental review process and mandating continued project reassessment, the Liberals are sending a clear message that they will not support resource development in Canada's north. The removal of time limits and the option for exempting renewals, on the other hand, fits well with the ongoing narrative that the Liberals are introducing unnecessary delays and uncertainty into our regulatory process. Additionally, we can make the point that this change puts the Yukon at a competitive disadvantage with the rest of Canada for attracting private investment. Private companies will take their investments elsewhere, and people of the Yukon will not be able to experience the benefits of an expanding economy. While the Liberals continue their spending spree and ignoring the ballooning deficit, this problem will only be increased as the Liberals create increasing uncertainty throughout the country with regards to the review process, sending a clear message to the industry that Canada is not interested in pursuing natural development. This will have an impact on the economy. The economy in the north is suffering enough as it is. We do not need the Liberals chasing away investment. Jobs are getting harder to come by in the north, and instead of encouraging investment in resource development and creating more jobs, the Liberals are developing a larger bureaucracy and eliminating opportunity. The Trudeau government is so caught up in their own concerns for expanding the environmental bureaucracy that they have forgotten the people of the Yukon who are struggling just to make ends meet because of a bad economy. The Liberals are stacking the deck against hardworking Canadians who are trying to provide for their families. Mr. Speaker, according to Statistics Canada annual estimates of mineral productions, Yukon Territory has seen a decline of the dollar amount from mining activities for all but one of the past 6 years. Since 2012, the amount of money brought into the territories from mining production has decreased by a staggering 25%. By increasing the barriers of entry, by putting not a firm end date on environmental assessment, and through increasing operation costs with their carbon tax grant scheme, it is clear that the Liberals do not care about the economic future of the Yukon. If the decline in the actual value of minerals does not raise alarms about the negative impacts of these policies, a more staggering fact is the extreme decline in new investment. Since the Liberals took power just 2 years ago, StatsCan reported that the actual investment in the mining in the Yukon has decreased by over 42%, or equivalent of $90 million. Bill C-17 is also an example of the Liberals thinking they know best for the territories. The people of the Yukon should be the ones to decide whether extra environmental regulations are necessary, as it is their economy that is being affected. In the Yukon, one of the biggest problems is the fact that so many residents rely on the government to provide employment instead of a strong private sector. The fact that the Liberals are putting up so many barriers for private sector investment, private sector job creation, with a bill like C-17 seems like a personal attack on those trying to find jobs in the Yukon. This bill, along with the carbon tax scheme that the Liberals are forcing onto the provinces and territories, look as if the government has a vendetta against any economic growth in the north. Mr. Speaker, I went to the Yukon to meet with stakeholders about this bill. They weren't impressed. One of the reasons they weren't impressed is because the Yukon mining industry is struggling to survive. Although mining has always represented a huge share of the Yukon's economy in the recent years, there has been a steep decline in the amount of open mines. This has taken millions out of the economy and thousands of jobs. As of today, there is only one mine open and producing in the Yukon, the Minto Copper Mine. I visited the mine with my colleague, MP for Lakeland, to get a tour of the operation and was told that their operation is heavily dependent on the price of copper. With such low prices, the future is always uncertain. Adding more red tape to a struggling operation is not going to help anyone. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Conservative Party's vision has been to streamline and harmonize regulatory regimes across Canada in order to promote investment confidence, provide consistency and transparency, and increasing efficiency in regulatory regimes. The economy of the Yukon and all of the North needs more development and investments, and it needs to be put back in the hands of the people who understand it best. To think otherwise would be ignorant. Canada cannot continue on this uncertain path of unnecessary bureaucratic red tape that only serves to turn away private investment and cut jobs. The North, so rich in natural resources and human resources, has the potential to be a powerhouse of the industry in this country. But the Liberals want to keep resources in the ground and deny economic opportunity to millions of Canadians. Bill C-17 is a knife in the heart of the northern economy and just one example of how the Liberals are taking away any provincial self-determination, creating uncertainty in regulations and continually desecrating Canada's economic well-being. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member of Red Deer Mountain View, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Social Economic Assessment Act and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a second time, but that order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Urdiga, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following: that Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act and to make consequential amendment to another act, be not now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The motion for the amendment is admissible. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to try and quickly make a few points as to how the comments on how the number of things the member said in his speech are either incorrect or actually do not support his amendment. First of all, a number of times he importantly said that the people of the Yukon should decide. And that's exactly what this bill is about. When the previous government imposed 4 major conditions without consulting the people of the Yukon, without allowing them to negotiate, the economic development people in the Yukon, the First Nations, there was 2 huge gatherings of the public in contravention so they could make their own decisions, and that's what this bill is all about. I'm glad he talked about Northern Strategy because the government's right in the process of developing one from the bottom up, an Arctic policy framework, working with leaders in the North. He mentioned a few things that were agreed to in the bill. There were 72 things agreed to. So some of those things he mentioned as problems are not problems because they're already agreed to, and we're not touching those. He made an assessment that about reassessments. Through some of those changes, there's been changes to the regulations that now allow that in certain conditions, on the appropriate conditions, reassessments won't have to be done. He talked about mining is at the heart of the northern economic development, and there's barriers. And that's exactly another very important point, because what this bill does is it removes the uncertainty, it takes away the barriers. Investment is down, he talked about, and that's exactly why we want to change this. So investment goes up, although he also made a good point, it's partly because of world metal prices. And finally, related to mining, he talked about mining. I don't have time to read them all, but I have later on, somewhere else in the debate, I have 2 letters from Mines and a letter from the Chamber of Mines that says the Government of Yukon, Self-Governing First Nations, Council of Yukon First Nations, and the Yukon Chamber of Mines look forward to see Bill C-17 passed without change as soon as possible. So all his references to mining wanted to go ahead. This is exactly what mining wants, is C-17 passed.
Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, there's a real big challenge out there when it comes to investment in our resource industry. As we add more regulations, more red tape, there's a challenge. You know, when industry wants to invest, they're looking at a lot of things. They're looking at the tax load, whether it's federal, whether it's a territorial. That's a big, huge factor. Now, adding on a carbon tax, and we have uncertainty about the reassessment and taking out time limits. That's pushing it to the edge where investment is not worth it. I mean, how long will it take? Will the environmental review, would it be 1 year, 5 years? We don't know. And that's why timelines are important. It instills confidence within the industry. There's confidence that, yes, it's going to take this long to do. We're going to invest this amount of dollars for the assessment. But now we're looking at, after that, say they do get approval and they start their operation. And now there's a challenge now. What will the reassessment look like? We just invested, for example, we've invested $100 million in this operation, and now a reassessment comes up. And what if they don't meet the targets that were put out before them? They lost their investment because the reassessment says no, because of climate change or whatever reason it may be. Now there's that huge factor that maybe won't be operational in 5 years because of the reassessment. You know, it's just really sad. If there's no changes to the operation, I don't believe it's helpful to do a reassessment again on an operation that is exactly the same. And now with the C-17, the possibility of reassessment after reassessment will be a negative impact for people who want to invest in the resource industry in the north. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi, Beijing, Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake for his speech. I'm kind of intrigued by the presentation in a way that, Mr. Speaker, I come from a region where there is an environmental assessment and review process that's pretty complex under the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. A lot of people have argued in the past that this process is an impediment to development in the territory. Well, Mr. Speaker, after 40 years with that process in place, if there's one place in this country where development is going well, it's in the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement area. And I think that is the objective of any environmental assessment process, Mr. Speaker. I think that when developers arrive in a territory and they know the rules of the game, they know the rules under legislation and environmental assessment, that's what helps development in any given territory. And that is what forges partnerships with Indigenous peoples. I want my friend to comment on this.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Well, I thank you for the member's question. As a former businessman, I always look for certainty. If I was going to invest somewhere, I always looked at where is the best place to invest. What are the risks? And rules are very important. I mean, look at for example, the Liberals like to have time allocations to limited bait. But when it comes to the Yukon the SF board, they want to remove all limits. So they're not really following their own advice. I mean, if they want to take away time limits, we should be able to speak as long as we want. We've got to lead by example. And rules are very important, and knowing, and I agree, you have to know what the rules are. But what I'm fearful of is that will not create investment in the north. Not knowing how long the assessment process is going to take, when I'm going to have a reassessment. So these things are factors. If we can eliminate that, I think we'll have more investment in the north. And we do need investment in the north because, when I was up there visiting the Yukon with my colleague, there's a lot of unemployment. The best social program is a job. And we need to get jobs into the Yukon and the north. Jobs creation is number one priority in my mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly my honourable friend from Fort McMurray Cold Lake understands the types of concerns that we have when you have an investment climate that is unsure and regulations that are certainly putting lots of jobs and investment in jeopardy. And I did have the opportunity a number of years ago to be on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development and be in the territories when we talked about certain barriers that there were to investment. And again, the key thing is certainty, and that was a critical part. I just asked the minister a short time ago about the 4 sections of the Act once they're repealed, what is going to happen to the reassessment and the timelines if these things are ahead of the board for consideration. And if I understood her question, it was go back to square one. This is where it's going to be. So I'm just wondering, perhaps, if the member can just talk a little bit about just how many more hits that he feels that Western Canada and the North can take from this Liberal government.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. When we're looking at the impact of the economy, as we look at, say, for example, in my riding, Fort McMurray, with the provincial government putting all these new regulations in place and in creating bureaucracy, over-managing the resource industry, we have seen investment leave Alberta in droves. We look at Saskatchewan. We see them going to Saskatchewan and other jurisdictions in our Canada and outside our Canada, because regulations, uncertainty, in the market will cause industry to move. And, like I said earlier, we're at a point now that the resource industry is going to look at it twice as the risks are too high. What's next? Regulation after regulation, delay after delay. This is going to hurt our economy. I mean, Alberta is suffering immensely because of the provincial new regulations, the carbon tax. These adds all up, and we're going to see less investment in these regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by repeating what the minister opened his speech with, but by adding another dimension to it. Yes, it is fine to acknowledge that we are on unceded Algonquin territory, but that's fine to do that. But it's quite another to recognize as well that Ottawa has not been paying the rent in this place. It is unceded Algonquin territory. We also must recognize the second part of that. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge first the importance of this legislation because there's a lot of talk today about nation-to-nation, reconciliation, and so on and so forth. And this is one example of how to get it right. This is one example of how to proceed. The previous bill with respect to environmental assessment in the Yukon, S6, was unilaterally imposed on the Indigenous peoples of the Yukon and the Yukon government. That is not the way to go about it. You do not change agreements that you sign with Indigenous peoples unilaterally. That is supposed to be done collaboratively. And that did not happen with the previous bill. The present bill, Mr. Speaker, will have the effect of repealing some of the controversial aspects of the previous bill. Let me just repeat some of them. The previous bill would have authorized the Minister of Northern Affairs to delegate any of the minister's powers or functions and duties under the Indian Act to the territorial government. One of the first things we learned in law school, Mr. Speaker, is that that cannot happen. You cannot do it. You cannot delegate powers to another. And it's one of the first Latin phrases that I've learned when I went to law school, delegatus non potest delegare. So you're not supposed to do that. The other controversial aspect, and I pointed to this aspect a while ago in my question to the minister, is that the previous bill established time limits in environmental assessment. That's problematic because, Mr. Speaker, my constitutional rights have no time limits. Constitutional rights of Indigenous peoples cannot be imposed with time limits, and that was one of the other controversial parts of the previous bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a bit about the notion of clarity, the notion of having clear rules under environmental assessment. I've also suggested just a while ago that I'm from the James Bay, Northern Quebec region. The entire area is covered by the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement. A special constitutional and legal regime is in place, and the rules are clear under the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. This is how development is going to happen in the James Bay territory. So Section 22, which is a highly complex chapter of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement, provides for that environmental and social protection regime, where Cree are part of the board of environmental assessment and review, or the Cree Nation and the Inuit can appoint members to the board. That's true participation in an environmental assessment process. So the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement, Chapter 22, is the environmental and social protection regime that's provided for under that treaty. A lot of people in the past have said, especially at the beginning of the regime, that this process is too heavy, this process is too complex, and it will impede development in the territory. Well, Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary happened. After 40 years of experience with this regime, after 40 years of experience with these processes that are under the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement, it hasn't impeded on any development in the territory. In fact, it has even allowed many partnerships to happen between mining companies and forestry companies, hydroelectric development companies, with the Cree and the Inuit in the territory, because the rules were clear. They might be heavy, they might be complex, but when the rules are clear, everybody knows what the rules are, then that is what helps development take place in a given territory. The other aspect that I want to talk about briefly is the fact that this bill was co-developed, co-drafted, I would presume as well, and that does not happen often enough in this place. I also have experience with one of the very first federal legislations that were co-drafted with the Indigenous people concerned, and that is the Cree-Naskapi Act in 1984. The Cree-Naskapi Act was negotiated with the Cree and the Naskapi, co-drafted, every article or provision being accepted before even the legislation was tabled in this place. That's what nation to nation looks like, Mr. Speaker. That's how we should proceed with any given legislation that relates to Indigenous peoples, Indigenous rights, and Indigenous status. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important aspects of all of this discussion is perhaps the notion of free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples in any given project. In fact, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples contains several provisions articulating the notion or the concept of free, prior, and informed consent. The most general is Article 19, of course, for those who are familiar with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which obliges states to consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing measures or legislation that may affect them. Other provisions of the Declaration set out more specific obligations requiring degrees of free, prior, and informed consent in specific contexts. Article 32, for instance, Mr. Speaker, obliges states to consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples in order to obtain their free and informed consent prior to the approval of any project affecting their lands, territories, and other resources. That's an important concept that we need to keep in mind every time we discuss legislation in this place, especially with respect to the environment, Mr. Speaker. Article 28 of the UN Declaration establishes a right to redress for Indigenous peoples for lands, territories, and resources that they have traditionally owned, occupied, or used, which have been confiscated, taken, occupied, used, or damaged without their free, prior, and informed consent. It's an important provision under the UN Declaration, Mr. Speaker. Article 29 requires states to take effective measures to avoid storage or disposal of hazardous materials in the lands or territories of Indigenous peoples without their free, prior, and informed consent. There again. It's an important concept, Mr. Speaker. Article 10 protects Indigenous peoples from being forcibly removed from their lands and territories. No relocation shall take place without the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples concerned, and after agreement on just and fair compensation, and where possible, the option of return. The Declaration provides context to these articles clarifying that Indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices as a result of their colonization and dispossession of their lands, territories, and resources, and the intention of the rights in the Declaration will enhance harmonious and cooperative relationships between states and Indigenous peoples. That was exactly my point just a while ago, Mr. Speaker. Article 1 states that Indigenous peoples have a right to the full enjoyment as collective or as individuals of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. And Article 3 and 4, as partner provisions, state that Indigenous peoples have a right to self-determination, including to freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development, and to the autonomy and self-government regarding internal or local affairs. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as an expert in the field of Indigenous rights appointed by the UN Human Rights Council to examine obstacles to protecting rights of Indigenous peoples, to review alleged violations of Indigenous rights, and to make recommendations on appropriate measures to prevent or remedy violations. The Special Rapporteur has consistently, Mr. Speaker, emphasized the importance of good faith dialogue and meaningful consultation in the aim of achieving consent as the primary objective of the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. The purpose is to reverse historical patterns of imposed decisions and conditions of life that have threatened the survival of Indigenous peoples in the way that the principles of consultation and consent have the objective of avoiding the imposition of the will of one party. Those are important principles, Mr. Speaker, that we need to apply every time we consider legislation in this place. The Minister of Justice already has the obligation, Mr. Speaker, to vet any legislation against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We don't have the equivalent as we speak right now for Aboriginal and treaty rights under Section 35. I have a bill, by the way, that will be debated this coming September, Bill C-262, that will fix that. And I'm hoping that I'll be getting the full support of the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, under international law, Indigenous peoples have the right to exercise self-determination. Indigenous peoples have pre-existing sovereignty, jurisdiction, and rights in the right to self-determination in regard to their territories. That must be respected without discrimination or threats of use of force, imposed time limitations, or delegation of authority. When in October 2015, Champagne and the Ashiek First Nations, the Little Salmon and Carmacks First Nation, and Peston Council took S6 legislative changes to the Supreme Court of Yukon, their case stated the changes were inconsistent with their final land claim agreements. Since then, Indigenous peoples concerned have been compelled to negotiate under these false premises. As a result, the Indigenous parties to the negotiations had little or no leverage. In this context, the Special Rapporteur has stated that most consultation processes require key elements in order to be considered free, informed, and in good faith. First, in designing a consultation process, attention must be paid to the implications of power imbalances that may exist between Indigenous groups and the governments, engaging in consultation, and if necessary, deliberate steps should be taken to address those. Second, Indigenous groups affected must have full access to information regarding the project, including technical studies, financial plans, environmental assessments, and other relevant documents that the context demands. Indigenous groups may also be involved in the conduct of those studies, and in a language that they may understand. For many years, Mr. Speaker, in the James Bay territory, Hydro-Quebec provided information only in French to the Cree people that have English as a second language, or Cree as their mother tongue. That was a problem, fundamental one. Third, consultations should take place before the government authorizes or company undertakes or commits to undertake any activity related to the project within Indigenous territory or other lands subject to Indigenous rights. In practice, consultation may take place at multiple stages of a project, from its initial proposal through exploration, development, and operation to its closure. Indigenous groups should be consulted from the earliest stages to build trust and cooperation. Starting the consultation process at later stages often engenders distrust, making agreement or consent more difficult to achieve, Mr. Speaker. Fourth, Indigenous people should be consulted through their own representative institutions, leadership, and decision-making structures. This gives recognition to the Indigenous people's own choices and forms of self-government, thereby according the consultation process greater legitimacy. Bill C-17 has significant meaning for the Yukon First Nations, Mr. Speaker, and regional politics in the far north, but it doesn't go far enough sometimes. But that is the party's decision to go with it. In November 2015, the Land Claims Agreement Coalition, which includes First Nations in the Yukon, wrote to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs requesting the immediate suspension of the previous government's fiscal approach as it is incompatible with their treaties. They requested that the new government develop a proper fiscal approach based on a nation-to-nation relationship. I am pleased to see the Minister responding with this bill as a first step to rectify the imposed changes from the Harper government. However, in addition to the provisions in this bill, the Liberal government must reverse the Harper government's unilateral imposition of a new fiscal agreement on all of the First Nations in the Yukon. Any laws attempting to change the implementation of land claims agreements can only be made with the full and active consultation and participation of the First Nations governments, Mr. Speaker. I want to close by saying that, Mr. Speaker, one of the important roles that we have as Parliament and legislators is to keep in mind our responsibility as parliamentarians. One of the highest responsibilities that we have as parliamentarians is to uphold the rule of law. And upholding the rule of law means respecting the Constitution. Respecting the Constitution includes Section 35 rights, Aboriginal and treaty rights. That's what upholding the rule of law means. For too many years, in fact, Mr. Speaker, for 150 years, the federal government, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have been adversaries to Indigenous peoples and their rights and their status. It is the only group in this country that has received that kind of discriminatory approach. For 150 years, Canada has fought against Aboriginal rights and Aboriginal peoples in this country. We don't know exactly how many hundreds of millions of dollars the federal government spends fighting Aboriginal rights every year. Some say it's about $300 million. Some say it goes up to $1 billion a year fighting Aboriginal rights, the first peoples of this country. And many times, those fights are unnecessary. Even after a first victory, a second victory, a third victory, we still are dragged to the Supreme Court every single time for the last 150 years. And as you start to celebrate the 150 years of this country, Mr. Speaker, maybe we should keep that in mind, that for the next 150 years, we don't need to do that anymore. Because I think if we are truly in an era of reconciliation, if we truly believe what we say when we talk about reconciliation, nation to nation, respect for Aboriginal rights, then those kind of things need to stop. Case in point, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, where the federal government is still up against Indigenous children in this country. So I thought it was important, Mr. Speaker, to remind ourselves that our foremost duty as parliamentarians, our foremost duty as members of Parliament is to uphold the rule of law. And that means respecting the Constitution, and that means respecting the fundamental human rights of the First Peoples of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank the member for his excellent comments, and I don't want to impinge his unbridled enthusiasm for C-17. So what I'd let him just comment what he wants, but I did want to comment on the Conservatives, the last two comments of the speakers, and to make sure that I know they're not allowed to repeat, but they both talked about uncertainty and unsure, and how much that lots of jobs and investment depend on this uncertainty. And in doing that, they're just supporting this bill. So if their next speaker says that, they're supporting this bill because that's what this bill is all about. The uncertainty that's shut down a lot of investment of mining because of the items in S6 that upset one of the parties to the treaty. And who do people think is on the board that makes these environmental assessments? The three governments. So if one of them has been not treated fairly, obviously there's going to be a lot of uncertainty, and that's why the certain minds have written and talked in favor of this. I just want to reiterate the appointments because I guess I wasn't clear enough for the Conservatives on timelines. Since this bill, since S6 went through, other sections of it have allowed that there are now timelines. The timelines are in the policy, the rules of the YESA board. These rules are established, they had to be gazetted, so there are already timelines. So please don't keep saying we're taking away timelines. And finally, on reassessments, another change that came about through S6, another part of S6 that was approved, as I said, most of it's approved, just these things thrown in at the 11th hour, is that before the assessment was only up to the time of the trigger, say the 5 years the member mentioned. Now with the new rules, the assessment can be longer, could be for what they think the life of the project is. So there are a number of times when this reassessment won't occur. So that's not doesn't lead to the uncertainty that was being suggested. I'll let the member just continue on with his good points.
Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, KU.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those comments, I think, allow me to repeat some of the important points that need to be understood here. Like I said, I live in the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement area up in Northern Quebec, and the environmental assessment and review process in place there allowed for many years many companies, forestry, mining, even hydroelectric development, to partner with Indigenous peoples. Although the environmental assessment process that's provided for under Chapter 22 of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement may seem complex or complicated for many, I think that is what helped the region. Many times over the last 40 years, when the economy was going bad in other parts of the province, guess where it was still very good? It's in Northern Quebec. Well, it's because of these rules that are in place. Environmental assessment and review, Mr. Speaker, is good for the environment, of course, but it's also good for the economy, for any given region. These rules are necessary. This is how sustainable development should happen, and Northern Quebec is a good demonstration of that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Victoria.
I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the Indigenous Affairs critic, for the NDP for his excellent speech and for taking and connecting the dots, if I can call it, between Bill C-17 in the Yukon and what's being achieved and what 40 years of experience with the Cree-Nisgapi and Northern Quebec Agreement has achieved in terms of certainty there. So I was intrigued by the connection that was made and the lessons that have been learned that the honourable member emphasized. But what I would like to ask him specifically is in relation to his Bill C-262, which of course would address the need to enshrine a review under Section 35 of the Constitution for Indigenous rights, just as we routinely do for our charter rights, and ask him about the notion of free, prior, and informed consent. Now, this bill, which includes the three governments, federal, provincial, and Yukon First Nations, on the board of the Yesset statute, would that achieve the free, prior, and informed consent that is required since they co-drafted the bill and since they're on the actual board? If, and for example, in respect of a specific project, in other words, does that pass muster, the kind of bill that we have before us today? Would that be consistent with the principles of the honourable member's bill on free, prior, and informed consent that will soon be before Parliament?
Honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Victoria for that important question. Let me start with Bill C-262. Mr. Speaker, you may recall last year when the Truth and Reconciliation Commission issued its report and 94 calls to action. There are two fundamental calls to action that are important in that report, and that is call to action 43 and 44. Both relate to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as is some 14 other calls to action. Call to action 43 calls on the Government of Canada, the provinces, the territories, and the municipalities to fully adopt and implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation in this country. That's why I say that those are the two fundamental and key calls to action. You cannot implement the rest of the 94 if you do not implement call to action 43, because that is the fundamental one. I overheard the Liberals during the last campaign promising to adopt and implement the UN Declaration. Well, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-262 does exactly that. It will implement the promise of the Liberals. I'm just trying to help here, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to the free, prior, and informed consent, I think it's an important concept that is already in our constitutional law, that is already in Canadian law. For many years, in many rulings from the Supreme Court of Canada, the Supreme Court has spoken about the need to obtain consent from Indigenous peoples before development takes place. And the latest one was the Chilcotin case, Mr. Speaker, where the Supreme Court referred to the concept of consent of Indigenous peoples in some 11 paragraphs, referred to the concept of control of lands, territories, and resources in some 9 paragraphs in that ruling. So the concept of consent is already in Canadian law, Mr. Speaker, and my bill C-262 would just confirm that that is already law in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way for his support of this bill and for his speech today. We have said time and time again that we want a genuine renewal and rebuilding of our relationship between Canada and Indigenous people. I was in the Yukon when the hearings went on around S6. People did not want this legislation passed in the House of Commons, and they fought against it. The government of today, Mr. Speaker, fought them back. Today, we are doing as the people of the Yukon are asking, and I ask my colleague opposite, isn't this a great sign of renewal of a relationship between the Government of Canada and Indigenous people?
Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik.
You know, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question, Mr. Speaker. But you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems I see is the fact that this attitude that you got it right this time needs to be spread across the board, not just on single isolated issues. I think it needs to happen across the board. do I need to remind the parliamentary secretary that her government is still before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal fighting Indigenous kids in this country, the first peoples of this country, and that's not in keeping with reconciliation. That's not in keeping with nation to nation, Mr. Speaker. So I think that attitude needs to spread across the board, and it needs to happen everywhere in this country, not just in isolated cases like this one. But yeah, sure, this is a good bill. This is a bill that the Yukoners want, and I think that this approach that was used in this case by this government should also be used with all First Nations in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to rise today to talk about Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Social...
Order. The honourable member on a point of order, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromodanti.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's been some confusion. When you read out the name, you said the member for Yukon, but I believe there was a speech started by the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, and so I would like to move the following motion, Mr. Speaker, that it's moved by myself and seconded by the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, that the member for Mégantic-L'Érable now be heard.
Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Kelly, Calgary Rocky Ridge, moves that the member for Mégantic-L'Érable be now heard. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable be now heard. Order. It's important that members hear the question they're going to vote on. Order. Order. Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable be now heard. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Losa Stormondanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormontanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertad.
Mr. Bertad.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Back to Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Enchanté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 82, 82, nays contre 184, 184.
I declare the motion defeated. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, on January 9th, 2017, Public Works and Government Services Canada awarded a service contract to KPMG. They gave another on March 1st and yet another on March 2nd. On February 16th, it was Industry Canada. KPMG, which set up the scheme on the Isle of Man to allow rich clients to defraud the tax system, is a partner of the Government of Canada. But there's worse, Mr. Speaker. For professional service contracts, bids are being conducted by invitation. In other words, the government is inviting particular companies to make submissions. Ottawa asks certain companies to submit, and who does it ask for its accounting contracts? KPMG every time. On March 2nd, the same day that Radio-Canada made its inquiry into KPMG public, Ottawa was giving these contracts to their friends. The Minister of Revenue hires KPMG, and KPMG hires people from the Department of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise in the House to congratulate Welland's own Club Richelieu on celebrating their 60th anniversary. Part of Richelieu International, Club Richelieu in the city of Welland was founded in 1957, serving as a social club for Welland's proud Francophone community. The club's founding members set out to develop an organization that was committed to not only preserving French language and culture in the region of Niagara, but that was also dedicated to helping those less fortunate and working with youth and senior groups in the community. Over the years, Club Richelieu's members have donated more than $1 million to community groups and nonprofit organizations. They operate a long-term care facility, a seniors apartment, both of which cater to the Francophone community, and they host countless community events. Francophone culture is alive and well in the Niagara region, and thanks to the efforts of many dedicated volunteers at Club Richelieu, we thank them. Merci à tous les...
Thank you to all the volunteers for your hard work, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, April is another important month to all of us in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Scott Moyer of Ilderton, Tessa Virtue of London, won gold in the free dance, the third World Figure Skating Championship title. Congratulations to Scott and Tessa. So now, Mr. Speaker, if we go back 100 years, the Battle of Vimy Ridge on April the 9th was a defining moment for Canada, and the strategic military advice of Sir Arthur Currie from Strathroy greatly contributed to the victory of our Canadian troops. I've had the honour of visiting Vimy, to walk on the same fields where Canadians shed their blood to fight for the freedoms of those around them and back home. It's an experience one never forgets, as I know all of us will never forget the sacrifices made by all of our Canadian troops through these 150 years of Canada's history. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to speak today about the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, which was marked on April 9th. I'd also like to mention an important member of my riding, the late Mr. Fernand Trépanier. The Battle of Vimy Ridge not only demonstrated Canada's perseverance and unity, it was also a historic moment for Canada on the international stage. Mr. Trépanier, a veteran of World War II, fought for decades to have the federal government pay tribute to Canadian veterans by naming one of our federal ridings Vimy. In 2015, he passed away, but his dream did become a reality when the riding that I have the honor of representing was created. Today, on behalf of myself and all the citizens of Vimy, I would like to thank Mr. Trépanier and all veterans to whom we all owe a great debt, lest we forget.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to rise today to honor the recipients of the 2017 Peter Corrin Award at the 20th Breaking the Silence Conference at the University of Saskatchewan. Anthony Badalka and Herb McFall were the powerhouses behind bringing Camp Firefly to Saskatchewan. Now in its 9th year, Camp Firefly's mission is to help sexual and gender minority youth move from being at risk to a place of resilience and strength. For the past 5 years, because of their generosity, the camp is free for all high school students. Fran Forsberg was also honored for her unrelenting advocacy for young people. Fran has fostered over 150 children. She's a passionate, effective activist and mom on issues of gender freedom and young people. Kay Williams, who presented Fran with her award, said we would need to stay up all night to list Fran's accomplishments. Kay said of Fran, and I quote, "This award speaks to her amazing ability to provide a listening ear to people's pain and needs. But Fran goes further. She acts to alleviate the pain." Congratulations to Tony, Herb, and Fran. You have made the world a better place for all young people.
The member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, this is a week of triple celebration for the people of Canada and those around the world. Today we mark the beginning of Passover, while this Friday is both the Harvest Festival of Vaisakhi and Easter Good Friday. Cherished by the Jewish, Sikh, and Christian communities, these commemorations remind us of the spiritual and cultural diversity of this country and allow us to celebrate alongside Canadians of different faiths, backgrounds, and experiences. They remind us that Canada is both one nation and a collection of many identities that weave together to form the rich cultural tapestry for which this country is known throughout the world. And finally, they remind us that regardless of what you believe in, each of us wants the same for our country: peace and prosperity, and the knowledge that our children can grow up in a place where everyone can simply be themselves. Hag Pesach Sameach, Happy Easter, and Vaisakhi Dia Vadayan.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, between April 22nd and 29th, Lethbridge is ready to wick and roll as we host over 40 countries for the 2017 World Mixed Doubles and World Senior Curling Championships. We're looking forward to bringing the tournament into the house at the new Crossings Ice Complex, a little more than a stone's throw away from our city centre. I want to congratulate the Lethbridge Curling Club
and the host committee for taking the lead on behalf of Lethbridge. Right? I know they have been hurrying harder than usual in order to organize this event. Certainly no one could skip out on this. With Olympic berths and world titles on the line, we know it will be a sweeping success.
Very funny. Honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last December I stood in this House condemning a terrorist attack against the Coptic Church in Cairo just before Christmas. It is with a heavy heart that I stand once again a week before Easter to express my outrage at yet another attack. This time, 2 churches were targeted, in Tonta and in Alexandria. Over 40 people were killed and dozens injured. Yesterday, I, along with the Minister of Immigration, spoke with leaders in the Coptic community offering our support. The Prime Minister issued a statement condemning this horrific attack, saying that Canada strongly condemns these cowardly acts of terrorism. We offer our condolences to all Egyptians and express our solidarity with Coptic Christians in Egypt, Canada, and around the world. And Mr. Speaker, far too often religious groups around the world suffer persecution at the hands of violent extremists. We stand united in our efforts to stop those responsible and to fight against hate.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, we're all fortunate to have extraordinary people in our communities who work to help others succeed. Today, I want to pay tribute to Mr. Francis Vermette, who has been the president of the Maison des Jeunes in Laval-Ouest for the last 10 years. With Mr. Vermette's wise guidance, a team of carefully chosen staff helped troubled youth become responsible citizens. They leverage these young people's talents and skills to help them succeed in school. And they give them the tools and the support that they need to flourish. Mr. Vermette himself received support to help him succeed in life, and today he's paying it forward. His humanity and perseverance are amazing. May this House recognize and thank him for his great contribution to society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
11 years, Mr. Speaker. It's been over a decade since the Edmonton Oilers have played a playoff hockey game. In fact, the last time we did, it was Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Now, to set the stage, Mr. Speaker, in Edmonton, we like to be humble and modest, with the one exception being the Stanley Cup playoffs. I could stand here and list 99 or 97 reasons why we're the best team, best Canadian team, and anticipating a long spring playoff hockey in Edmonton. However, I'm sure I'll have plenty of opportunity over the coming weeks to continue the success of our team in our brand new Rogers Place Arena. There's a real excitement in the City of Champions, and fans are being encouraged to wear orange. Now, that's typically a color more appropriate with my colleagues on that side of the House. However, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of seeing our Oilers go far into the Stanley Cup playoffs, many of us fans in the Conservative caucus may have to invest in orange in what's certain to be an exciting few weeks. Bring on San Jose, and let's go Oilers!
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to an extraordinary Canadian, Rob Stewart, who died tragically earlier this year. A renowned filmmaker, passionate environmentalist, celebrated for his award-winning movie, Sharkwater, Rob used his skill with a camera not only to bring us closer to misunderstood sharks, but to draw our attention to the precarious state of our oceans and all marine life. Hundreds gathered in Toronto to remember Rob and to celebrate his life. I offer my condolences to all of them, but especially to Brian and Sandy, his parents who live in my riding, and to his sister Alexandra. I want to publicly thank Consular Affairs officials, Canadian and American Coast Guards, for responding to my request for assistance and for doing all they could to help. Leonardo DiCaprio said of Rob, "The world has lost a man who dedicated his life to protecting oceans and sharks. He will be missed. The world and all its creatures are poorer for the loss." Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Tonight, Jewish people around the world will be celebrating the first night of Passover by sharing a Seder dinner with family and friends.
I'd like to wish everyone happy Passover.
This week, I, along with the members from York Centre and Eglinton Lawrence, helped to deliver Passover boxes that had been put together by the National Council of Jewish Women of Canada in Toronto.
These boxes contained kosher foods for Passover that these families would not otherwise have been able to afford.
On Wednesday, members of the Danforth Jewish Circle, Holy Blossom Temple, Be'ahavta, and Congregation Habonim, along with guests from Out of the Cold, will be joining a community Seder where they will celebrate our collective freedom. Passover is a celebration of freedom from slavery.
It's an opportunity to recognize the contributions of our vibrant Jewish Canadian community.
Sameach.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday saw another horrific attack on Egypt's Christian community, which killed over 40 worshippers and wounded many others. Yesterday was also the beginning of Holy Week, when Christians mark the death and the resurrection of Jesus. Peaceful sacrificial martyrdom is at the center of the Christian story. God himself gave his life for the redemption of his tormentors. Today's Indigenous Middle Eastern Christian communities live out this peaceful martyrdom on a regular basis, knowing the risks while living their lives of love and commitment as a witness to the Christian gospel. A witness which, despite the hostility throughout the region and widespread indifference in the Western world, has a powerful effect on all who pause to take notice. While grieving the dead, we must also honor their heroic courage and reflect again this Easter on the mystery of the Christian cross, that is, on how the sufferings of the innocent beget the redemption of the guilty. To the Christians of Egypt, we mourn with you, we must do more to help you, and we must follow your example.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, every year in the heart of my riding of Surrey Newton, the Baisakhi and Khalsa Day Parade, organized by the Dashmesh Darbar Gurdwara, attracts more than 250,000 people, all participating in celebrating the birth of Khalsa. I invite all members of Parliament and all Canadians to join us on April 22nd. It is the largest celebration in the world outside of India and an amazing display of the diverse, multicultural character of our country. I'm proud to be the host MP for such a joyous occasion, and I want to send my best wishes to all Canadians celebrating Baisakhi and Khalsa Day. ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਸਾਖੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਦੇ ਜਨਮ ਦਿਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ-ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ। Happy Baisakhi and happy Khalsa Day.
Honourable Member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I'm appalled to see the continued neglect of Northerners by this federal government and by the province of Saskatchewan. Last month, both levels of government presented budgets that failed to address the daily challenges Northerners face and threaten their services. The Sask Party's mass cuts of the Saskatchewan Transportation Company will further isolate northern communities. This will hurt the economy and the most vulnerable in our communities. Medical patients, businesses, and students depend on this vital service. Libraries will see their funding cut by 58%, putting at risk programs such as Toddler Story Hour, summer reading camps, and creative writing clubs, like the teenagers who stood proudly to support the Meadow Lake Library at the Drop Everything and Read event. I invite all residents of Saskatchewan to take action such as signing available petitions. Let me be clear, sacrificing our essential services due to poor fiscal management by the Saskatchewan government is unacceptable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago today, a great Canadian and a great parliamentarian passed away, the Honourable Jim Flaherty. He was born in Quebec, he was a lawyer by training, and he spent 20 years as the Deputy Minister at both the Queen's Park and then here at the House. He was noted for lowering taxes and by creating the famous TFSA. He also faced one of the worst financial crises since the 1920s, and under his guidance, Canada emerged more quickly and stronger than any other country of the world. But first of all, he was a man. He was a great family man who cared about his sons and who also worked with sick children.
In Canada. On his eulogy, Prime Minister Harper said, quote, Jim was driven by conviction of loyalty to the causes and on duty to the country. He believed he had taken a responsibility from all of us, our family, not just his own, but he was prepared to make sacrifices, ultimately, although he did not know it, to sacrifice himself, unquote. That was the essence of the man, a strong Canadian, strong family man, strong value. We miss you, Jim.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to extend my heartfelt personal condolences to the Coptic Christian community in Canada on yesterday's horrific attacks on St. George's Church and St. Mark's Cathedral in Egypt. These cowardly and senseless bombings struck those attending Palm Sunday services marking the beginning of Holy Week. The days leading up to Easter are the most important time for Christians around the world, when we contemplate rebirth and renewal and reflect on the values of peace and tolerance. Regrettably, Coptic Christians, as well as other Indigenous religious minorities, continue to suffer persecution at the hands of violent extremists. During Holy Week and throughout the year, we speak with one voice in our condemnation of violence and oppression and stand in solidarity with our Christian brothers and sisters in embracing the shared values of inclusion, diversity, and peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, last week, a presumed murderer was released under the Jordan decision, and the government boasts about new processes, but the process isn't working. I was member of a cabinet that took decisions, and based on recommendations for the Judicial Council, judges were qualified based on their qualifications, and we appointed judges. Their system isn't working. People are being released because there aren't enough judges. When are they going to understand that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has taken significant steps in an open and a transparent process to appoint Superior Court justices. We have appointed 3 justices in Quebec, and just to be clear, there are 6 vacancies in the province of Quebec, 6 vacancies that we are working very hard to appoint judges in the very near future. And the process that we've instituted is to ensure a merit-based process, to ensure diversity on the courts, and I look forward to making those appointments in the near future.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, that was exactly like that before. They're just trying to bring the population somewhere else.
Now we've learned that the lead negotiator for the government on the softwood lumber agreement, has said that the negotiations have slowed down, in fact, since January. The minister has had 2 months, and now it's 18 months later, and the issue is not progressing. That's what the negotiator said. We're not seeing any leadership from the government, and that's why the file isn't moving forward. When are they going to show some political leadership, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, our government defends the interests of our industry. Recently, the minister discussed these matters with provincial and territorial counterparts. As my colleague knows full well, Mr. Speaker, we are working alongside industries, the provinces. We continue to raise the matter with the United States, as the Prime Minister did with the President, and as the Minister has done with his Secretary Tillerson. Among others, we want a good agreement for Canada, not just any old agreement. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the provinces want provincial nominees, and that shows just how much confidence they have in the government. On another subject now, Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated publicly that chemical attacks in Syria would lead to difficulty working at all with that administration. Now they're talking about a change in regime. The Liberals are waking up and for a long time now, the Assad regime has been dangerous for its own people. The Prime Minister wants to see a regime change, while their regime isn't working either on their side. My colleague knows full well, Mr. Speaker, that the use of chemical weapons last week was a war crime. As our Prime Minister said, Assad and his regime must be held accountable. Canada plays an important role in the region, either in a military way, humanitarian way, or diplomatic way. We are working with our allies to protect the most vulnerable people. We are committed to providing 1.6 million, and Canada has brought in more than 40,000 refugees. The people of Syria deserve a violence-free life.
Mr. Speaker, the position of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs on Syria and the Syrian regime has changed a number of times over the past few days. Today, the Prime Minister is openly talking about regime change in Syria, which is different than what he said last week. Canadians do need to know that their government has a consistent and a coherent position on this. Given his statements today regarding a Syria that does not involve Bashar al-Assad, what action is the Prime Minister considering to depose of the Assad regime?
The Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, the chemical weapons attack of last week is a war crime. As the Prime Minister said, Assad and his regime need to be held to account. Canada is a significant player in the region on the military, diplomatic, and humanitarian front. We are working very closely with our allies to protect the most vulnerable and hold the perpetrators to account. We have committed $1.6 billion to the region, and Canada has welcomed over 40,000 Syrian refugees. Mr. Speaker, the people of Syria deserve a life free from violence, and I'm sure every member of this House would agree with that.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, given the Prime Minister's statements today, we do expect, and Canadians expect, a more clear answer in the days ahead. I do have a question now for the Liberal House Leader. This past weekend, she said she doesn't want Conservatives to have a veto over the House rules. Well, you know what? We agree. We actually think no one party should have a veto. Agrees that the same principle should apply to the Liberals and that no one party gets a veto, but rather we work by consensus. And please, no word salad, an actual answer would be very regrettable.
Time and time again, I would like nothing more than to see all members in this place working better together, having a conversation, having a dialogue, actually sharing their constructive feedback as to how to modernize this place. It's an important conversation to have. I will continue encouraging all members on all sides to have this important conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, it's the responsibility of the Justice Minister to appoint judges in a timely manner. The Liberal government has failed in this responsibility. Almost every day we see another case of a serious crime thrown out because of delays. A 21-year-old woman was stabbed to death, but the case against her accused murderer was just thrown out and he is now free. How many cases have been thrown out because of these unacceptable delays?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I'm happy again to stand up to speak about the appointments process that we've instituted, for the open and transparent process for the appointment of Superior Court justices. In the time that I've been minister, I've appointed 47 Superior Court justices, including 22 deputy justices. There are 6 vacancies in the province of Quebec, which accounts for about 3.6% of the judicial complement. I am working extremely hard to ensure that substantive candidates are appointed to the Superior Courts on an ongoing basis.
I encourage members for Abbotsford and others not to interrupt when someone is speaking. They don't have the floor. Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the question was how many cases have been thrown out in the time that she's been Minister of Justice. She knows the answer, but she refuses to give it to Canadians.
The government continues to prosecute young people who smoke pot, but the guy who is accused of having killed his wife is free as a bird because they didn't appoint enough judges to hear the case. That's negligence, incompetence, but above all, it's dangerous for the public. Why all of these delays?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
I
I'm happy to stand up. I'm assuming that the question is speaking to the delays in court. I am very mindful of the Jordan decision that came out of the Supreme Court of Canada, very mindful indeed, and I'm working towards having a meeting with my counterparts in the provinces and territories to discuss delays in our courts. There is no one reason why there are delays in our courts, but we are working in a coordinated manner, myself, the provinces and the territories, to ensure that we come up with solutions which haven't been come up with for decades. This is the commitment that I've made, this is the commitment that my counterparts have made, and I look forward to reporting on solutions that we're going to be bringing forward.
Member for Outremont.
Justice Minister doesn't get to blame the Supreme Court. She's responsible for the nomination. She's responsible for the delay. La ministre ne fait pas.
The minister isn't just facing problems linked to the criminal justice system. Our military justice system is completely outdated. A new book discloses just how far the system goes in depriving soldiers of their basic rights, like a jury trial. Why such long delays to ensure that those people who defend our rights can have their rights respected?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that this is a very important issue and we recognize this. We want to make sure that our men and women get the appropriate justice that they deserve and make sure that they have the appropriate process that is provided to them, and that is why we will work with them to make sure that this process is followed properly, Mr. Speaker.
The Industry Minister? Really, Mr. Speaker? As Canada marks the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, we are all reminded of the sacred duty of those who often sacrifice their lives and health in the service of our country. Here at home, the Liberal government has taken no action to live up to their campaign commitment to restore a fair system of lifetime pensions for injured veterans. Does this government think that it is honourable to fight veterans in court here in Canada while the Prime Minister lauds their heroism in France?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the government is indeed committed to a pension for life option, and we committed in Budget 2017 to announcing further details of that option later this year. We've listened to the stakeholders who've asked for a solution that improves outcomes for veterans and their families. They also asked that we take the time to get it right, and we are doing exactly that.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by refusing to provide a specific game plan for balancing the budget, the Liberal government is failing in its duties because there isn't a single head of household that would be able to survive by filling out credit cards and paying just the interest. No accountant would be able, or no one would be able to manage a business without knowing when they're going to balance a budget. That makes no sense. The Liberal government isn't paying attention to that. Here's my question. It's a simple one. When will they balance the budget? When will Canada see a balanced budget? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to improve the economy, and it is starting to work. We have seen unemployment rates drop over the past year. We're seeing new jobs, full-time jobs. This is a very different situation for Canadian families. Our plan is working, and it's improving the situation for Canadian families across the country. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Lovely figures, but no date. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the government was proud to say that they had agreement between the provinces on free trade, and it's historic, they said. Well, it's historic because it's a historic failure, Mr. Speaker. It isn't dealing with the most essential issues for Canadians. It's complicating the situation in certain areas. And instead of dealing with the wine or alcohol beer situation, they're taxing it more. Mr. Speaker, why is the government refusing to free beer and wine in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Our government had to play the leadership role in making sure that the liberalization of alcohol was part of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. This is an historic agreement that covers the entire economy from coast to coast to coast. All provinces and territories have signed on, and this shows how we can work together and negotiate an agreement. If you're a Liberal or a Conservative or NDP, we can all come together to make sure we grow the economy, create jobs, reduce red tape, make sure we're more competitive, create good quality jobs, and strengthen the middle class.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals like to think of themselves as free spirits, but when it came to Canada's free trade agreement, they didn't free the beer, they didn't free the grapes, they didn't free the spirits. In fact, they didn't really free anything at all. The Canada Free Trade Agreement has more goods and services excluded than included. In fact, not only did the Liberals exclude beer, wine, and spirits, in the budget they slapped a tax increase on them. Mr. Speaker, it's an escalating tax that will increase our costs year after year, putting our craft brewers, distillers, and vineyards at risk. Mr. Speaker, why did the Liberals fail on free trade? Why did you fail to free the beer?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we actually have an agreement with the provinces and territories. The Canadian Free Trade Agreement is the most ambitious free trade agreement signed with the provinces and territories. It is an agreement that will open up the economy for small businesses so that they can grow and scale up. It'll reduce red tape for small businesses, which means it's good news for consumers. They'll have more choice, availability, and better price points, Mr. Speaker. This is really about making sure that the market access far outweighs the exemptions, and that is why this was supported by the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Business Council, and small business across the country. This is good for the economy, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Foothills.
But Mr. Speaker, this free trade agreement is not a success. It's a failure. It's not a free trade agreement at all. It did not eliminate interprovincial trade barriers and subsidies. In fact, the list of goods and services that are excluded are greater than those included. Canadians have a constitutional right to free trade. Section 121 clearly states products produced in one province shall be traded freely into another. We need the Liberals to ask the Supreme Court for clarification on Section 121. Will the Liberals stop with the photo ops, stop with the participation trophy presentations, and do something to free the Canadian economy?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we got the job done. I know why the member opposite is frustrated, because they couldn't sign a free trade agreement. We're working with the provinces, we're working with the territories. Not only did we enhance the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, we also made sure we work with them on health care, on climate change, Mr. Speaker. We work with our provinces and territories to create more opportunities for the middle class, to grow the economy, to help our small businesses grow and scale up so they can be more export-oriented, so they can compete globally. This is about creating jobs, and that is why, since we formed government, 321,000 jobs have been created in the economy, because we have a plan and it's working.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Today I visited SunTech Tomatoes, a green technology farm in Ottawa, which produces tomatoes for customers in Ottawa. In January, the farm paid $6,000 in Liberal carbon taxes. Wow. Its Mexican competitors don't pay these taxes or Liberal electricity bills. So they get their tomatoes to Canadian grocers for a third of the price. That means more greenhouse gases shipping the produce across the continent. Why is the government raising taxes on green technology farms and sending our jobs to Mexico?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. Our government understands that we need to put a price on what we don't want, pollution, to foster what we do want with clean energy innovation. It would be really good if the member opposite actually maybe learned some lessons from the Ontario Conservative leader. The Ontario Conservative...
Order. I had no trouble hearing the question. It's important to hear the answer, too. I know members want to hear the answer. Order. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
The member opposite may like to take some lessons from the Ontario Conservative leader, Patrick Brown. He said, climate change is a fact, it's a threat, it's man-made, we have to do something about it, and that includes putting a price on carbon.
The member for Carleton.
Well, if the honourable member is so concerned about climate change, why is she so pleased to have emissions of greenhouse gases resulting from transporting produce from Mexico to Ottawa rather than from Ottawa to Ottawa. That's exactly the effect of her new carbon tax. And she says she wants more innovation. SunTech Tomatoes is innovative. They make tomatoes in Canada in January. That is innovation. Why is this government so determined to tax our farmers and our innovators out of jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate all our job creators in this country. We actually have seen strong support from the private sector to put a price on pollution. And let me be perfectly clear. Every dollar that comes from putting a price on carbon pollution with the federal government goes directly back to the provinces. 80% of Canadians live in a jurisdiction where there's a price on pollution. We appreciate the actions the provinces are taking. We're moving forward on climate change. I wish the party opposite would join us.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say they want to protect young people while waiting to legalize marijuana, but the government is investing less than $10 million in prevention, and there are no new funds invested in scientific research. They say they want to fight organized crime, but they're blocking decriminalization and are leaving courts with big backlogs. Because of the Liberal inaction, thousands of young people will have a criminal record and will have trouble traveling for the rest of their lives. Will the government stop saying the same old thing and explain why there still is no transition plan?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've stated, our government is committed to the legalization of cannabis, strict regulation, and restricting access in order to keep it out of the hands of kids and the proceeds out of the hands of criminals. Simply decriminalizing right now would not achieve those objectives, and until cannabis is legal in this country, the law remains the law and should be obeyed.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Hamilhat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend an Alberta woman was arrested for having a single marijuana plant. She now faces charges of possession and production despite task force recommendations that Canadians be allowed up to 4 plants. Police resources are strained, yet the RCMP's mandate is still to raid homes for a single marijuana plant. And Canadians, especially young Canadians, continue to face charges for something that will soon be legal. Does the minister honestly think that handing out possession charges is the best use of our precious police resources?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I stated, our government is committed to the legalization of cannabis with strict regulation and restricting access. This is a complex area, and we're looking forward to introducing legislation in the near future in order to keep it out of the hands of children and the proceeds out of the hands of criminals. As the member opposite is alluding to, simply decriminalizing will not solve or answer these challenges. Until marijuana or cannabis is legalized, the law is the law and should be obeyed.
Order. I asked the member for Hamilton Centre to restrain himself. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, on March the 9th, the Minister of Democratic Institutions asked the PROC Committee to report to her by June with proposed Election Act changes. But a day later, the Liberals ordered the committee to report back by the same deadline with omnibus changes to the standing orders. And lest we think we're allowed on the committee to discuss anything else, last week the Liberals explicitly stated that even matters of privilege may not be dealt with until the opposition does what it's told. Given the change in the government's priorities, Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to not changing the Elections Act until the committee has produced the report she herself requested?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that question, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question as well, and I thank all members of PROC for the work that they've done so far on the CEO recommendations to the Electoral Act here in Canada. I look forward to continuing the good work that I have with them so far so that we can all work together to ensure that we are making our elections in Canada as fair, as equitable, and as accessible as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the government House leader rather, spoke to the media, and during the interview she said, and I quote, "I will not give a veto to Conservatives on Liberal Party promises." Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't need the opposition to break its promises. It's more than able to do that on its own. Small $10 billion deficit, broken promise. Electoral reform, broken promise. When will the government House leader acknowledge that changing the rules requires the unanimity of members of Parliament? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I have said on several occasions we want to have a conversation and a discussion because I know that we can modernize the way that we work in the House. I encourage all members to participate in this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, I think the government House Leader needs to check her definition of conversation and discussion. She states this is just a conversation, but last time I checked, this conversation involves the Liberals trying to ram through substantive changes in an arbitrary time frame that would simply remove Liberal accountability to Canadians by limiting debate and giving the Liberals unprecedented control over the House of Commons and its committees. So, Mr. Speaker, will Liberals try to stop spinning this as a conversation and call it what it really is, an affront to Canadian democracy?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's talk about some of these ideas that are in the discussion paper. There was a substantial debate in this place. All members of Parliament were able to participate. This is work that was sent to the PROC committee. The discussion paper is asking them to broaden the scope of that committee. And let's look at some of these ideas. Some of these ideas that we shared with Canadians during the campaign were in direct result to the Harper government's approach. We know that that approach did not work. We know we need to modernize this place. Let's have a substantial conversation. Let's have some constructive feedback. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brant Airdrie.
Well, yesterday when the Government House Leader said that she wanted all members of Parliament to be able to come together and really be able to provide some constructive feedback. Well, on this side of the House, all the opposition parties already all have come together to stand firmly against this Liberal power grab. These are substantial changes to the House of Commons and the way it functions that will see the Liberals be less accountable to the very people that they're supposed to be accountable to, Canadians. So if this is just a discussion that the minister is trying to spin it as, why are the Liberals trying to ram this through without the consent of all political parties?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
We know that under the Harper government there was an abuse of omnibus legislation. We know that the previous government decided to probe Parliament rather than face a confidence mode. What we are saying is let's have a conversation to ensure that every member of Parliament is able to serve Canadians, be the voice that they were elected to be. Something we committed to Canadians was that their voice would actually be heard in this place, something we did not see under 10 years of Stephen Harper and his government. I say let's represent the voices of Canadians. Let's have the tough conversation that we need to have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
For decades, some Canadians have found themselves to be stateless due to a number of arcane laws. You could lose your citizenship just because you turned 28. Veterans who fought in Windley Ridge are deemed not to be Canadians after all. A brother and sister in Syria with a Canadian father apply for Canadian citizenship under the same act received opposite decisions. Why? Simply because the brother was born before 1977. Absurd and illogical. When will the minister bring in legislation to fix the lost Canadian problems once and for all?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we value all the ways in which newcomers enrich our society. We are committed to making sure with Bill C-6 to further remove obstacles that were put in place for permanent residents to obtain citizenship by the previous government. We're moving forward to make sure that we enhance the ability of permanent residents to access citizenship, but we also are aware under Bill C-6 of measures to further strengthen the integrity of the citizenship program because we want to maintain the value of Canadian citizenship and prevent fraud and misrepresentation.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it recently came to light that cell phone tracking devices have been used in downtown Ottawa, and in the wake of these revelations, the minister has admitted that the RCMP and CSIS also use this type of equipment. The minister referred to the future National Security Committee of Parliamentarians, but that's not enough to guarantee transparency. Will the minister grasp the urgent need for action and put in place the necessary and appropriate legislation to control the use of this type of device?
Mr. Speaker, the law is there with respect to the use of these devices, and the agencies that purport to use them need to fall within the four corners of the law, including the appropriate judicial oversight and authorization. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying in the quote referred to the honourable gentleman is that parliamentarians will soon have a new opportunity to provide oversight and review with the imminent passage of C-22.
Excellent.
Honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville. Multiple studies show that domestic trade accounts for around 20% of Canada's GDP, or about 40% of provincial and territorial exports. The agreement on internal trade that was enforced until very recently did not remove enough barriers and needlessly hindered free trade among members of our federation. So it was with relief and excitement that I learned on Friday that our government and all the provinces and territories have reached a new deal to make things easier for our small and medium-sized businesses and to facilitate interprovincial trade. Can the minister explain to the House what this new deal provides? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Montarville for his question.
Comprehensive and ambitious agreement that we have signed with the provinces and territories because it covers the entire economy. It includes all the provinces and territories as well. And this agreement will come into force on July the 1st as we celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary. Again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my provincial territorial counterparts from the Liberal, Conservative, NDP side who put the economy first, Monsieur le Président. C'est une belle...
Mr. Speaker, this is good news for our economy, and it's good news for the middle class.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals initially made no mention of Russian complicity in Syria's war crimes, not even of Russia breaking its guarantee to remove chemical weapons from Syria. Today, the PM said he was open to possible new sanctions against Russia. Well, last week, the Foreign Affairs Committee unanimously recommended expansion of Canada's sanctions regimes to apply to gross violators of human rights. Mr. Speaker, how long will the Liberals delay in finally imposing meaningful new sanctions on Russia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. He will know that the report was tabled at the end of last week, and we will take our time to review the report, including the extra sanctions measures that were included in it. The Prime Minister has also stated clearly that Russia and Iran must be held morally responsible for what happened last week, those chemical weapons attacks in Syria, which were war crimes. Our position against Russia remains firm and clear. We were the party that increased sanctions against Russia, including supporting the sanctions of the previous government. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have been dragging their feet on the Magnitsky sanctions for a year and a half. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's ever-shifting position on the Syrian conflict goes back for years. In 2015, he said the Conservative government's desire to expand Canada's presence into Syria was a worrying trend. That was when Canada's CF-18s were flying targeted missions against Daesh in Syria. Now the Prime Minister seems to be calling for full-scale regime change in Syria. What exactly is he proposing? What will he think tomorrow?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I reiterate that the chemical weapons attack last week is a war crime. Canada has been and remains a significant player in the region, both militarily, diplomatically, and on the humanitarian front. We've committed $1.6 billion to the region to be there to help the most vulnerable who are in that part of the world. We continue to work closely with international partners. Last week, the minister participated in the Brussels conference on the future of Syria, and today she's gathered in Italy with other G7 foreign ministers. We've welcomed over 40,000 Syrian refugees and continue to stand up for their brothers and sisters in that war-torn part of the world.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, since the implementation of Phoenix in February 2016, we've seen our government workers and their families going through hardship all across the country. Last week, the minister claimed she didn't have the power to override the deputy minister's decision to give $5 million in bonuses to departmental executives. If that's the case, what use is cabinet? When will this government finally govern, show some leadership, and cancel the decision to pay these bonuses at public services? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows full well, solving these problems that we inherited from the previous government is one of our highest priorities. And senior executives involved in Phoenix were not given bonuses. We will continue to allocate the necessary resources to address the situation, and we have been assured that the Deputy Minister did all the necessary performance reviews and saw to it that people received only what they were entitled to.
Treasury Secretary is new to his file, so I'll fill him in on something. Your government was responsible for starting Phoenix. Your government is...
Order. My honourable member for Edmonton West knows he has to address his comments. The chair and I'd ask him to do so.
Their government. Now, the minister paid out $5 million in bonuses to the officials who implemented the disastrous Phoenix Pay program. Add that to hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Prime Minister's trip to Billionaire Island, and tens of millions paid to the executives of Bombardier. It's clear the Liberals are out of touch with the real middle class in Canada. With so many outstanding pay issues, bundled T4s, and endless phone queues, why did the minister pay $5 million in performance bonuses to our accomplices of the Liberal Phoenix pay fiasco?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Public Services and...
Well, let me be the first, Mr. Speaker, to applaud our non-partisan, competent, highly motivated public service in this country. And let me also tell you that resolving the pay problems in Phoenix, Mr. Speaker, is of course our ongoing priority. No bonuses were paid to the senior executives involved in the Phoenix pay system. The Auditor General is now investigating the very origin, something which the member across me wished to be concerned about, of the Phoenix pay system, and we have been assured that each public servant has been evaluated on a case.
The member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last week I attended the Council of Forest Industries convention in Vancouver, and I heard concerns about the softwood lumber negotiations. Canada's chief negotiator said that this issue doesn't appear to be front of mind for the new U.S. administration. We also heard that Canada needs to engage American businesses that would be hurt by higher lumber prices to press their government for fair treatment of the Canadian forest industry. So what is the minister doing to ensure that the Canadian forest industry is more front of mind for the Americans? Thank you.
Secretary of Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable colleague across the way knows that this government is vigorously defending the interests of our industry, and that just last month the minister had a call with her provincial and territorial counterparts on that file, and the government remains very much engaged in that matter. We continue to raise this important issue with our U.S. counterparts, as the Prime Minister did in Washington, and with the President over the phone, and as the Minister of Foreign Affairs has done with both Secretary Tillerson and Secretary Ross. We're looking for a good deal, Mr. Speaker, not just any deal.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, a new report by the BC Office of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives studying poverty and equity among British Columbian seniors offers us a daunting portrait of the situation on the ground. The report shows that 42% of BC seniors are currently experiencing core housing needs, with no housing funding until after the next election, and report after report demonstrating a crying need for support now. How could the Minister of Finance tell Canadian seniors that housing is just not available?
The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to talk about the importance of looking after the welfare and the well-being of our seniors. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we brought back to 65 years old the age of eligibility to old age security, which is going to prevent 100,000 vulnerable seniors from falling into severe poverty. We also reached last June a historic agreement with all provinces and territories, which is going to take 300,000 vulnerable seniors out of income insecurity over the next years.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Last week, charges against a Quebec man accused of murdering his wife were thrown out of court due to delay. For months, the Minister of Justice has been aware of the urgent need to fill judicial vacancies to prevent more cases from being thrown out of court. And for months, the Minister has abdicated her responsibility to fill judicial vacancies in a timely manner. How many more accused killers will walk free before this minister starts doing your job?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has taken significant steps to move forward with a new judicial appointment process that is open, that is transparent, that ensures diversity on the bench. Since I've been Minister of Justice, I have appointed 47 Superior Court justices, 22 deputy judges, 17 of which are from the honourable member's province of Alberta. We are continuing to move forward with appointments. I will be making announcements in the near future. And with respect to the province of Quebec, there are 6 judicial vacancies, and I will be moving forward with filling those as well.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Association of Women's Shelters has condemned the release of a Montreal man accused of killing his wife on account of undue delay. Premier Couillard and Minister Vallée have issued a call to action given the federal Liberals' failure to appoint judges to address the situation. How many other wife killers and criminals will have to be set free before this Prime Minister, a self-proclaimed feminist, decides to do something about his ineffectual selection process?
Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delays in the justice system are not new. They existed under the previous government, who for 10 years failed to do anything about it. I am incredibly proud of the judicial...
Order. Members in all parties usually can sit through question period.
The honourable member.
Parties are usually able to sit through question period without reacting to what they hear. And I ask others to do the same. The Honourable Minister of Justice has 20 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am incredibly proud of the new judicial appointments process that we've instituted. I will continue on a regular basis to appoint Superior Court justices. And again, this question of delay, there is no one simple solution. That is why I'm continuing to work with my counterparts in the provinces and territories, including Quebec, and I'm very much looking forward to having a meeting among the Attorneys General in the country at the end of this month.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, instead of patting herself on the back, the minister should be ashamed of herself. The minister, there are nearly 60 judicial vacancies across Canada. Since coming to office, the minister has appointed only 3 judges in the province of Quebec, leaving multiple vacancies. Meanwhile, more than 800 criminal cases in the province of Quebec are at risk of being thrown out of court. Mr. Speaker, if the minister won't do her job, then will she get out of the way so that someone else can?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud of the job our government is doing in instituting a new judicial appointments process. I have appointed 47 justices to the Superior Court in this country, as well as 22 deputy judges. In the province of Quebec, I am working very closely with the Chief Justices, as well as the Attorney General, and working to ensure that we collectively address delays, which are not simply by way of vacancies on the benches. I will continue to make announcements and look forward to filling the 6 vacancies, 3.6% vacancy rate in the province of Quebec.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, many communities across Canada are home to some of the most highly skilled newcomers, like many of my residents in Brampton South. However, in Canada, many highly skilled newcomers face barriers that limit their employment opportunities and integration into Canadian economy. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship please update this House on how Budget 2017 supports newcomers as they go through their foreign credential process? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Brampton South for her question and for her strong voice for newcomers. Budget 2017, as part of Budget 2017, our government is investing $27.5 million over the next 5 years and $5.5 million ongoing after that to make sure that we have a targeted employment strategy for newcomers. This includes pilot programs to further assist newcomers as they access the Canadian labour market. It includes loans to cover the high cost of accessing licensing and also licensing and credential recognition through that.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, desperate for new revenues, the Liberals have tripled the amount of taxes that seasonal campgrounds have to pay. Due to this tax hike, the Meadowlark Campground Co-op in Brandon, which is owned by the adjoining trailer park residents, may have to be forced out of business, Mr. Speaker. The campground profits will be eaten up by the Liberals' government's taxes, and the homes of the residents are now threatened. Will the Liberals reverse this tax hike so the Meadowlark campground owners won't have to sell their property and lose their homes?
Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making sure that Canadians pay their fair share of taxes. With respect to the tax deduction in question, I'd like to tell my colleague that we have not changed the rules. And I'd also like to remind my colleague opposite that when his party was in power, consultations with stakeholders took place, and they didn't change the rules, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there's rarely been so much talk about Canadian history as there has been since the series The Story of Us first aired. From the very first episode, everyone's been riled up. English actors playing French pioneers, no mention of the Acadian deportation or Port Royal, or the fact that the First Nations were here for a millennium before. The 150th birthday bash is off to a bad start. Does the Prime Minister's introduction of the series mean that he condones the shortcuts taken by this historical series? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the significant contributions of Acadians, Francophones, and Indigenous peoples to our history. We also recognize that CBC is an arm's-length Crown corporation. It would be inappropriate to comment on the content of this series. In order to preserve that independence, I would encourage my colleague to express his concerns to CBC directly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on March the 12th, a Royal Canadian Navy vessel, HMCS Saskatoon, was involved in an international anti-drug trafficking mission. HMCS Saskatoon helped the United States Coast Guard seize over 600 kilograms of cocaine in international waters off the coast of Central America. We know that illicit trafficking, organized crime, and corruption are all connected. Transnational criminal organizations cause enormous harm all around the world. Can the Minister of National Defence inform the House of the CAF's positive contribution to multinational efforts to disrupt illicit trafficking operations at sea? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
I thank my colleague for his question.
We're very proud of the work of our armed forces in connection with this joint operation. We've been participating for 11 years, and this helps put an end to the international drug trade in the Caribbean and off the coast of Central America by preventing drugs from being trafficked and by intercepting them at sea. Our forces are concretely contributing to blocking a major source of funding for organized crime and protecting the public.
Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim that all of our diplomatic missions are speaking about human rights. Our ambassador in Burma has made a number of recent visits to Rakhine, but public comments actually support the Burmese government's campaign of misinformation. A Facebook post from the embassy says that our ambassador, quote, visited communities displaced by intercommunal violence, end quote. Wow. But people aren't being displaced by intercommunal violence. It's a state-run campaign of ethnic cleansing. Right. So why are the Liberals saying one thing about human rights in this House, but nothing at all abroad?
Yeah. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as always, I thank my friend across the way. He will know that we are seized of the situation in Myanmar as it relates to the Rohingyas, and that human rights is a top priority in all our relations internationally. Recently, the minister spoke with the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of the Rohingyas, and recently our Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs, my colleague, met with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Our political will on this matter is clear. We strongly support the international fact-finding mission led by the UN Human Rights Council. The promotion and protection of religious minorities is a priority for us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, in light of the Jordan decision, the Parti Québécois, the official opposition in the National Assembly, is calling on the government of Quebec to use the notwithstanding clause. It's come to this, contemplating using the notwithstanding clause, because Ottawa has once again been negligent. We're on a slippery slope. Confidence in the justice system is crucial. Does the Minister of Justice realize that by leaving vacancies on the Superior Court bench, criminals are going to go free?
Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand up to again talk about the judicial appointments process that we've instituted. I am very happy to have appointed 47 justices to the Superior Courts, 22 deputy justices, and my friend across the way speaks about vacancies in the province of Quebec. There are 6 vacancies in the province of Quebec. I am working very closely with the Chief Justices, certainly my counterpart, to ensure that these vacancies are filled. And I'm also very pleased that Budget 2017 identified 28 new positions for judicial appointments.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, women's shelters fear that the Jordan decision will allow murderers to go free. A stay has even been applied for in a rape case. People's safety is at risk, as is public confidence in the court system, all because of this government's dangerous negligence. We know there's to be a meeting of ministers by the end of the month, but in the meantime, what's the minister waiting for? Why not make the 14 appointments Quebec so badly needs? It's urgent.
Chair of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To confirm, there are 6 vacancies in the province of Quebec, and I am working very hard to ensure that those vacancies are filled in the near future. In terms of court delays, there is no one simple solution with respect to court delays. That is why I'm working with my provinces, my counterparts in the provinces and territories. We will be meeting at the end of the month to talk about what we can collectively and coordinatedly do to address delays. And this is something that we're all committed to ensuring that we address in the near future.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, last week the National Assembly's Finance Committee made 38 recommendations to put an end to tax havens. While the Revenue Minister tries to convince us that Ottawa is cracking down on tax evasion, her government is giving contracts to the tax evasion experts, KPMG. How does the Revenue Minister explain the fact that KPMG is still on retainer with the government despite the Isle of Man scandal? Are we to gather that the Liberals don't see tax fraud as a problem? The Honourable Revenue Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is resolute in cracking down on tax evasion. In 2017, our government, in its budget, set aside $444 million to fight tax evasion, and that was last year. And this year, $524 million. We've managed to recover $13 billion in tax avoidance, some of it through voluntary self-disclosure. We take this matter very seriously, and those who choose to take part in tax avoidance schemes will suffer the consequences. This brings question period to an end for today.
Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies or the foyer, where they can enjoy talking to the media as well, of course. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 2 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegation.
For Don Valley East. I'm going to ask her to start again. Order, order, order. I wasn't able to hear it. The honourable members weren't able to hear the honourable member for Don Valley East. Just make sure that her microphone is on.
Is not on.
Okay.
Now it works. Okay. Monsieur le Président, conforme
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honor of tabling, in both official languages, the reports of the Canadian delegation, or rather the Canadian branch, of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association concerning its participation at the Executive Committee meeting held in London, United Kingdom, from April 27th to 30th, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria. Roger.
Entitled The Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, Benefits and Challenges for Canadians. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The honourable member for Kenora. Oh, excuse me. No, pardon me. Before that, we have a dissenting report. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to stand. As I said, the chair of the committee has tabled this report today. It's a good report. The general consensus, with a few exceptions, of course, is that this is a gold standard trade agreement, and I'd be remiss if I did not give a lot of the credit to my friend and colleague, the member from Abbotsford, and of course, Kirsten Hillmont, who was the chief negotiator, did a fantastic job on that. What's going on now, Mr. Speaker, with the U.S. withdrawing, of course, is there's a bit of a limbo, a bit of a period out there where nobody knows what's going to happen. But there is a tremendous growing need for this to be done. Japan is leading that, Australia and New Zealand, and they're looking for some leadership from Canada, the leadership that they got used to when we were negotiating this deal, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Honored to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled The Day After, Planning for the Protection of Religious and Ethnic Minorities in a Post-Daesh Iraq. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Providing for the Award of a Canadian Search and Rescue Voluntary Service Medal. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill seeks to establish an honorary award medal to be given out to search and rescue volunteers in Canada. There are 300 teams and over 12,000 volunteers across Canada. These brave men and women put in endless hours of training and spend even more time on search and rescue missions, often under the harshest of conditions. With all this sacrifice and dedication, there should be recognition of these courageous men and women. I thank the member from Cariboo Prince George for seconding and supporting this bill. I give my complete and unreserved support for the establishment of a volunteer search and rescue service medal and urge my fellow members of Parliament here in Ottawa to support this important and meaningful initiative to recognize our search and rescue volunteers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecteur de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Hardcastle, seconded by Ms. Jolibois, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, Persons with Disabilities. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be presenting my first private member's bill today, which is an important one for persons living with disabilities. I intend for this bill to be able to streamline the process by which persons living with disabilities access the federal programs that they're entitled to. This bill came about through the many conversations I've had with my constituents and stakeholders across the country who have shared with me how burdensome it is and how punitive it can seem to access federal funding in an individual way and have to prove each time that they do have a disability. This bill will make it less onerous and less burdensome for people living with disabilities. Thank you.
Ms. Hardcastle, seconded by Ms. Jolibois, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecteur de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Fortin, appuyé par...
Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, a request for permission to table an act entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, criminal organization. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I table a bill that aims to amend the criminal code in order to authorize the Minister of Public Safety to establish a list of criminal organizations. Since 2001, the government has had such a list for terrorist organizations. However, there are currently organized criminals who are operating legally in the public sphere. This is why the bill that we will be tabling will also make it an offense for anyone to attempt to demonstrate an individual belonging to a criminal organization. It is inconceivable in 2017 that an individual should be able to wear the colors of a criminal organization and to use them as an excuse to intimidate others. I would like to acknowledge the courage of members of Parliament as I ask them to support this bill. This will represent an important step in the fight against organized crime. I am counting on all of you, and I'm counting on us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Jesnivsky, moves for relief to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking and transplanting human organs and other body parts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to reintroduce a bill proposed by the Honourable Irwin Cotler, and I also want to recognize the member for Etobicoke Centre who is seconding this bill. I know he's had previous legislation proposed in previous parliaments along these same lines. Now, this bill seeks to combat the scourge of forced organ harvesting, when organs are taken from people against their will, often gruesomely and without anesthetic, while a person is still living, and often where the individual's only so-called crime is engaging in a particular religious or spiritual practice. As the government seeks to deepen Canada's relationship with China, this bill is needed now more than ever. This bill would make it a criminal offense for a person to acquire an organ which they know or ought to know was acquired without consent. It introduces the appropriate reporting mechanisms to ensure that there is always consent given, and it further addresses the inadmissibility to Canada of those involved in forced organ harvesting. This bill is well designed to ensure that Canadians can still go abroad to receive organs, provided that they take the simple steps required to ensure consent and an absence of exploitation. This bill addresses a clear case in which the law hasn't kept up with the realities on the ground. This issue has been repeatedly raised here, but never fully addressed. Let's be the Parliament that gets it done.
Bravo. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Jesnivsky, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecteur de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Premier lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from some British Columbia citizens who are concerned about the mountain caribou populations in the Clearwater Valley of British Columbia. The southern mountain population of caribou is listed as endangered under the Federal Species at Risk Act, and provincial crown lands in the Clearwater Valley are designated as critical habitat. The BC government continues to allow logging in this critical habitat, so these petitioners ask the government for a protection order to halt logging in the federally designated critical habitat for mountain caribou in the Clearwater Valley adjacent Wellsbury Park. Thank you.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition today signed by hundreds of Canadians requesting that the Government of Canada spell veteran with a capital V in official government communications. Miss Kristen Courtney, whose father fought in the Normandy invasion and was on Juno Beach on D-Day, is the driving force behind this petition. The petition asks the government to honor and recognize those who went through military service and who have made and continue to make sacrifices for our country by always capitalizing the word veteran in official government communications. I fully support this petition.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition that's been signed by hundreds of members of my community as they are concerned with the Public Service Superannuation Act, and in particular how the Government of Canada is applying the Act and deducting the Canadian Pension Plan disability benefit dollar for dollar from these pensions that people have earned through their work for the federal government. In particular, the individuals who signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to cease this deducting of the CPP disability benefits from the PSSA income immediately and retroactively, and directs the PSSA to refund these monies that have been deducted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 3 petitions today. The first is from residents primarily in the Niagara Falls area, calling on this House to take action to ban all flavors being added to cigarette products. We've discussed this for many years in this place. Clearly, additives that are designed to encourage young people to use cigarettes is against everything that we stand for in public health policy, and I hope the House will accept this petition. The second, Mr. Speaker, is from residents in my constituency, Pender Island, Main Island, Salt Spring Island, throughout the Gulf Islands, calling on the government to act to ban the transport of shark fin products. We know that shark finning is banned within Canadian waters, but the importation of these products continues to contribute to the extinction of sharks globally. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, a petition from many residents throughout the Victoria area and throughout Saanich and the Gulf Islands, as well as a number of names from Quebec, calling for the government to act to label products if they contain genetically modified organisms. Consumers have a right to know what they're buying, the petitioners allege, and they ask for the government, at long last, to take actions. Les pétitions pour l'étiquetage.
Petitions for labeling on GMOs across Canada.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the following questions will be answered today. Question 887, question 891, question 893, and question 895. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions numbered questions 888 to question 890 and question 894 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Yerdega.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
great to be able to rise today and talk about C-17. I apologize if I'm a little groggy. I haven't been to sleep since Saturday night. It took me that long, since 4:30 yesterday, to get here with my 3 plane flights, but we'll go ahead. So it's seldom that we have an act before Parliament with only one riding. So I appreciate everyone having C-17 on this agenda. And I appreciate that many members in the House, maybe all of them except the Minister and Parliamentary Secretary, may know very little about this bill because it's just related to one riding, and that's totally understandable. So I'll try and explain it to make it clear to people what they will be voting on. The Act simply removes 4 issues that were put in place through S6 in a totally inappropriate process. And the 4 issues are timelines, the reassessments of ongoing projects, the ministerial policy direction, and the delegation to the Yukon government of that authority. Although First Nations negotiated all the other changes, they weren't offered the opportunity to negotiate these 4. So for the other 336 members who do not live in the Yukon, I'll try to put this bill into context. On February 14th, 1973, the chiefs of the Yukon went to Ottawa and presented Prime Minister Elliott Trudeau a paper entitled Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow, which started the land claim and self-government process in the Yukon. The negotiations went on for 20 years until the modern treaty, the Umbrella Final Agreement, was signed on May 29, 1993, between the 3 orders of government, federal, territorial, and First Nation. And the UFA is constitutionally protected, so not even we, as legislators, can change it. Truly, a collaborative, negotiated effort, now sometimes used across Canada and around the world. But remember, it took 20 years. Part of the treaty prescribed the development of YESA, the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act, again a unique Yukon creation and model with our own Assessment Act, so that, unlike most of the rest of the country, we do not fall under SIA. But it deals with the assessments on the lands of all the governments, the First Nation governments, the Yukon government, the federal government. Creating YESA was again a negotiation exercise by the 3 partner governments that took 10 years. And YESA was passed in 2003. So far, so good. Now YESA had a built-in 5-year review after its 5th year. That review took 5 years from 2008 to 2012. Now a 5-year review is not necessarily supposed to take 5 years. It's just supposed to happen after 5 years. But it not only happened after 5 years, but also took 5 years. But there was a lot of hard work in those 5 years. There were 72 recommendations agreed to by the 3 levels of government after all this hard work. And these were implemented either in S6 or administratively. Once again, so far, so good. But at the 11th hour, near the end of the 5 years negotiation, the federal government said, oh, we're adding these 4 new major clauses to S6, and we're not negotiating them. After 20 years of the 3 partners working together on the UFA, 10 years working together on the YESA legislation, wouldn't you be outraged if one of your partners said to you, oh yeah, and we're adding 4 new major clauses, and you can't negotiate them? It's probably not in the letter of the law, and certainly not in the spirit of the law. So if you have an illegal law, or a law created in contravention of the treaty, then it doesn't really matter what's in it, does it? It has to go. We are now a whole new era of partnerships and collaboration with Indigenous people and First Nation governments. And often the industry has led the way in making partnerships with First Nations people. So I want to go on and talk about some of the elements that people have raised in the debate so far. One of the elements was that it's very important for mining. The Conservatives made a good point about how important mining is to the economy of the Yukon. It's been the biggest producer of our GDP since the gold rush, and so that's a very important point. And that's exactly what this bill is supposed to do, is help that along, add the certainty that's needed to go ahead. And I'm just going to add quote a couple of speeches and letters. Paul West-Sells, the president of Casino Mining Association, this would be one of the biggest mines in the world, world-class mine. On behalf of Casino Mining Corporation, Casino, I am putting forward our company's concerns regarding the fragility of intergovernmental relations in the Yukon surrounding Bill S-6 and the negative impact this is having on the territory's mineral industry. He went on to say, Casino believes that if YESA has the full support of all levels of government, it will provide greater certainty for the mineral industry, which is exactly what the Conservatives were saying, so that's great that they're supporting this. To this end, we encourage Canada, Yukon, and First Nations government to engage, work collaboratively, and find a solution to address the outstanding issues in Bill 6. And that's exactly what C-17 does. Another speech made before committee. This is by Ms. Alison Rippon Armstrong, Vice President, Lands and Environment of Kaminak Gold, which is most likely has a good chance of being the next mine to open in the Yukon. That Kaminak is concerned that the process through which YES is being amended, and that was back in S6, is creating increased distrust between governments and uncertainty in the assessment and regulatory process for the current and future projects in the Yukon. And as the Conservatives have so rightly said, it's exactly that certainty that we want to fix, that uncertainty that this mining Vice President is talking about. She goes on, our Coffee Gold project has yet to enter the YESA process. If Bill 6 is passed and challenged in court, the Coffee Gold project and our presence in the Yukon is uncertain. Kaminak urges the federal government to resume discussions with the First Nations to work collectively towards reaching consensus on the proposed amendments to YESA and avoid a court challenge. And that's exactly, again, what this bill does, what everyone's asking for. I then want to go on to, once again, in light of the Conservatives' emphasis on mining, just quote from a letter, and all these documents I'm quoting for are much longer than I'm talking about and emphasize the situation, but we wouldn't have time to go through them all. So this one is signed by Sandy Silver, the Premier of the Yukon, and it's as the Conservatives have said and the NDP have said, it's important that decisions are made by Yukoners. So this is signed by the Premier of the Yukon, Peter Johnson, the Grand Chief, and Mike Berkey, President of the Yukon Chamber of Mines. Once again, mining, important for mining to get that certainty back. Repeal of these amendments and addressing the industry concerns through collaborative framework is critical to reestablishing the confidence in the development assessment process in Yukon and honoring the intent of the final and self-government agreements. We were pleased to see Bill C-17, which removes these contentious clauses, introduced in the House of Commons on June 8th in 2016. The Government of Yukon, Self-Governing Yukon First Nations, Council of Yukon First Nations, and the Yukon Chamber of Mines look forward to seeing Bill C-17 passed without change as soon as possible. I just want to also, before I go on to some of the other points that have been made in this debate, I want to go on to just mention that the honor of the Crown is incumbent not only on the federal government, but also on the territorial governments. As recently as March 22nd, and this is mostly for all the lawyers in the various government departments in the House of Commons, to make sure they're aware of this. Just a few weeks ago, on March 22nd, 2017, during the Supreme Court appeal hearing, Justice Rosalie Silberman Abella, in discussing the responsibilities of the Yukon government in relation to First Nation states, particularly a government, the Yukon, to whom the honor of the Crown attaches. And 18 years earlier, Justice Vertes, ruling in 1999 in Northwest Territories Supreme Court in the case of Donald Morin versus Anne Crawford, reflected on the constitutional status of the territories, which had direct relevance to their function as a crown. Now, I just want to go through if there were any concerns, and as I said, I don't expect anyone in the House to understand this complex legislation because it only applies to the Yukon, and it was a treaty between three governments in the Yukon. So for anyone here to understand it would be you know, I totally understand. So that's why I'm trying to explain some of the facets of this. So first of all, there was a comment that the people of the Yukon should decide. And that's exactly what this bill does. What happened when S6 came forward with the 4 clauses being thrown in at the end? As I said, it was great in the sense that 72 things got approved. And either administratively or in S6 of the 72 things that the 3 governments agreed on, negotiated. But the 4 things thrown in at the end really aggravated the people of the Yukon. They didn't like being imposed without being able to negotiate. And there was 2 large town halls, between one and around 100 people, I think, each spontaneously occurred of people enraged about this imposition by the federal government, only rightly so. I mean, remember, the 10 years negotiation, the 20 years of negotiation for the constitutionally protected treaty, the 10 years of negotiation for the YESA legislation, the 5 years of the 5-year review. So obviously, they would be outraged when all of a sudden 4 items were added to their environmental legislation by Ottawa without allowing them to negotiate it like they had everything else. Another item that was raised, and it was a very good point by the Conservatives, it was about Northern strategy. And as I responded to that, it's being developed right at the moment, and once again by Yukoners from the bottom up, the chiefs, the premiers, and the people that live in the Yukon will put their input into this Northern Arctic policy framework. We really look forward to see, and this days and times, I could say that my view of the strategy of the North is that it first has to start with the people of the North. And you'll have great sovereignty and great success in the North if you focus on the people. Another item I want to talk about that was raised is the reassessments. And so when a project wants to change, it wants to expand, it wants to do something else, in the old days there was a reassessment that had to occur at the exact time that the next permit came due, because permits are what triggers assessments in this particular act, permits by various orders of government. And so, and some people had concern about that. It was mentioned in debate. But as I outlined, this system has been changed so that through the recent amendments that have been made, and as I said, the 72, some were policy, some were legislative. Now the assessments that the YESA can do is not limited to the next trigger, the 5 years, let's say, when the next water license or the next mining permit is due. The assessment is not limited to that time frame. The assessment can be for as long as the assessment board and the proponent think are reasonable. It makes into a time that fits with the project. So therefore, reassessments would not be due on those particular time spans, as was talked about earlier. But the other aspect is, let's say a project has gone for 10 or 20 years, and they've expired their permits, their water permits, their assessment and everything is expired. That doesn't mean things are going to be exactly the same. There's a number of things that have changed. That the climate has changed, the patterns of wildlife, the amount of wildlife that have been affected by the road, the airs and water affected by the tailings. So things, even though nothing is new in the particular production, there could easily be new things that have to be changed at. So the present system where that can be decided between the board and the decision bodies makes a lot of sense, that those assessments are done only when required. We talked about barriers to mining, barriers to investment, disincentives to investment, and as I said earlier, and that's a very important point raised by the Conservatives, because that's exactly what this bill does, is it removes those 5 minutes, thank you. That's exactly what this bill does. It removes those barriers, the ones that have been holding assessments in limbo, and I'll explain a little bit later how that happens through this bill and how this will clear it up, and the Minister said some of that in her speech. So I want to talk about how that the barriers that would leave it in limbo. And that's the fact that the assessments in the Yukon, unique in the country, are this partnership of the three governments that signed the treaty. And so the three governments all have particular roles to play in the assessment. If you legally or illegally bypass one, aggravate one, do not act in the, these changes are either likely illegal, but certainly not in the spirit of the treaty. If you change this and totally aggravate one of the parties, you're going to have huge uncertainty in the assessment process. First of all, you have to realize who's going to be on the board. Well, the board is made up of the three parties. So if you have one of the members of the board, one of the parties to the board making these decisions, obviously you're going to have a problem. As the NDP also said, you have Section 35 rights, constitutional rights. Once again, is why you have to have the First Nations on side. You can have, they each have settlement land, of course, where they have total control over, and they make the decisions based on, and they take into light what the YESA has recommended to them. But they also, in the way the UFA treaty works, is all 14 First Nations, the entire Yukon is divided into the First Nations as traditional land. And in their traditional land, they have certain influence and say, which was part of the treaty for them giving up the huge quantities of land they did in their treaty. So with all this, these three types of huge influence in the process, obviously if you've totally made them furious by circumventing them, by not acting in the honor of the Crown, by not acting in good faith in the negotiations, obviously there's going to be huge uncertainty in getting environmental assessments done. And that's why you have these letters from mining and from the Chamber of Mines, because they want to go back and negotiate things correctly in the future, have a partnership. As I said earlier, there's some great partnerships between First Nations and mines in the Yukon, and they're leading the way in that. The last item I wanted to talk about is the timelines. And there's some suggestion, and of course, once again, it'd be hard for people that don't come from the riding to understand how this works, and I only got 2 minutes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is that the timelines, it looks like we're getting rid of all timelines, and that's not true. The timelines are, by the decision body, are set out in the regs, and as a matter of policy and their rules. So, as you know, regulations have a process they have to go through, but wouldn't you, if it was your riding, want something sent by the economic experts, the environmental experts, the First Nation experts, the Yukon government experts in your own riding, as opposed to imposed by Ottawa? And that's exactly how it works. The same as the decision body, the local, the little ones, or the executive board decisions are made by the rules of the ESSA board. So there are timelines all there. And just finally, as was said a couple of times, even without timelines, the ESSA board has a great record, and we're making decisions within the proposed less than the timelines almost all the time anyways. So that in a way it was a solution that didn't, where there was no problem. So let's have a new beginning. Let's have negotiations, which may be tough, but we'll include the three legal signatories to the treaty with the federal government, the First Nations government, the Yukon government, industry, now all inside, working collaboratively. Hopefully all of us as parliamentarians will join this partnership, put this quickly behind us, and getting on with building a fair and prosperous country for us all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we have a quorum in the House at the moment.
We have 12. Oh, wait a minute. We do now have a quorum, yes. It was close. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. The honourable member for Victoria.
Member for Yukon, despite his fatigue from travel, I thought he did an admirable job of explaining a complex bill. I was pleased to be involved in those 20 years, involved as a lawyer in the creation of the final agreements and culminating in the YESA Act, and I'm very, very pleased to be standing in support of the bill today. talked about the 4 new clauses that Bill C-6 brought in and how obviously that was contrary to the letter and spirit of treaties. Of that, there can be no doubt. I have 2 questions related, if I could, through you, Mr. Speaker, for the honourable member. He referenced the case of the Peel watershed that last month was before the Supreme Court of Canada, talking about the honour of the Crown and the like. I'd like to know if he feels that case could have any impact on the YESA bill before us. And secondly, whether he believes that the free, prior and informed consent of the Yukon First Nations is required as a consequence of the YESA Act in its current form.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has a point of order.
I hate to belabor the point, but we have fallen below quorum again in this House, Mr. Chair, and you know, we're having a debate here. It's interesting that, anyway, I won't comment on the presence or absence of members, but you can do the count.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, you know, in the last number of years, the member knows full well that when their point of order is called, that it's a quick canvass of the House, and I'm not sure if the member is just wanting to try to get a delay. We do have members that are here that are accessible, and I don't think we're supposed to be necessarily reflecting on those that are present and those that are not present. I can assure the member there's more Liberal members of Parliament in the House currently than there are Conservatives that are in the House.
If I can, I mean, it's turning into a debate, and I don't want to turn into a debate. I just want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary we're not to refer to the presence of members, either personally or as a group, in the House. I believe our quorum is in the House, and we'll return to the Honourable Member for Yukon. No, I'm afraid not. That would be a debate, and we already have one debate going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope the member will be sensitive to the limited audience for this particular bill, because it's mostly administrative for this riding. But the member made a good point related to the Peel case. I think the parallel is the obligation is the treaty taking the honour of the Crown and living up to the treaties. And the treaty in the Peel case, which is just before the Supreme Court now, there's a process laid out for land use planning, in the Peel area. That process, the claim in the court, I can't really comment on courts, but is that the process of the land claim was not followed with the honour of the Crown. And as I mentioned, it's timely that I mentioned the Crown does apply for the territorial government. They have that responsibility as well. And I think your colleague mentioned a good case when he talked about Section 35 again. There's a parallel. There was a Little Salmon Carmacks trapping case. I don't know if you remember that one. And once again, the Crown had an obligation to protect the rights of the First Nations. And this was not on their settlement land, but because it would affect their settlement land. So that was very important. And the point I've tried to make in my debate is it doesn't really matter what those 4 clauses are, because they're there illegally. They're there improperly. So however good they are, they just have to go for that reason, and for the same reason as the Peel controversy over the fair implementation of the Umbrella Final Agreement.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister for Indigenous and Northern Affairs speech, she said, Canada, Yukon, self-governing Yukon First Nations, and industry have agreed to continue to work in collaboration through the regulatory process to establish practical timelines. I ask if once the Yukon government, the federal government, and the First Nations have concluded their agreements on a new process for reassessment and timelines, how will it integrate into YESAB? Does it require amendments to the Act? What is the process for such, and how long will it take?
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And that process is in place through the rules of the board. And through the rules of the board, they decide there's 3 levels of timelines. There's timelines for the local offices, the district offices for the smaller projects. Then there's timelines for the ones that get bumped up to the executive board. And then there's the very highest level is a panel. We've never actually had a panel yet. I think there should be one coming shortly, but we've never had a panel yet. So for those three, the rules of the board determine that. That is already established through the regulations. They have to be gazetted. And so the system that the member's asking about is now in place. And so that the local people, local governments, in consultation with the mining industry, the environmental industry, and everyone the three levels of government talk to will have those timelines to work under.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
My colleague from the Yukon who have worked so hard on bringing this bill forward to Parliament to ensure that we have an approach that ensures trust amongst the Government of Canada and the people of the Yukon and Yukon First Nations in deciding on projects that are important in their area. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen a bill come to the House that have really outlined the differences between two governments more than this bill today. Under S6, I was in the Yukon with my colleague when First Nations and mining companies both were at the microphone saying we do not want to see these changes in S6. But the government of today, the government of the opposition now, was adamant that these changes would go through. They were imposing themselves and the government's views up on the people of the Yukon. I'm happy to say today that the people have spoken and that their rights will be respected under this government. And I'd like to ask my colleague to comment on what that means to the people of the Yukon today.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And, you know, I don't want to dwell on the past. I want to go into the future. And I think we have a lot of new members in the House, people that I think are being sensitized to this bill. I certainly know the minister who made a promise a couple of years ago and the parliamentary secretary who's spoken so passionately about this in Whitehorse understand. But I think other members in the House are now getting a sense of the relationship, a sense of the importance of this bill for developing the relationship. And only when you have the three governments on side can development can go ahead. And I can tell you the people that were outraged were so excited and have been asking constantly for this bill to go forward so that this unilateral imposition of those 4 clauses from Ottawa at the 11th hour that took away their confidence that it was their YESA legislation, their Environmental Assessment Act, is gone. It gives the First Nations that confidence that they're again partners, treated as equal partners, and have an equal say in the assessments and the changes to the regime that was guaranteed, that was developed through their umbrella final agreement, through their modern treaty that's held up around the world, across Canada, and is constitutionally protected. So we can't really change. So I think they're very proud of their agreement, which is a unique assessment procedure that only Yukon handles.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
With all due respect to my colleagues, there is clarity in the rules that you need to have a quorum of 20 members in the House of Commons. So I ask again for that count to be taken because there are less than 20 members in the House of Commons during this debate.
6, 7. I'm afraid I'm only at 19. I'm going to have to start over again. Oh, sorry, I count as a member as well, so we have our 20. We have our 20. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Chair, what we have happening is we have the House falling below the quorum repeatedly because members have left. Then we have members flooding in the middle of you conducting a count, and members know this is happening.
I'm afraid that's turning into a debate. I'm going to have to shut the member down, but we did conduct a count. We're now at 20. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I was just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the people that I'm meeting with outside can also be counted as quorum in here. The important meeting that I'm having outside, that a lot of us are having outside.
I'm afraid that sounds more like debate than anything else. I'm going to let that drop. No, I mean, one of the things that the rule states is that if we cannot mention or allude to another member not being in the House. But if there is a lack of quorum, I think we have to take account. I believe there's 20 now. We can continue. I believe the honourable member for Yukon was finishing up a question. He's done? Okay. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from the Yukon also arriving in Ottawa on the same flight with him, but I didn't have to start in the Yukon, getting it at 2:45 in the morning. Yes, we touched down. But I wanted to just say that I don't know why he feels that this was less important for all Canadians. I appreciate that it is only within the riding that he represents of Yukon. But this was an egregious thing that happened, Bill C-6. For the Champagne and Ahaisik, for the Teslin and Tlingit, for the Little Salmon Carmack First Nations, they entered into good faith negotiations with Canada. It was the honour of the Crown that's at stake when unilaterally one party to negotiations pushes through changes to something that was arrived at through good faith negotiations with those particular First Nations. I welcome the fact that now in the 42nd Parliament, with this Bill C-17, we're redressing what was quite egregious under Bill S-6. At the time, I fought those changes as well. They clearly went to court. This should be a classic case of lesson learned for a government in majority in power. Don't force through that which you want when you know the courts will overturn it. You waste public resources. And frankly, Stephen Harper's administration did this all too often. I make no comment on most of my Conservative friends in the room at the moment because they weren't in the 41st Parliament. But this is a classic case of wasting the public's time, insulting First Nations, and now we're putting it right.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And thank the member for her constant support for this and her talking about the importance of it. And, you know, our government would rather, and the minister is right here and made this point, a very important point, that we would rather negotiate than litigate with First Nations. And that's exactly, I didn't want to bring up the litigation, but the member did, and that's exactly adds to the uncertainty that the Conservatives would like to get away from. Nothing would be going ahead. This would still be in the courts, but the Teslin Tlingit Council, the Champagne Ajac Champagne and Ajac First Nations and the Little Salmon Carmack First Nations have put their case, held it off because this is going forward to fix this grievous situation that both the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister have guaranteed that we would fix.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dawson, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I'm here to talk about Bill C-17. The background leading to Bill C-17 is as follows. The federal government's role in the management of lands and resources in the Yukon was devolved to the government of Yukon in 2003. And the Government of Canada maintains the responsibility for outlining the environmental regulation there. And the Yukon Environmental Socio-Economic Assessment Board was established under the final agreement. Our Bill S-6 was intended, and it did, was intended to make the northern regulatory regimes more consistent with those in the south, to attract investment and to develop economic opportunities. Bill S-6 was a very good bill. It put time limits on the review process. It exempted a project from reassessment when an authorization is renewed or amended, unless there has been a significant change to the project. The ability of it gave the federal minister the ability to provide binding policy direction to the board, and very importantly, the ability to delegate the federal minister's powers, duties, or functions under the Act to the territorial government. I became a member of Parliament in 2010, and for the first term of our government, I was on both the Fisheries Committee and the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. And for most of that time, I was the only member of Parliament of any political party who was on both of those committees. So I was very privileged to get a view into our environmental policy making, and indeed participated fully in many of the changes that we made. Many of the changes we made that improved the environmental process, cleaned up a number of very bad pieces of environmental legislation, improved the potential for economic development, and had absolutely no negative effects on the environment. We amended the we amended the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act to remove duplication. We changed the Navigable Waters Protection Act into the Navigation Protection Act. This was a particularly egregious act. It was a good act back when it was written, back in the 1800s, when Canada depended on depended on water navigation to a very great extent, and blocking navigable waters simply was not an option for our growing economy. However, over the course of decades and years, judicial interpretation of what was a navigable water kept going smaller and smaller and smaller until intermittent streams were considered navigable waters. And that, and again, people who have a strong interest in stopping economic development, my colleague opposite, he inadvertently used the phrase environmental industry, and I think there has been an industry developed that is doing very well financially in stopping projects. And the old Navigable Waters Protection Act was a particularly bad act because it forced municipalities, for example, to spend inordinate amounts of money to build bridges over tiny intermittent water bodies. We also changed the Fisheries Act quite dramatically, and as a fisheries biologist myself, I was very much involved with the changes to the Fisheries Act. These examples that I'm citing are germane to the topic of the Yukon situation, because the regulatory regime of a country is critical to the economic development of that country. Modern projects must be environmentally sound, indeed they are, and at the same time, investment must be encouraged. The current federal government had as one of its platform policies revising the Fisheries Act 2012, which was our Fisheries Act, and we had extensive hearings. The Fisheries Committee did. I'm still on the Fisheries Committee. I'm the Vice Chair. We had basically weeks of hearings where people who were opposed to the changes we made to the Act wanted to go back to the way it was, the old way, where basically the entire country was considered fish habitat, and the Fisheries Act was able to be used by the environmental industry and environmental lawyers to block, hold up, or otherwise stop economic development. What was very interesting, I have a strange view of the environment. I actually believe that when you talk about environmental policy, you actually should talk about ecology, nature, landscapes, water, because presumably that's what it's all about. But all I hear mostly from environmental advocates these days, especially those on the Liberal left, is process, process, process. And in our Fisheries Act hearings, the ones who were so excited about the changes we made to the Act, we asked them over and over and over again, since the Act was changed in 2012, can you point to any fish populations that have been decimated or affected by the changes we made to the Act? Not a person could come up with any examples, but they sure were mad at the process. And their metric for success of an act was how many investigations there were, how many charges there were, how many processes there were, and the fish and the environment actually became an afterthought. So the changes we made to the Yukon Act, putting time limits on, no reassessment unless the project was significantly changed, the federal minister binding policy direction, and delegate the federal minister's powers to the territorial government. I remember being involved when I was environmental director at a paper mill with a change in the direction of our mill, and there were multiple bodies regulating the environmental assessment that we were doing. And you never knew which level of government would step in, since it was sort of optional. They would sit there in the weeds and we'd do the environmental assessment. We'd say, well, basically, I'm being vernacular here, what do you think? And they'd say, well, we're not sure, just keep doing what you're doing. This kind of uncertainty has a very direct and negative effect on investment. It's great for lawyers, the billable time just keeps going up and up and up. But in terms of communities and people and livelihoods, it's the worst thing that could happen. Back when I was a young biologist in the 70s, right out of university, one of my very first jobs was doing being part of the environmental assessment of the Mackenzie Valley pipeline. And it was a dream job for a kid out of university. Got to play around with fish, fly around in helicopters and sample rivers and lakes in remote parts of the Mackenzie Valley. It was just an absolutely marvelous experience. This is back in the days of the Berger Commission. And I remember the team that I was a part of, we sampled every single waterway in the Mackenzie Valley, every tributary, all the lakes along the proposed pipeline route. We flew the pipeline route, wrote copious reports, took a lot of water samples, fish samples, all the usual kinds of fun stuff that field biologists get to do. Well, the report was written, the Berger Commission was held. At that point, oil and gas prices were not too bad, and of course we had the oil scare, the oil embargo, so there was a certain urgency for Canada to develop our natural resources. Well, the government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau of the day ultimately turned the project down after all of that work. Interestingly enough, the project was resurrected in 1990, in the 90s again. Gas prices were up. I think it was $15 a 1,000 cubic feet. I think that's what it's measured in. It's a high price. You know, let's see if we can get the Mackenzie Valley pipeline going again. The proponents for that project in the 1990s had to do exactly the same environmental assessment that we did in the 1970s. Nothing had changed. The rivers and lakes were exactly the same. There had been no development, no economic expansion, nothing. Yet what we did in the 1970s was redone all over again for I don't know how many years this second assessment was done. Well, as time went on, the price of natural gas declined dramatically, and the project became uneconomical. Delay and uncertainty kills projects. So now we have no Mackenzie Valley pipeline, and we have, I don't know, 15, 20 communities that are on dire economic straits. We know how to build pipelines safely. They're all built in an environmentally sound way. And it's because they are so good that when a spill actually occurs, then it's a big event, because it is an extremely rare event. So there's a fundamental misunderstanding of modern economic development, especially resource projects. All projects are built with state-of-the-environment technology. The implication when one goes into an environmental review process, it's we either do this review process or the environment will be destroyed, which is complete and utter nonsense. Again, in my own experience, managing a wastewater treatment plant at a paper mill, doing environmental assessments in the oil sands, and many years' experience doing environmental assessments across the country, working with companies, working with engineers and designers, I can absolutely guarantee you that the state-of-the-art environmental technology is built in to every single project before any shovel goes in the ground. Scrubbers are put on smokestacks, wastewater treatment plants are built, are designed for, and the technology for environmental improvement is increasing all the time. And interestingly enough, well, one can look at the miracle of Inco. 30, 40 years ago, there was a moonscape around that town because of acid rain emissions from the mill. Well, it was cleaned up, and the landscape around Sudbury has come back. I've been there, I've seen it, and this is what advanced industrial, capitalist, free market societies do. We get richer, and we do a better job environmentally, and the process is ongoing and continuing. The other thing about environmental policy is that it's very important to measure environmental results. There was a Greek philosopher, Pythagoras, who said, all is math. And what I see in environmental policy making is nobody measures anything. We have this, and I use the term advisedly, we have this faith that what we want to do, it's good for the world because I'm a good person and I want to save the world, therefore what I do is good. Well, we don't do the hard-nosed measurements to zero in on not only what the environmental problems may be, measuring the state of the earth, measuring fish populations, water quality, and so on, and then focusing on our efforts on where environmental programs will actually make a difference. For example, wetland loss is very serious in this country, yet we only have half-hearted measures to preserve wetlands. So, again, I go back to the process, and I go back to what we as a government did to streamline the process, remove duplication, because hearings and meetings by themselves rarely result in environmental improvement. Spending $25 million putting a wastewater treatment plant at a paper mill will improve the environment. And so that's how I look at environmental policy, and I think that is how it should be looked at across the country. How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? How much time? 6 minutes, okay. Again, when we were going through the process of the Fisheries Act, the critics of what we did, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the critics of what we did under the Fisheries Act, their metric as to what the changes, the 2012 changes to the Fisheries Act did, their metric was how many authorizations, how many charges resulted as a result of the 2012 Act, whereas our main concern obviously was the health of the fish. And again,
the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I have been wrestling with myself on this point of order now, Mr. Speaker, but now that there's just 5 minutes remaining, I wonder if the member plans to address the bill we're debating today, Bill C-17, the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, because as nostalgic as we all are for the destruction of environmental laws under Bill C-38 back in 2012, I really wondered if he had some views on the current bill.
Okay, I'll let the honourable member finish, and I just want to remind the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I've seen a lot of debates happen in the House where you're really questioning where it's going, and then suddenly it gets wrapped around. I have to give the honourable member that freedom to make his point. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member from Saanich Gulf Islands gets all harried when we talk about math and numbers and so on. So, you know, this is what's really important.
I think we have another point of order, and I think it's quite right. I'm not sure that accusing someone of being hairy is a play. Yes, you did.
Honourable member, what is a point of order that is reasonable, which is relevance. His response, which was an attack on something that is most outrageous, the assumption that I don't understand numbers and that I'm harried. I'm sorry, I want to hear speeches that are relevant to the subject we are debating today, and to attack me personally is completely unacceptable.
On the relevancy again, I can't rule on that one, but I believe the honourable member does owe the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands somewhat of an apology for referring to the numbers.
Sir, fine, I apologize. Again, the relevance is the investment climate in this country is critical. And the environmental processes that govern the development and implementation of projects are very, very important. And that is why the changes that we made to the Act via S6. We put time limits on the review process. I know the environmental industry wants no time limits on the review process. I made the point, Mr. Speaker, and it is absolutely true that all projects these days are built with the finest environmental technology in place right now. And so to spend an inordinate amount of time reviewing what we already know is what our government changed in this Act. Regarding this Act, We exempted a project from reassessment when an authorization is renewed or amended unless there has been a significant change to the project. There's always changes being made to resource projects. Plants are sometimes refurbished, boilers are changed, and these can be considered as routine maintenance or modifications. And if these are subject to endless litigation or process, just as a company, or when a company is modifying its plant in a manner that is not significant in terms of its environmental performance, that modification should be exempt from a review process. Again, the federal minister still had a role to provide binding policy direction to the board, so the federal government was involved. The last thing we did under S6, which was very important, we have the ability to delegate the federal minister's powers, duties, or functions under the Act to the territorial government. I spoke earlier, as a person who's actually worked in industry, how the investment climate can be negatively affected by different levels of government coming in and out of the process. We know that in the environment, there is a separation of powers in the environment. Migratory birds, for example, are clearly within the purview of the federal government. Wildlife is provincial, and so on and so on. But when we get, there's a very strong overlap between those. And often, a proponent has to repeat exactly the same environmental assessment for two levels of government. And what that does, it costs money, it costs time, and what that does, that kind of regulatory uncertainty has the potential to thwart investment. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, capital in the modern world is very mobile, and capital looks where it can best be spent, and they look for regulatory certainty. I'm very pleased about my home province of Manitoba, where we finally have a business-friendly, aggressive, conservative government. The mining industry views Manitoba now as the place in North America to develop mines. Not only do we have high environmental standards, we have a business-friendly government, we have rich mineral resources, and unlike the Liberal government of Ontario and other governments across the country, Manitoba has some of the lowest hydro rates in North America. And that is a recipe for success. So going back to Bill C-17, what C-17 is doing is reversing what the Bill C-17 is reversing the good work that was done under our government. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a motion, and I move, seconded by the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, quote, and that the committee report back no later than June 19th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, who was the seconder? Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, which is... So we have an amendment to an amendment moved by the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipoa, seconded by the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, and that the committee report back no later than June 19th, 2017. The amendment seems to be in order. Thank you. Now we'll go on to questions. The honourable member for Yukon.
Speaker, and thank the member for taking the time to talk about this bill. And in fact, his arguments again have, as the other Conservatives have, to a large extent really supported the bill. First of all, he talks about sometimes you have assessments for 2 levels of government, and that creates regulatory uncertainty. And of course, we don't want that. And that's exactly what the YESA Act does. It has the 3 levels of government, and it brings them all into one, so you only go through the one assessment, and you don't have this duplication that you might have in other parts of the country. So the great, I'm sure, kudos from the member for this act. The treaty duties delegated to the territory. I mean, what other the treaty doesn't allow that, and the member knows that we can't, and the treaty is constitutionally protected. So obviously we don't have, as legislatures, the ability to change that. A binding policy. How many boards, maybe the member could give us an example of which boards get binding, which independent boards get binding direction from the federal minister. Obviously, if you have an independent board, I'm sure the members would be the first to complain if the minister started imposing policy. Another one he brought up was wetlands are important and there's no protection. Well, the YESA board is right now considering some cases related to wetlands. So once again, this act is working very well. And many, many projects have gone through successfully, smoothly, and have been slowed down by the amendments that this would change. And the Mackenzie Valley Act, once again, the problem there was the proponents didn't get the First Nations along the line on side at the time at the first case. And that's what YESA has on side now. It has the First Nation governments on side, and that's why so many projects go through. And finally, I'll just comment on the point that, and I appreciate the member from Saanich Gulf Island being courageously arguing for this bill, even though it's not in her riding, but she makes a good point that this has national ramifications. We have been abrogating, on occasion, treaties since before Confederation. And when you have a treaty that's the honor of the Crown to negotiate in good faith, to live up to what the treaty says and what you honestly believe the treaty says, and on many occasions that hasn't happened. And so that's the national significance, as the member from Saanich Gulf Island said, of this particular case, because it has ramifications of living up to treaties that Canada has signed.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
I'm not sure there was really a question there, but I'm still firmly convinced that it introduces uncertainty into the resource development review process. Again, I look at provinces like Manitoba, where the mining engine is starting to get revved up, and we have a very good regulatory process in Manitoba, and we will see what happens in the Yukon because the proof is in the pudding.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. One of the things that I heard loud and clear in my riding of North Island Powell River during the last election was that consultation was at the very heart of building a relationship with Indigenous communities, and that was simply not happening in the last government. One of the things that came out very clear about S6 is that the Conservatives felt very strongly that they had consulted appropriately. So my question to the member is, if that proper process happened, why did the Council of Yukon First Nations Grand Chief Ruth Massey say that there was not adequate consultation, and why did they take legal action?
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Well, I very strongly take issue with the member's view that there was no consultation. The changes we made. Very conveniently, the NDP always forget about farmers and municipalities and rural communities, and there was extensive consultations with the farm community and rural municipalities on our Fisheries Act, and to a person and to an organization, all of those groups were very strongly supportive of the changes we made to that particular act, and similarly with the Navigable Waters Protection Act. And in terms of whether an individual wasn't happy with the consultation process, well, I'd like to see any consultation process where there were 100% of the groups and people happy with the process or the outcome.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by accepting the gracious apology of my friend from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, and move to some of the topic that was under a focus of his speech, being the suggestion that the Bill C-38, the Omnibus Budget Bill of Spring 2012, merely amended the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. It actually repealed the Environmental Assessment Act as was passed and crafted under the previous administration of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, and replaced it with an entirely new scheme of an act. And that scheme of an act did include timelines. So my question to him was whether he has read the recent expert assessment of the new act, which finds that it completely fails to meet the objectives. It's chaired by our former Commissioner for the Environment, Joanne Gelinas. It was released last week. And tellingly, it said that Enbridge found that under the new act, the Harper-era Environmental Assessment Act with timelines, that from Enbridge's point of view, the timelines worked against them and the process took longer.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Well, again, as I said in my speech, this speech and many other speech, again, critics of what we did as a government with these acts, they never talk about the environment. The environment improved under our government. The math showed that sulfur dioxide went down, nitrous oxide went down. Canada was considered the second best water quality in the world in 2010 by the United Nations. The sockeye salmon run in 2014 and the Fraser was a record in history. Even I'm not crass enough to take credit for that, but it happened. So the point is, and we asked witnesses during the review of our Fisheries Act, who were very dead set against what we did with the Fisheries Act. What changes in fish populations did you see as a result of changes to our Fisheries Act, and can you point to them and give us some specific examples? And they couldn't. A focus on process often takes away from real environmental improvement, such as, for example, putting wastewater treatment plants at paper mills. That's what real environmentalism is, and that's what environmental debates should be about, creating a clean and healthy environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't sure if I was going to be recognized to speak. I always like it when members speak from a perspective of technical understanding, and I know that my colleague is a biologist and he has quite a bit of experience both in the field and again in the House because he's been a returning member. So perhaps he could maybe just elaborate a little bit on the principles of conservative environmentalism, because it's a principle that he has spoken on a lot in this House. I know he's had speaking engagements on it, and I think it goes to the very heart of the bill, which is that you can't be a good steward of the environment as well as a good steward of the economy. We always hear this case being made by the Minister of Environment, the two go hand in hand, but they do one thing, and they kind of ignore the economy. It's that one side of the coin that never gets looked at. It's the one side of the coin that the government continues to ignore. So if the member could maybe just elaborate on the principles of conservative environmentalism, I'd really appreciate it.
Well, don't call me Shirley. And the main principle is, I agree that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, but it's actually an inverse relationship. The wealthier, richer countries have better environments, and you get richer and wealthier as a country by adopting conservative economic principles. You believe in free trade, you believe in open markets, you believe in property rights. You have all of the factors in place to create wealth. Once you create wealth, you can then implement the technology to improve the environment. In 1989, a specific example, the Brian Mulroney government implemented the pulp and paper effluent regulations, mandating all of the pulp and paper plants in this country to install $25 million average cost wastewater treatment plants. I had the honor of running one of those plants after it was built. Do you think, Mr. Speaker, a poor country like, let's say, a socialistic Venezuela that so many left-wing Canadians praised, would they ever put in a wastewater treatment plant? Has anybody ever been to China to look at the environmental quality there? The sulfur dioxide case is another one. There's an economist named Kuznets who put a relationship between country income and environmental quality. And when the United States, for example, was getting richer, at one point in the early 1970s, an inflection point was reached. The country kept getting richer, and sulfur dioxide emissions kept going down. Let's all get rich and save the environment.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Mécompte Éclairable, Rail Transportation.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to hear from my colleague, the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I always struggle with it. This House has some interesting writing names. So many of them I avoid speaking. But again, it speaks to the fact that in this House we have many members who have a great deal of technical knowledge, who bring it to the House in order to kind of explain their viewpoints on the value of a particular bill, either based on the clause-by-clause assessment they bring to it, or because they have perhaps concerns of principle. They differ on principle with the direction the government is taking. So I'm pleased to rise on C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act. Obviously, I don't entirely agree with all the content, but I want to bring up a few points, perhaps on clause-by-clause issues that I have with the bill and the intent of the bill and the possible consequences of it. But with that in mind, I do have a Yiddish proverb. Many members know I care much for the Yiddish language and especially the proverbs. A fool says what he knows and a wise man knows what he says. And what I hope to live up to in this speech is very much the latter instead of the former. So judge me based on when I'm done at the end of it. I think this bill again represents that positive and sunny attitude the government has taken on. You know, there's this sunny agenda, just taking the entire accomplishments of the previous government and just wrecking them, whether it be the economy, the low-tax environment, the success in the economy, in more general terms, but specific sectors that did so well. And then it comes to legislative initiatives that actually made it easier to create jobs, made it easier to develop a project. It gave you certainty that if you put a project forward, you were going to get an answer, a yes or a no, and some type of content to it. So then you could decide as a shareholder, a company owner, or worker, whether it was worth pursuing or not, and that simply doesn't exist anymore if we go ahead with this particular piece of legislation. Revoking everything another government has done is not a positive agenda. I want to make that point, because that's consistently what I see here. Labor union bill that was passed by a private member in this House before, the member for Foothills, if I remember his writing correctly, was torn apart by this government. And again, this is another continuation of that strain of that positive, sunny attitude, and I say that with a great deal of sarcasm in this House. It's typical of a government, I feel, that has no clear or credible plan, whether it comes to the economy, whether it comes to ensuring jobs are created by the private sector. It doesn't really have a plan. We saw that in the budget as well. It just kind of went all over the place. It didn't have a focus to it, and now we're spending a Monday debating a bill that will make it more difficult to grow the economy in the Yukon. That's my personal belief, of course, and I know that the member from the Yukon is here, and he sits on the opposite benches, which is most unfortunate, because I do appreciate him chairing the House Procedures Committee, and I've been there many times now. I'm so glad we're able to have a debate here, he and I. He can listen to me during daytime hours as opposed to midnight hours to debate C-17. So again, I really do believe that C-17 will make it more difficult for companies and workers and shareholders to move forward with some type of understanding that they will have their project assessed in a reasonable amount of time and have a decision rendered upon it. So the reasons I have for opposing it, I think it's a step backwards for the self-determination of Yukoners. It takes away northern control over northern resources. And again, members will disagree with me on this. I still think it's that Ottawa knows best attitude. I feel that's the vein in this bill. And as someone from Alberta, representing a constituency full of people from all across Canada who've made Alberta their home, they've chosen Alberta, we have this strong attitude that, you know, Ottawa has this kind of vibe that it knows best. They come to our city, come to our province, you know, pretending that they can fix all of our problems. The best thing they could ever do is simply stay out of our province. We can handle things ourselves. And I think many people in the territories and in other provinces would feel the same way. Another reason to oppose the bill is that the introduction introduces unnecessary delays and the potential for delays, which I think is far more critical to this debate, the potential for delays, that uncertainty that it continues to create and aggravate. And I'll bring forward maybe my experience. I had actually worked for the Minister of Sustainable Resource Development in Alberta, took care of fish and wildlife, lands, water, biodiversity, forestry. So very much it was a ministry responsible for the entire landscape of Alberta and the industrial development happening on it, because whether people like it or not, and I know there are many members in different parts of this House that don't like industrial development, they don't like timber, they don't seem to like oil and gas, they don't seem to like the products and the fruits of the labor of individuals, then create wealth, and then we get to put up buildings such as this. We get to renovate buildings. We get to grow the economy. The jobs that are created again, by the private sector, but they allow us to create that wealth and to trade, find opportunities to meet each other's needs. I also think, as a last reason to oppose this, is that it puts the Yukon at a competitive disadvantage with the rest of Canada, because again, it'll differ the system of approvals from some of the provinces to some of the territories, and I think that's an error. I think as much as possible, because companies in Canada operate throughout all jurisdictions, the really large ones are interested in large energy or mining infrastructure projects, we should ensure that they have the same rules that apply to them wherever they go, because it's much simpler for their technical staff, the workers that are there, to understand the rules and make sure that they can comply with them. What I also feel this bill, the C-17, it also shows yet again kind of a deep disdain for natural resources and energy workers. And this is something that many constituents of mine have expressed through email, through phone calls, at open houses that I've had. This continued kind of dislike. Being in mining and in energy development is just not, it's not trendy. It's not, what's that word in the budget? Oh yeah, innovative. You know, there's 212 times that word is used in the budget. I think small business is used 6 times. It's just, yeah, that's right, thank you. It's a super cluster of innovation. I don't really know what these buzzwords are in the budget, but they're just slammed together. I think we called it a word salad at one point. But the resource industry, the mining industry, some of the most innovative industry. The workers that go there spend years upon years getting a technical education that allows them to develop these resources responsibly, and they want to very much. So when they hear the government make it more difficult to develop a mining project, an energy project, just the potential for extra difficulty, the potential for a project not being approved within 18 months, 24 months, or being denied, and then an explanation of why it's been denied, it concerns them, because they put like 2 years of their life into trying to find a way to meet the approval requirements, and for them to be faced with potential changes again, because who knows, there might be more changes down the line that this government may want to do. Again, we saw in the budget changes to some of the way the mining tax credits work, the exploration tax credits work. All of those things add up. It's a cumulative impact on industry. We always hear about cumulative impacts on the environment, but there's a cumulative impact on industry of the decisions being made by this government. And it will cost them, because it will cost them jobs, GDP growth, and also this reduction, in child poverty rates. They're paying themselves to these metrics that someday they will have to meet. And again, they likely will not be able to. So without clear and predictable timelines, it's impossible for companies and their workers, like I said, to plan anything. The pipelines, the pipeline debate that we've had in Canada, I know that there was some approvals the government went through. There also was a cancellation that it went through on Northern Gateway. That had a big impact on Calgary. It had a big impact on companies, and the certainty that they had that a process that was followed to the T by companies would actually follow through with an approval and the jobs that come with it. Because even though you get an approval, that doesn't mean the company will actually be able to go ahead and build it if they think the government will, again, change the rules, will arm the opponents of the project with extrajudicial or legal tools that they can use to try and delay it. And all of those things matter. And we've seen over the past few weeks, many international companies leave Calgary, leave their head offices, sell out all of their assets, just basically abandon the hill, abandon Alberta, because they don't feel they can make a good enough return on it. Now, the energy industry in Alberta, in Western Canada, in Northern Territories, in the Yukon, is still hurting. And I still hear from my constituents who are still considering work outside of Canada or in one of the eastern provinces because they just can't find work in the sector that they had trained their entire life in. Alberta spent a generation trying to find the requisite human resources, the requisite workers to fill the jobs that we desperately needed. And the same thing is for the Yukon. You always had people from the Yukon traveling to Calgary. I remember this when I used to work in human resources. You had people traveling actively recruiting workers in Calgary with amazing compensation packages to try and bring them to the Yukon, convince them that it was worth taking 2, 3, 4 years, make an incredible pay, make an incredible contribution to the economy there, and now it doesn't happen anymore. And this C-17, I believe, will only make it worse. What I also think is that the Liberal government, what they're doing through this specific piece of legislation is just spreading that joy, that sunny waves all across Western Canada some more and into the north now. We've seen what they've done with 2 consecutive budgets now to the economy in Western Canada. It's a pittance in terms of job creation, and there's just no business confidence that good times will return, that they'll have the certainty the regulatory environment will be with a certain measure they can expect that a project that they put forward today will receive its approval within 18 or 24 months. And that's what many of these companies want. It's not just for the companies, it's not just for the shareholders, but it's for the workers. If you're going to spend 2 years of your life trying to meet the regulatory requirements of the government, that's 2 years of what I would call red tape. Now, one person's red tape is another person's responsible accountability. But 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? What about the Mackenzie gas pipeline? What about the millions of hours of worker time spent on a project that never, ever went ahead? Now, I'm not a biologist. I'm also, thankfully, not a lawyer, with all due respect to the lawyers in this House. So I'm going to speak a bit from my time working for the Minister of Sustainable Resource Development, because it informs how I view this bill specifically. Now, that department took care of public lands, grazing leases, forestry, mining, energy leases, fish and wildlife management areas, wildlife protection, provincial parks. It took care of forestry, the economics, the leases, the public lands associated with it, the regulations governing the industry. It was what I would call almost like a hodgepodge of different types of sectors of what the government is so-called responsible for, setting the rules of the game for the different companies and different individuals who want to participate in it. And I'll be the first to say, you know, I'm a city boy. I've lived all my life in big cities. I was born in a large city in Danzig in Poland. My parents came to Montreal. That was the city that I grew up in. I've lived in Calgary. I've lived in Edmonton. I lived in Ottawa. I've lived in many great large urban centers. But working for this department, it gave me a much greater appreciation both for the breadth of activity across Alberta and the breadth of industrial activity and what industrial activity actually means to people on the ground, to the jobs, the families, the incomes that it creates, and how can government make it simpler for industrial activity to happen in a responsible way. I don't think C-17 accomplishes that. I think it takes a step backwards. I think it makes it more complicated to meet the requirements that the government might set forward. Again, it's that lack of confidence. There's just a general lack of confidence with people here that this government actually has it right, that they actually know what they're doing. I know we look at things like the economics of development, the certainty of decision-making, that when you put forward your project, it would be approved or not approved, but with very clear reasons why it wasn't going ahead. Now, I know that many workers I speak to, energy workers and mining workers, they take an immense amount of pride in the work that they do. And it goes from worker to management. It really doesn't matter. Even the families take pride in this too. More often than not, what they're looking for is, ensuring that the industrial footprint of the projects they are connected to, they are working on, that it becomes an exemplary kind of like, you can almost take it as a postcard. This is how you do development. And that's true for Alberta, that's true for Saskatchewan, that's true for every single Western province, that's true for everywhere in Canada. Nobody goes out there with the intention of wrecking the environment. That's just the point. And I think we have it inverted in C-17. I think it comes with the presupposition that industrial development is automatically wrong and you shouldn't move ahead with it. And I think that's fundamentally, that's an issue of principles. That's not how it works. It shouldn't be thought of in that way. I think the vast majority of energy workers, mining workers, what they're looking forward to is having the best possible stewardship rules that they can apply, and the certainty that their projects will go ahead or not, but with very clear reasons why they can't go ahead, so they can try and meet them in the future, And they don't need the government kind of hanging over their shoulder telling them what to do every which way. They can do it themselves. They're the experts in the field. They're the ones which accumulate decades of traditional knowledge on the ground, working with Aboriginal groups, working with different companies, because they may switch companies as well, but also working in those communities, getting a better understanding of the lay of the land and the impacts that industrial development will have. Now, Albertans have fought ardently for that good stewardship concept. I know the minister I used to work for before was known as kind of the right-wing environmentalist. At the time, Ted Morton was well respected in the environmental community because he did quite a bit of work on land use management, on the forestry industry side, but especially on fish and wildlife, ensuring that the resource was well looked after, but that the rules of the game were consistent and certain. Consistent and certain was one of the main things that both the political staff and the civil servants were responsible for. And again, on C-17, it worries me. We just may not see that. On C-17, just to refer back to a few points I made before and why I think it's an error and why I oppose a great deal of this bill. I think it does take away northern independence. I do think it's an attack on natural resources development, mining, energy, and other forestry potentially. I think it does add uncertainty into the review process. I think the removal of the timelines and the option for exempting renewals fits well with an ongoing narrative on that side. But, introducing unnecessary delays and uncertainty into our regulatory process is not the right way to go when you're trying to induce or convince companies that they should be creating jobs here. We're hearing quite the opposite. International, multinational companies are very much leaving Canada or leaving the jurisdictions in Canada that are working in right now because they don't think they can earn a return on their investment. There are many domestic companies, good Alberta-based, BC-based, Yukon-based companies, which would like to take a chance and be entrepreneurial and take a risk, but now they're uncertain what's going to happen. These rules change today. Perhaps the rules will change again in a year, 2 years down the line. If innovation is the name of the game, then maybe they should recall all these mining projects superclusters and just call it the supercluster mining diamond mine, the supercluster energy development, the supercluster pipeline. Like, if the name of the game is the buzzword, then maybe they could meet it if they're just told which buzzwords to use. Now, I fear the impact on the economy. I think S6, the original bill that made those amendments, I thought were reasonable. Now, I wasn't a member at the time, but I do remember some of those debates, and I have gone through the Hansard to go look through, at the time, what leading members of the business community in the Yukon were saying about it. Now, I do have an article I want to refer here before I go into those comments, from the Commons debates at the time. The Feds table legislation to repeal parts of Bill S6. It says here it's June 10th, 2016, and we're debating this bill today, which is in April. So obviously this wasn't a huge rush in terms to come up for debate, but one of the comments I want to refer to here and just quote it is, it says, he claimed his government would not be a barrier if the new Liberal government did repeal the 4 provisions. And this was speaking of the Premier, the Yukon Premier Daryl Pazlowski. I see a good name of Eastern Central European descent. And it goes on, I'm quoting here, but during a campaign visit to Whitehorse last fall, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper said it was the territorial government that requested the changes to the Assessment Act laid out in Bill S6. The Yukon government has also spoken out against this particular piece of legislation more recently after oil and gas exploration company Northern Cross filed for a judicial review of the board's decision to refer its Eagle Plain drilling project to a higher level assessment. Now, we can differ perhaps on these quotes being related accurately, but I think it shows the intent that there was industrial development, there was energy development going on, and now this uncertainty starting to get into the whole process. Judicial uncertainty, regulatory uncertainty, and now perhaps more legislative uncertainty that they're adding on to it. Now, S6 was the final legislative step in the previous Conservative government's plan to improve northern regulatory regimes. And I don't think we can talk about C-17 without talking about just a little bit about S6, because from 2011 to 2013, the Yukon was rated the single most desirable place in the world for mining companies to conduct business. S6 was improving upon that goal because the Yukon had started to fall. Other jurisdictions were catching up. It wasn't so much that they were falling behind. Other jurisdictions were making the necessary amendments. So I'll finish, Mr. Speaker, just by mentioning those few, and I'll be moving a motion. I just want to recite back just a couple of the people who were for S6 at the time. Samson Hartland, Executive Director of the Yukon Chamber of Mines, described the introduction of time limits as probably the most important aspect of this bill to our membership. At the time also, here's just another mention here, David Morrison, the President and CEO of the Yukon Energy Corporation, agreed having screening processes that don't have defined timelines and strictly defined timelines makes it very difficult for people who are investing millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Just another one here again from, another one from Clinton Noman, President and CEO of Alexco Resource Corp, also told the Standing Senate Committee on Energy, the Environment, and Natural Resources on September 30th, 2014, again, this is in the Hansard, The current uncertainty has had a negative impact on our ability to efficiently plan and operate our business, and by extension, it impairs the competitiveness of Yukon as a jurisdiction to assert certainty in the mine development and production processes. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there are this is an important matter, but there are very many important matters, especially the one with the Proc Committee filibusters continuing, and I look forward to seeing the chair, who's a member from the Yukon there at midnight, hopefully next time, and as long as he wishes to continue, I will be there participating in those debates. So I move, seconded by the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, that debate be now adjourned.
Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Kelly, move that the debate be now adjourned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! I believe the yeas have it. Yes. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Kamich, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that the debate now be adjourned. All those who support the motion, please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abou-Taif.
Mr. Abou-Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Bertad.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion votent bien sur...
All those against the motion, please rise.
Jaeger.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr.
Monsieur
Goodale.
Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms.
Ms.
Gould.
Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobacco North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anasahangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Ludwig.
Mr. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mesquite Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 109, 109. Nays contre 152, 152.
I declare the motion defeated.
Honourable member for the honourable. Oh, we have a question. Point of order. The honourable member. Point of order. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were several members that came in late, and I noticed that the member from Brampton North came in late, and she also voted.
That's the honourable member for Brampton North is rising the same point of order.
I'd just like to respond on the point of order. I did come in late, so I'll withdraw my vote. I was with members from my community because today we are celebrating Vaisakhi on the Hill.
Well, this should prove a good reminder, I hope, to members that they shouldn't, if they're going to come in late, that they shouldn't be voting in that vote because it's important to hear the question we're voting on. Point of order? No. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Questions and comments for Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have questions and comments for the honourable member for Perth Wellington's speech. Excuse me. Oh, Calgary Shepherd. Excuse me. Perth Wellington will be next, I guess. So questions and comments. In a moment. We'll wait a moment, I think, until things settle down a little. I encourage members to take their conversations out into the hallways. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. And I quite enjoy the member. I enjoy having him debating with him on PROC. It's great to debate with him in the House. His speech was, I think it was, would have been a perfect speech to bring forward with S6, because all the things he talked about is what S6 hurt in our economy. So it was a bit of an anachronistic speech, I think. Economic development, for instance, has been slowed down. Companies cannot move forward. It's tied up in the, as you know, the environmental assessment is tied up in the courts, which has slowed down the assessment. You talked about northern control over northern resources, and that's exactly what the complaint was. That's why this is coming forward, because, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if the member was here, but there was 2 very large public gatherings of people pretty upset with the government, federal government, because they had taken northern control. They just imposed these items on northern resources. And that led to, of course, the great uncertainty that we have right now with environmental assessments that will be reduced once C-17 is passed. There was talk about different approvals, and exactly why this the YESA process leads the country. In other parts of the country, you could have to go to different levels of government, but the brilliance in the YESA legislation is that the First Nation, the Yukon government, the federal government, it goes through the one process, and that applies to all the governments as to whoever's land it can be on. But the most important thing, and I'm glad he mentioned that we reinstated the mineral exploration tax credit. We fought hard for that, and I'm delighted. Thank you to the finance minister for putting that back in. And some of the members that he quoted, particularly David Morrison and Samson Hartland, wholeheartedly support this C-17 now. So the last point I wanted to make was on the timelines. I think, as I said, some of the speakers, virtually all the speakers in Their Majesty's loyal opposition, have suggested there be a lack of timelines, but their timelines, as I've said a number of times, exist now, and they exist for the designated office. That's the office that makes a decision coming out of the recommendations from the YESA board. They have timelines, and they're already in regulations. For the other 2 processes on the assessments, for the decision for the designated office, that's for the small projects, and the executive board, that's for the larger projects. Those decisions are policy decisions. They're set in rules on the board. So I just want to make all those points that this is actually going to allay all the fears that the member talked about in his speech.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for those comments. There was a lot of commentary there, so I'll try to keep my rebuttals brief, I guess. So the clause 1, the delegation to territorial minister, I don't think the member talked about that one, but I also think that when you delegate an authority to a territorial minister, you bring the decision much closer to the population that it affects. And the presumption in the bill is basically that somehow the territorial ministers, the territorial government can't make the decisions, and the people there can't keep them accountable. So I think that's a worrisome change. I also don't think that delegation is somehow an abdication or a surrender of responsibility. 2, another significant change is the clause 2, which is would amend the Act to repeal section 49(1). I think that removes an important pro-job amendment introduced by S6. And although the member didn't appreciate my commentary about S6 and he called my remarks anachronistic, I think that this piece of legislation is just trying to overshadow the kind of the desperate policy dives that they're doing on every single direction to try and find something that will work to create jobs, anything, even if it is public service jobs, doing more regulatory work, overseeing more paperwork with more red tape, catching more companies and more people and more projects in this regulatory environment that they're creating. No piece of legislation is perfect, and this one is much more imperfect than the usual ones. I mean, I could go through clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 about the time limits that they've introduced. I disagree with the member's characterization that there will still be some time limits, but they're all kind of fuzzy. They're all kind of washed out. There is no certainty for the company. So that would be my comments to his commentary on the bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, I thank my friend from Yukon for the presentation of this bill, Bill C-17. Coming from the second prettiest riding in Canada, it's good that there's some inspired legislation coming forward. A question to my friend about this notion of time limits. I think in my riding of Skeena, there was this idea brought forward not only by the Harper Conservatives, but also provincially by the BC Liberals there, that these time limits were brought in that forced regulatory decisions, that would make for greater certainty for companies and investors in particular. But we noticed the effect was, in fact, the opposite, particularly for First Nations communities, 48 of them I represent in my riding, where when the time limit was brought in, oftentimes you had 1 or 2 full-time staffers working on 7 or 8 major mining proposals, 3 or 4 gas line proposals. They're just warehouses full of scientific documentation. And the First Nations would go to the federal government for support to just basically try to get through the review and understanding so they could present that back to the First Nations with some coherence. And they'd get a $5,000, $8,000 grant from the federal government to review 9 mines. Each mining application, Madam Speaker, could be 7, 8, 9,000 pages each. So to my friend, imposing time limits without the resources to actually be able to comprehend the specificity of the project and the impact that it might have for decades and decades to come seemed to square peg round hole. Would that not have been something that would have been better fixed?
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Let me just get the riding name correctly here, Skeena Bulkley Valley. The Government of Canada does reimburse First Nations for consultation there, just like the Government of Alberta does. And I'll mention this from the Commons debates on page 11,997, March 11, 2015. It was a Conservative member at the time who said that the Government of Canada had reimbursed those First Nations on S6, speaking of this, $98,695 for those consultations that did take place. Now, I think the issue he's speaking of is a staffing issue. It's not a legislative regulatory issue. And I think that's always the problem with all forms of government, whether provincial, territorial, municipal, federal, is you make legislative and regulatory changes without providing the sufficient financial resources in order to ensure that the persons and the departments responsible for the regulations are able then to deliver on the regulatory and legislative changes. And I think that's important to remember as well. It's a staffing issue that he speaks of. I remember from my experience working for the Alberta government, we did a lot of Aboriginal consultation because of lands, fisheries, and the forestry department. And that situation, our staffing issues were an issue of resources. We had the right rules and regulations in place. We just didn't always have the right people in the correct amounts in order to do all the work. So there's nothing wrong with time limits as long as you resource them correctly. That would be my answer.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. On member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And during his speech, he talked about the uncertainty that Bill C-17 will add to the natural resource sector in Yukon. And my colleague from Yukon actually mentioned the mine exploration tax credit, which we also put in place as a Conservative government. But he talks about this being a great advancement. And I just want to talk about my colleague and ask him about, the Liberals took away the Canada exploration expense, which eliminated tax credits for new exploratory oil and gas wells. So, and the impact that's had on the energy sector in Alberta, we've seen Statoil, Shell, ConocoPhillips pull out investment out of Alberta, and I'm wondering if he could talk about what the impact this could have in the Yukon as well as they lose investment because of these new regulations and policies.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're indicating we have a very short answer. So I'll say absolutely. I've heard in my riding from many smaller junior oil and gas companies and even those technical services companies that provide assistance to the majors that will have an immense impact. They're not going to be sending as many drills out into the field. In fact, it's a good deal of the fault of the new Democratic provincial government, but this just compounds the problem even further. And I talked about it in my remarks, that we always talk about the cumulative impacts on the environment. We rarely, if ever, talk about the cumulative impacts on industry and on companies.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today on Bill C-17. And listening to the debate thus far today, I'm reminded of former Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, who certainly had a love of the North. And he also had a love of this place, a love of Parliament. And I'm reminded of one of his more famous quotations in which he said, "Parliament is more than procedure. It is the custodian of the nation's freedoms." And I'm reminded of this now more than ever. Last Friday, I raised an important point of privilege about 2 members who were denied their right to vote, and then the Liberal government shutting down the vote on a question of privilege, never allowing that question of privilege coming to a vote in this House. And I think of the standing order standoff that the Liberals have orchestrated in the Proc Committee, in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And it is unfortunately with a heavy heart that we have to stand in here and debate not the important rights of our members as we ought to. And therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, the House do now adjourn.
Order. Order. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Kelly, move that this House do now adjourn. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient...
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
In my view, the noes have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that this House do now adjourn. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island South River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr.
Ms. Wilson.
Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavins.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anna Sanger.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrussen.
Mr. DeBrussen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elsassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McCambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascue Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascue Fraser Canyon.
Mrs. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Sanishko Filings.
Ms. May Sanishko Filings. Yeas pour 94, 94, nays contre 162, 162.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader is... I declare the motion defeated. Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader is standing on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement cannot be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. And Mr. Speaker, I would also like to advise that agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings of those stages.
That's excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's excellent. There are order. There are 10 minutes remaining in the questions and comments for the speech of the honourable member for Perth Wellington, although we are about 3 minutes from the end for this evening. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. just like to comment on three things that the member mentioned. First of all, the delegation of authority. That's in the treaty, and the treaty is constitutionally protected, the UFA, the Umbrella Final Agreement, and of course we as legislatures cannot change something that's constitutionally protected. Second of all, the reassessments. And as I've outlined a number of times, these reassessments do not necessarily have to occur because the policy has been changed so that reassessments can, so that the initial assessment can go longer in the life of the project, so reassessments may not be necessary and only done when necessary. And finally, once again on the timelines, they're just as certain. They're done by regulations and gazetted, so the question of uncertainty is not valid.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington, I'll ask him to keep his eye on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from the Yukon for his comments. I know he's very proud of Yukon and proud of his riding. I thank him for his comments. But I do want to comment on what we just saw from the government House Leader. After only one day of debate on this bill, she comes into this House and moves time allocation. She moves time allocation at the same time on Bill C-25 after very little debate. She says that agreement can't be reached through the usual channels. Well, it's tough to reach agreement when the government is ramming down standing order changes down the throats of the opposition. She says she wants to have a conversation on the standing orders, but yet there's a motion before the Proc Committee that has a guillotine at the end. It's a forced change. Our party believes to have a real discussion, we need consensus from all parties in this House, as has been the tradition in this House. So I think it's unfortunate that in one comment she moves or gives notice of a time allocation on two bills which have had one day of debate on either. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know my time is running thin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have just a little over 7.5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House.
Order. According to Standing Order 38, a motion moving the adjournment of the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. The question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to see my colleagues present on the Hill to listen to this little part of the adjournment debate. I'm sure that I will be discussing this with the Parliamentary Secretary for Transportation, who knows for the file that we're going to discuss. I am pleased that this debate is happening today because I believe that many concerns have been raised because of the response that I received last week during question period by the Parliamentary Secretary for Transportation. Let me summarize the debate for you. I asked a question of the Minister of Transport regarding how the bypass file for Lac-Mégantic was moving along. I think the federal government has an important role to play in helping the population there. 3 years after the tragedy, suffering, the wounds have yet to heal, and they're reopened every time a train passes through town. The minister answered this question and insisted that this file is important to him and that he discussed the matter with elected officials from Lac-Mégantic on several occasions. And I am grateful to him for it. But last week, the mayor of Lac-Mégantic had the opportunity to discuss with the premier of Quebec, who repeated that he supported the bypass project for Lac-Mégantic. That's excellent news, because in Lac-Mégantic, what we want is for all political parties to unite and to ensure that the population of Lac-Mégantic doesn't suffer anymore. Let me tell you about this meeting that was described in the newspaper La Tribune, the newspaper for Lac-Mégantic, by Jean-Guy Cloutier. He said, "We have a very good meeting, and I'm pleased with Mr. Couillard's receptiveness. Our public wanted more transparency about our talks with the government, and we've obtained the authorization to make public the content of our conversations. And I have good news. The Premier manifested a great deal of empathy for the public of Lac-Mégantic." Madam Speaker, in and of itself, that is very good news. However, there's one thing that is mentioned in the article that is of concern to me. Premier Philippe Couillard repeated his support for the project and committed to helping with funding in as long as they are a minority in that funding. Madam Speaker, last week when I raised this issue regarding the bypass route in this House, when I asked the question of the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Transportation, I heard a great deal of empathy, which I do appreciate because I know that the Parliamentary Secretary is well aware, very knowledgeable in this file. The study is ongoing. And that is why the Minister has met the Premier of Quebec a few weeks ago in order to discuss the bypass and the next steps to be taken in this file. We hope that these steps will be taken as equal partners. Madam Speaker, both levels of government are talking, and now what I see is that there's going to be a jurisdictional war over who's going to pay more. What I would ask of the Parliamentary Secretary, of the Minister of Transportation, is whether the federal government is going to do its part and not hide behind a jurisdictional war, which would be very bad for the citizens of Lac-Mégantic. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Transportation. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Mégantic-L'Érable for raising this issue. First of all, I would like to say that we do share his concerns about the well-being of Lac-Mégantic's community. We continue to think of the victims of that tragedy, their families, and their loved ones. The Minister of Transportation had the honor of meeting the citizens of Lac-Mégantic several times in order to hear their concerns. Members of the Premier's Cabinet and the Minister's Cabinet met citizens groups in for Lac-Mégantic when they were in Ottawa. Let's be clear. Railway safety remains the Minister's #1 priority, and our government is firmly committed to improving it. We continue to monitor railway safety in the area, and over the last few years, departmental representatives increased the number of inspections in the region of Lac-Mégantic. These inspections looked at equipment, operations, railroads, and railway crossings. We will not hesitate to act if federal rules and regulations are not upheld. We have already taken many steps to improve railroad safety and the rail transportation of dangerous goods. The Minister accelerated the gradual removal of the old DOT 111 rail cars. Furthermore, the Minister was grateful to be able to meet Denis Lauzon, the fire chief for Lac-Mégantic, when he announced Transport 2030, which is a plan that will accelerate the review of the Railway Safety Act in order to further improve railway safety throughout all of Canada. I would also like to mention that the Minister is in personal contact with the Mayor of Lac-Mégantic regarding the bypass, and we are looking at options in order to accelerate the study. This file is still being studied, and that is why the Minister of Transportation met the Premier of Quebec a few weeks ago in order to discuss the bypass and the next steps in this file, and we hope those steps will be taken as equal partners. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, first I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her French in giving this answer. It's very pleasant when we can get answers that the people of Lac-Mégantic can hear and understand immediately. However, the content was already known. That's exactly the same answer I got last Friday, the same thing that the Minister's been saying for quite a while now. And she repeated the very worrisome sentence, despite the meeting between the Premier of Quebec and the Transport Minister,
there seems to be a battle of numbers on the horizon. There's a problem to the effect of who's going to pay. So I think for the citizens of Lac-Mégantic who experienced the worst railway disaster in Canada, it's the worst railway disaster in Canada. Are we going to accept that a jurisdictional battle be waged over their backs? Never. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. I have finance on the brain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our thoughts continue to be with the families of the tragedy of July 13th and all the citizens of Lac-Mégantic. As I already mentioned, railway safety is the absolute priority of the Transport Minister. The study of this file continues, and this is why the Minister met with the Premier of Quebec just a few weeks ago in order to discuss the bypass and the next steps on this file. We hope they will work as partners on an equal footing.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Back in December, I asked the government about their approach with respect to our armed forces, in particular with respect to so-called peace operations. The government said up front that they want to commit our Canadian troops to peacekeeping, peace operations, somewhere without articulating what the Canadian national interest was in this case, what impact we might have in that situation at all. And I highlighted in my question that I asked previously, in particular, the fact that Canadian troops may find themselves in some of the different conflicts contemplated in a situation where they are confronting child soldiers. This is one of many questions that the government clearly hasn't thought through or developed a plan on in the midst of desperately wanting to move forward in the midst of these so-called peace operations. And many of the places where the government has contemplated sending our soldiers, they're not traditional peacekeeping operations as many people think of them. They're actually quite dangerous. There's real risk to our soldiers there, and there's no clear articulation of what our strategic interest would be. Now, Madam Speaker, since I've asked that question, we've actually seen further just how much this government lacks a plan with respect to our military, and how much they're willing to really undermine the support that the government provides to the military at the same time as seemingly expecting them to be able to do more. And of course, all of us in this House recognize how capable, how accomplished our armed forces are, but we also have to support them. We have to put our money where our mouth is. We can't just keep talking about capabilities while withdrawing support. We have to recognize the capabilities of our soldiers while properly supporting them as well. And while we hear this government talking about many different possible commitments of Canadian troops, they're facing the substantial cuts that come with Budget 2017. This last budget, the Liberals cut $8.48 billion, which had been earmarked for military equipment purchases. And that, combined with last year's cuts from the first Liberal budget, our military faces a shortfall of $12 billion. And this is in a time when there are increasing risks in the world. We only need to think about events of the last week in Syria, where we see, yes, there was an escalating threat level in terms of the kinds of conflicts that are happening, things that clearly challenge us in terms of fundamental human rights, but also that deal with Canada's strategic interests. We have challenges in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe with the threats presented by Russia. We have the situation in Syria, where Bashar al-Assad, backed by Russia and Iran, is threatening the lives of his own civilians, and his policies have implications for global security. There are a number of these different cases around the world where Canada, which illustrate the need for Canadian vigilance and proper support for our Canadian soldiers. But instead, unfortunately, the Liberals are doing two things with respect to our military. Number one, they're cutting it. They're cutting back our support for our military. Number two, they're simply looking for military proposals that would help with Canada's bid at the UN Security Council. And that's why they're looking for some kind of peace support operations. It's not about Canada's interests. It's just about winning friends at the United Nations. But the focus should be on advancing Canada's national interest and supporting our soldiers in the process. So I challenge the Prime Secretary, I challenge the government to consider a new approach here that actually supports our military and considers Canada's national interest.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
To permit this discussion about an important issue.
First of all, I'd like to correct a few facts. The defense budget was increased this year, and almost $8 billion were put back in the budget to buy equipment, to replace equipment. So he should check. It's $8 billion, $3 billion last year, $5 billion this year. So you just have to add this up. The government is firmly committed on the world scene, and it contributes in multiple ways to make the world safer and more stable. Last August, our government decided to proceed with the deployment of 600 Armed Forces troops and 150 police officers in the UN peacekeeping support operations. This 3-year deployment is part of a strategy that brings together several different departments and that will have a budget of $450 million. This approach will enable us to take into consideration all aspects of peacekeeping operations, including mediation, conflict prevention, and peace consolidation. Canada will also host the next meeting of Ministers of Defence of peacekeeping participants in 2015. My colleague alluded to the possibility of Canada obtaining a seat on the UN Security Council. This would be a good way for Canada to express loud and clear Canadian values. It would allow us to achieve laudable objectives, especially with regard to governance, diversity, respect for human rights, especially that of women and refugees. The future deployments of Canadian Armed Forces have been the subject of consultations with the UN and Canada's partners. We will ensure that the deployed personnel have appropriate equipment and the training necessary to conduct their missions well. Since peacekeeping operations are different today than they used to be, we will be establishing solid rules of engagement to maximize our chances of success. These rules of engagement will allow our troops to defend themselves better and to defend those with whom we'll be called upon to work. I wish to reassure my colleague opposite, the security of our troops is the most important thing to us and remains at the core of our military planning and our decision-making process. Thus, although our troops will be deployed under the UN, the Chief of Defence Staff will always ensure command of our troops. When the Government of Canada will make its decision about the deployment of Canadian Armed Forces, the training will be adapted accordingly. It could be about cultural sensitization, gender-based comparisons, support for operations, civilian cooperation, military cooperation, and dangerous environments. This training will also involve the doctrine on child soldiers. We want our troops to be well-trained and mentally prepared to act in situations involving child soldiers. These new guidelines will contribute to guiding the actions of the Canadian Armed Forces and mitigate the difficulties associated with deployments in regions marked by the presence of child soldiers. The government has full confidence in the Canadian Forces and their ability to succeed in this mission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Saskatchewan?
All right, Madam Speaker. It's very clear in this budget that there is a cutback on long-term funds earmarked for military equipment purchases. And the Parliamentary Secretary tried to skirt that fact, but he didn't directly deny it. Of course, there is an ongoing operational escalator, but that doesn't address the fact that the government is cutting back our investment over the long term in the military, and that's not what we need right now. We need to be honoring our NATO commitments to move towards 2%, not making the kind of cutbacks that this government talked about right from the very start, when in their throne speech they said they wanted Canada to have a leaner military, and that just doesn't make sense period, but particularly in the context of the world in which we find ourselves. Now, he talks about the benefits of getting on the UN Security Council so that Canada can express their values. Well, I'd have more confidence in this government's willingness to express their values at that point if they were doing it at this point. We don't hear them talking about international human rights. We don't hear them willing to confront these issues. We have vital strategic interests in Eastern Europe, in Syria. Canada needs to be engaged in a way that invests in our military and reflects our interests, and this government just isn't doing that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I think that the Canadian Forces and the government are committed to investing in the future, over $80 billion. Madam Speaker, the government is determined to take concrete action and play a more active role on the world scene. We're carefully examining all options to see how the Canadian Armed Forces and the whole Canadian government can best contribute to maintaining peace and security. Rest assured that the troops that will be deployed will have all the appropriate equipment, the necessary training, and the appropriate rules of engagement, like it does for all missions where it's assigned. The Canadian Forces have developed an inter-army doctrine on child soldiers so that our troops are well prepared mentally and physically. In closing, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his concern about the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this House back to the Prime Minister and his Cabinet's approval of the Kinder Morgan expansion project in November of 2016. This was in complete contradiction to promises made by this government around its relationship with Indigenous people and First Nations governments. The approval would violate the Liberals' campaign vow to conduct relations on a nation-to-nation basis. Now, in the Kinder Morgan approval process, or the backdrop to it, was one of the promises of this government, which was, we recognize the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the land and will respect legal traditions and perspectives on environmental stewardship. I agree, and I wish that that's a promise that had been kept. In the Kinder Morgan approval process, the government can't say that they're fulfilling that promise when, in September of last year, a coalition of Indigenous leaders from across the entire continent, including Chief Stuart Phillip of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, a very strong leader in my province, said there is unprecedented unity against the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain pipeline expansion. In my own riding of Nanaimo, Ladysmith, the Sunaymo First Nation feels betrayed. Former Chief Quolt Sultan, also known as Doug White III, said, quote, "This project puts at risk our way of life," end quote. He also said the decision was, quote, "premised on a denial of Aboriginal people's rights and voice." And many Indigenous governments in British Columbia are challenging this decision in court. 3 First Nations in January announced legal actions against the federal government challenging the approval of the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline. They said, quote, "We do not consent to the Kinder Morgan pipeline project in our territory. We're asking the court to overturn the federal cabinet's decision to approve this project." That's Tsleil-Waututh Chief Maureen Thomas. We've also heard in this House that this government is blocking access, again breaking a promise, to Indigenous women's organizations. They wanted very badly Native Women's Association to be involved in the last First Minister's meeting around climate change, asked repeatedly, were denied. Now, against all of this backdrop, part of the decision-making that, as articulated by the federal cabinet, was that this project is so in the national interest that it is justified to break its promise on Indigenous relationship and to cause costs to the BC coast. But just last week, from Simon Fraser University, a new report came out. The author's Tom Gunton. He says, given recent forecasts for oil demand and what he predicts as a massive overcapacity to move oil in Canada because of both federal on the U.S. and Canadian side new pipeline approvals coming, that he says, quote, "there are clearly viable options to Trans Mountain that would have significantly lower risks." So my question to the government again is, How can you say this is in the national interest given the growing evidence that it is not? And when will this government wake up and admit that the approval of the Kinder Morgan pipeline is a violation of its promise to Indigenous peoples in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith for bringing the issue of Indigenous rights and participation in resource development back before us. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said many times that no relationship is more important than the one with Indigenous peoples. In fact, he wrote it into the mandate letter of every cabinet minister, and he added, "It is time for a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership." My colleagues and I have taken this responsibility very seriously. It informs our policies and guides our actions. And that's why you have seen our government invest an unprecedented $8.4 billion to improve the socioeconomic conditions of Indigenous peoples and their communities, endorse the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, act on the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, establish a public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, appoint a working group of ministers responsible for the review of all laws, policies, and operational practices related to Indigenous peoples, and meaningfully engage with Indigenous peoples on sustainable resource development. It's that last point, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about this evening. Within months of taking office, our government implemented an interim principles for reviewing major resource projects already in the queue. Its guiding principles ensure that Indigenous peoples are meaningfully consulted and engaged in the process, their rights and interests accommodated, and their traditional Indigenous knowledge fully considered in the decision-making process. That's what we've done, Madam Speaker. Our pipeline announcements last November confirm that. So does the reaction from so many Indigenous leaders who praised our government's decisions, including our decision to reject the Northern Gateway pipeline through the Great Bear Rainforest and impose a moratorium on tanker traffic along British Columbia's northern coast. We are proud of our balanced approach. Yes, there are Indigenous communities opposed to the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline project, but there are others that support it, including those Indigenous communities that have signed benefit agreements worth more than $300 million. Our government is providing more than $64 million for an Indigenous Advisory and Monitoring Committee to oversee the pipeline's operations, the first time Indigenous peoples will have a direct and ongoing role in these projects. We are also establishing an economic partnership to create more training and job opportunities for Indigenous groups. Madam Speaker, unanimity and consensus are two different things. It's simply not realistic to expect unanimity in these decisions, but we can, however, build consensus through consultation and review processes that carry the confidence of Canadians, and by ensuring local communities and Indigenous peoples are true beneficiaries of resource development. Madam Speaker, that's what we're doing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, the answer is so disappointing at every level. The ministerial panel specifically named 6 different questions that the government has to ask before it can go ahead and approve the pipeline. None of them have been answered. One example is how might Cabinet square approval of the pipeline with its commitment to reconciliation with First Nations and to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, with its principles of free, prior, and informed consent. That was a campaign promise of this government. That was raised again by the minister's own panel. Still not answered. Still no clarity, yet still the government gave the thumbs up to the Kinder Morgan pipeline. It's blowing this relationship. For coastal First Nations people, there's no way that the list of good deeds that the minister's representative has listed comes anything close to squaring the environmental and social cost of this pipeline approval. It's very sad for Canada.
Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand that Indigenous communities have differing opinions on pipeline projects. The Prime Minister anticipated as much when he announced our decisions. He said, and I quote, "There is no question there will be people on both sides of any decision we make on this issue." I accept that. The fact is, people asked us to serve, to make difficult decisions in the interests of our country. Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we've done. We listened to Canadians, we heard their voices, and we've taken a balanced approach. Based on those meaningful consultations and rooted in solid science, we made decisions in the best interests of our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.